Greetings and salutations. Welcome to Watch Harry. We are thrilled to present today's story, What If Grandmama Addams Performed a Blood Ritual on Harry and Discovered Dumbledore Stole 8 Powers? Wizarding War. If these stories bring joy to your day, please consider liking and subscribing. Every bit of support helps us continue this passion project. Now, prepare yourself for an amazing tale. Chapter 1. Blood reveals all. The rain hammered against the windows of the night bus like angry fists as it careened through the English countryside. Harry Potter sat alone in the back, his knuckles white as he gripped his wand. 3 days since Dumbledore's funeral. 3 days of nightmares. 3 days of reporters, of accusatory glances, of whispers that followed him like ghosts. Where to again, lad? Stan Shunpike called over his shoulder, seemingly oblivious to the way the bus nearly flattened a roadside mailbox. Anywhere, Harry muttered. Just not here. Stan frowned. Can't exactly put that on a ticket, can I? Harry reached into his pocket and pulled out a crumpled handful of galleons. How far will this take me? The conductor's eyes widened. That'll take you across the bloody Atlantic if you want, Mr. Potter. Perfect. Harry hadn't planned to flee the country. But with Voldemort's forces growing stronger by the day and the Order in disarray following Dumbledore's death, the crushing weight of expectation had become unbearable. Just a few days away, he told himself. Just enough time to clear his head before returning to finish what Dumbledore had started. The night bus screeched to a halt at the International Portkey station in Dover, where Harry, hood pulled low over his face, purchased passage to New York with no return date. Within the hour, he felt the familiar hook behind his navel as the portkey activated, spinning him across thousands of miles of ocean. He arrived in Manhattan disoriented and nauseous, stumbling out of the arrival zone into the humid summer night. The American Magical District was nothing like Diagon Alley, sleek and modern, with witches and wizards in contemporary clothing that barely distinguished them from the nomage population. Harry wandered aimlessly, grateful for his anonymity. No one gave his scar a second glance here. Freedom, however brief, tasted sweet on his tongue. After several hours of walking, he found himself in a neighborhood that seemed strangely disconnected from the vibrant city surrounding it. The streets grew darker, buildings more gothic and imposing. A thick fog rolled in, unnatural for the summer night. Harry's instincts, honed by years of danger, prickled with warning. The road ahead forked, and Harry paused, uncertain. To his right lay the way back to the magical district. To his left, an iron gate stood partially open, leading to what appeared to be an ancient cemetery flanking a mansion that looked as though it had been transplanted directly from a Victorian nightmare. Something pulled at him, not a compulsion charm, but something deeper and more primal. Before he could question the impulse, Harry slipped through the gate. The mansion loomed against the night sky, windows glowing with eerie yellow light. Gargoyles perched along the roof, their stone eyes following his progress across the grounds. The grass beneath his feet seemed to whisper as he walked, and once he could have sworn he saw a dismembered hand scuttling between headstones. I should turn back, he murmured to himself, but his feet carried him forward regardless. As he approached the front door, massive, black oak banded with iron, it swung open of its own accord. Harry raised his wand, every defense instinct screaming. A tall, cadaverous man stood in the doorway, his skin pallid, eyes sunken. You rang? He intoned, voice like a coffin lid closing. No, I was just, Lurch. A woman's voice called from within. Who's at the door at this dreadful hour? If it's solicitors, do invite them in. I've been working on a new potion that needs testing. A woman glided into view behind the towering butler, and Harry felt his breath catch. She was beautiful in an otherworldly way, skin pale as moonlight, hair black as midnight falling in a straight curtain to her waist, lips red as fresh blood. She wore a dress that clung to her like shadows, its hem pooling on the floor and trailing behind her like spilled ink. Oh, she said, dark eyes assessing Harry with interest. Not solicitors at all. A visitor. How delightful. I'm sorry to intrude, Harry said, lowering his wand slightly. I got lost, and, nonsense, the woman interrupted, her voice melodious and hypnotic. No one finds the Addams mansion by accident. Fate has guided your steps, young wizard. Harry stiffened. How did you? She smiled, revealing teeth just slightly too sharp. The wand was a clue, darling. Do come in before something unpleasant finds you. The cemetery gets rather lively after midnight. Against all better judgment, Harry stepped over the threshold. The foyer was cavernous, illuminated by candelabras that cast more shadows than light. A stuffed bear stood in the corner, its mouth frozen in a permanent roar. Swords and other medieval weapons adorned the walls, alongside portraits whose subjects followed Harry with their eyes. Morticia Addams, the woman introduced herself with a graceful inclination of her head. My husband Gomez is in the conservatory, torturing his train set. The children are around somewhere. Wednesday was conducting experiments in the playroom last I checked, and Pugsley was attempting to recreate the Spanish Inquisition with his action figures. Harry opened his mouth to introduce himself when a shrunken, ancient woman appeared at his elbow as if from nowhere. She barely reached his chest, her face a mass of wrinkles surrounding sharp, intelligent eyes. Her wild gray hair stuck out in all directions, and she wore layers of tattered shawls over a dress that might have been fashionable a century ago. Mama, this is our unexpected guest, Morticia said. The old woman circled Harry, sniffing audibly. Magic, she muttered, old magic. British. Conflicted. Bound. She looked up sharply, eyes narrowing. Boy, your magic reeks of chains. Harry took a step back. Excuse me? Mama has a rather unique gift for magical diagnostics, Morticia explained. She was brewing before I came to investigate the door. Perhaps you'd care to join us? It's not often we entertain magical guests from across the pond. Before Harry could formulate a polite refusal, a man bounded into the foyer with the exuberance of a child on Christmas morning. His hair was slicked back, his mustache pencil-thin, and he wore a pinstriped suit that should have looked outdated but somehow suited his exuberant personality. Tish. A visitor. Marvelous. He seized Harry's hand and pumped it enthusiastically. Gomez Addams, at your service. Any friend of the night is a friend of ours. Harry, he replied, deciding to withhold his surname. Harry. Evans. Evans. Gomez exclaimed as if it were the most fascinating name he'd ever heard. Splendid name. Biblical, isn't it? Or perhaps Norse. Tish, isn't Evans Norse? I believe it's Welsh, darling, Morticia corrected gently. Welsh. Even better. I once drove a Welsh coroner to madness in a game of chess. Took 17 moves. The poor fellow never recovered. Gomez clapped Harry on the back with enough force to make him stumble. Come, Evans. We were just about to have a midnight snack. You look like you could use some sustenance. The kitchen they led him to was a witch's lair straight from a fairy tale, bubbling cauldrons, hanging bundles of herbs, jars containing things Harry decidedly did not want to identify. Grandmama Addams shuffled around, muttering to herself as she added ingredients to a simmering pot. Eye of newt, toe of frog, she cackled. No, no, too conventional. Let's try eye of basilisk, toe of manticore. Harry tensed at the mention of basilisk, but forced himself to relax. These people were strange, certainly, but they hadn't shown any hostility. Please, sit, Morticia gestured to a chair that appeared to be constructed from human bones. Harry perched uncomfortably on the edge while Gomez poured a dark liquid into goblets. Swamp water, he explained, pushing one toward Harry. Aged 15 years in the family bog. A delicacy. I'm fine, thanks, Harry declined politely. Grandmama abandoned her cauldron and approached Harry again, leaning in until her nose nearly touched his. "Boy," she said, voice suddenly clear and commanding, "your magic is wrong." "Wrong?" Harry repeated. "Bound," she insisted, tapping a gnarled finger against his chest. "Chained. Locked away. Someone has stolen from you." A chill ran down Harry's spine. "What do you mean?" "Magic doesn't lie, boy. And blood never lies." She turned away and began pulling jars from shelves. "Morticia, we need a ritual." "The Revealer." Morticia's eyebrows rose fractionally, the only indication of surprise on her serene face. "Mama, the Revealer hasn't been performed in decades. Not since Cousin Phantom tried to discover who stole his collection of shrunken heads." "Different," Grandmama insisted. "This boy's magic has been tampered with. Powerful bindings. Ancient magic locked away." Harry stood. "Look, I appreciate your concern, but I should really be going." "Nonsense," Gomez declared. "We can't let you leave now. A magical mystery is the best kind of mystery, second only to, who murdered the butler, no offense, Lurch." From somewhere in the house came a deep, resonating groan. Harry's hand slipped into his pocket, fingers curling around his wand. "I don't know what you're talking about. My magic is fine." "Is it?" A new voice entered the conversation, young, female, deadpan. Harry turned to see a girl of perhaps 13 standing in the doorway. Her skin was as pale as her mother's, her black hair pulled into tight braids. She wore a black dress with a white collar, giving her the appearance of a Victorian doll, albeit one designed to frighten rather than comfort. Her dark eyes held knowledge far beyond her years. "You've been unconsciously suppressing magical outbursts since you entered our property," she continued flatly. "The candles flared when you first saw Mother. The windows rattled when Father startled you. And just now, when Grandmama mentioned blood, the temperature dropped 3 degrees. She tilted her head. "Interesting." Harry hadn't noticed any of these things, but the girl's clinical assessment sent another chill through him. "Wednesday, darling," Morticia said. "This is Harry Evans. He's lost." "Clearly," Wednesday replied, unblinking. "His magic is practically screaming." "That settles it," Grandmama announced. "The ritual must be performed tonight. Blood calls to blood, power calls to power." She fixed Harry with a penetrating stare. "Boy, something was done to you. Don't you want to know what?" The rational part of Harry's mind, the part that sounded disturbingly like Hermione, urged him to leave immediately. But curiosity, that damnable Potter trait, kept him rooted to the spot. After all he'd been through, after Sirius, after Dumbledore, what if there was something else he didn't know? Something that could help him defeat Voldemort? What would this ritual involve? He asked cautiously. Grandmama's face split in a grin that revealed surprisingly sharp teeth. "Blood, boy. Just a little blood. And what would it tell us? If magic was stolen from you? If powers were bound?" Her voice dropped to a whisper. "If someone wanted to keep you weak?" The words hit Harry like a physical blow. Weak. How many times had he felt powerless? Against Quirrell, against the basilisk, against Voldemort in the graveyard. Against Snape, fleeing into the night with Dumbledore's body barely cold. "All right," he said finally. "But I keep my wand, and if anything feels wrong, I'm leaving." "Capital!" Gomez exclaimed. "A midnight ritual. What could be more invigorating? Wednesday, fetch your brother. He'll want to see this." "He's dissecting his teddy bear again," Wednesday replied. "I told him the stuffing isn't anatomically accurate for internal organs, but he insists on learning through failure." A true scientist, Gomez nodded proudly. Within the hour, Harry found himself in what appeared to be a dungeon beneath the mansion. Stone walls glistened with moisture, chains hung from the ceiling, and various implements that Harry preferred not to examine too closely lined the walls. In the center of the room, Grandmama had drawn an intricate circle in what looked disturbingly like blood. "Yak blood," she explained, noticing Harry's expression. "With a hint of mandrake extract. Opens the third eye." The entire family had gathered for the ritual. Gomez bounced on his heels with barely contained excitement while Morticia stood serenely at his side. Wednesday watched with clinical interest, taking notes in a small black book. Beside her stood a rotund boy Harry assumed must be Pugsley, who kept asking if the ritual might result in spontaneous combustion, sounding hopeful. Even the towering butler Lurch observed from the doorway, along with a disembodied hand that skittered around the floor. "Thing is quite excited," Gomez confided to Harry. "He hasn't seen blood magic since the incident with cousin Itt and the cursed razor." Harry swallowed hard. "Right." Grandmama directed Harry to stand in the center of the circle. 3 drops of blood, she instructed, holding out an ornate silver dagger. "Freely given, not taken." Harry hesitated only briefly before accepting the blade. He'd given blood for magic before, unwillingly in the graveyard, willingly to access the Horcrux with Dumbledore. He pricked his finger and allowed 3 drops to fall onto the circle. The effect was immediate. The blood seemed to multiply, racing along the lines Grandmama had drawn until the entire circle glowed crimson. A wind that had no source whipped through the dungeon, extinguishing half the candles. "Exquisite." Morticia breathed, her eyes alight with pleasure. Grandmama began to chant in a language Harry didn't recognize, older than Latin, more guttural than Parseltongue. The air grew thick, charged with magic that felt ancient and primal. Harry felt it resonate in his bones, pull at something deep within his core. Then came the pain. It started as warmth in his chest, rapidly building to a burning sensation that spread through his limbs. Harry gasped, dropping to his knees as the magic of the ritual probed deeper, seeking, searching. He felt as though invisible hands were rummaging through his very essence. "Interesting," Wednesday commented, scribbling faster in her notebook. "His magical aura is fluctuating between green and gold. Classic signs of magical suppression." "Oh my," Morticia murmured. "Look at the manifestations." Around Harry, ghostly images had begun to appear in the air, symbols, runes, complex magical formulations that hovered like smoke. Grandmama moved closer, her eyes widening as she examined them. "Binding spells," she muttered. "Complex. Layered. Old ones beneath new ones. A decade of suppression, at least." She turned to Harry, who was still on his knees, fighting against the burning sensation. "Boy, who did this to you?" Harry couldn't answer, teeth gritted against the pain. "The oldest bindings were placed when he was an infant," Wednesday observed clinically. "The magical signature is interesting. Powerful. Benevolent in intention, but controlling in execution." "And the newer bindings?" Morticia asked. "Same magical signature. Renewed and strengthened periodically." Wednesday tilted her head. Whoever did this believed they were acting for his own good. The burning suddenly intensified, and Harry couldn't hold back a cry of pain. The circle beneath him pulsed brighter, and the ghostly runes multiplied, surrounding him in a whirlwind of magical signatures. 8, Grandmama counted, moving around the circle. 8 bindings. 8 sealed powers. She looked genuinely outraged. Criminal. To bind a young wizard's natural abilities. To chain his magic before it could mature. Gomez placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. "Steady, my boy. The ritual is almost complete. It reveals, but does not break." The pain peaked, and Harry felt something within him respond, his magic pushing back against the probing energy of the ritual. The dungeon filled with a blinding light, forcing everyone but Grandmama to step back. Then, as suddenly as it had begun, the ritual ended. The light faded, the runes dissipated, and the blood circle dried to rust-colored dust. Harry remained on his knees, panting, feeling as though he'd run a marathon. "Well," Gomez said into the silence. That was bracing. Grandmama helped Harry to his feet, her ancient eyes filled with a mixture of anger and wonder. "Boy," she said solemnly, "someone has done you a great disservice. Your magic, your true magic, has been locked away. 8 separate abilities, bound and chained." Harry stared at her, mind racing. "That's impossible. Who would do such a thing? And why?" "The magical signature was distinctive," Wednesday said, reviewing her notes. "Elderly. Powerful. Carefully structured with elements of transfiguration woven into charm's work. Rather elegant, actually." A cold certainty settled in Harry's stomach. "Dumbledore," he whispered. The name meant nothing to the Addamses, but the emotion behind it was clear. "Someone you trusted," Morticia observed gently. Harry nodded, feeling hollow. "My headmaster. My mentor." His voice grew bitter. "The man who left me with abusive relatives, who manipulated me for years, who kept me in the dark about the prophecy until it was too late to save my godfather." He laughed humorlessly. "And apparently, he also stole my magic." "Not stole," Grandmama corrected. "Bound. The difference matters. What is bound can be unbound." Hope flared briefly in Harry's chest. "You can undo this?" "Not all at once," she cautioned. "Removing 8 powerful bindings simultaneously could damage your magical core permanently. But one by one, yes." She nodded decisively. "We start tonight." "Why would you help me?" Harry asked, suspicious once more. "You don't even know me." Gomez laughed. "My dear boy, when have the Addamses ever needed a reason to meddle with ancient, potentially dangerous magic? We admire the unnatural," Morticia explained with a serene smile. "And nothing is more unnatural than suppressing a wizard's innate abilities. Besides," Wednesday added, "your magical signature is unusually compatible with our family's particular brand of magic. Dark, but not evil. Touched by death, but still vibrantly alive." She looked almost approving. "It would be academically irresponsible not to assist you." Harry looked at them all, this strange family who had welcomed him into their home without question, who had revealed a truth he might never have discovered on his own. They were bizarre, macabre, and possibly insane, but they had shown him more honesty in one night than Dumbledore had in 6 years. "What do you need me to do?" he asked Grandmama. She smiled, teeth gleaming in the candlelight. "First, we identify the bindings. Then, we break them, one by one." Over strong, bitter tea that Harry suspected contained ingredients banned in several countries, Grandmama explained what the ritual had revealed. They sat in the kitchen, where a cauldron bubbled ominously in the corner and what appeared to be a sentient vine occasionally slithered across the ceiling. The bindings were placed in layers, she explained, her gnarled finger tracing patterns in the air. "The first when you were very young, a baby, perhaps. 3 more during early childhood. The remaining 4 spaced out over your adolescence, the most recent within the past year." "But what exactly did he bind?" Harry asked, struggling to process this betrayal. "I've never felt limited." "That's the insidiousness of such magic," Morticia said, sipping delicately from a cup that smoked faintly purple. "When abilities are bound before they manifest, you never know what you've lost." Wednesday consulted her notebook. "Based on the ritual's revelations, I've catalogued the probable abilities that were suppressed. The binding signatures give clues to their nature." She looked up at Harry. "The first and weakest binding appears to be on an ability you've already partially broken through, something related to serpents." Harry stared at her. "Parseltongue? But I can already speak to snakes." "Imperfectly," Grandmama corrected. "The binding weakened when you first discovered the ability, but wasn't broken entirely. True parselmouths can do more than simply converse with serpents. Like what? Command them, Wednesday said. Understand their magic. Transform partially or wholly into serpentine form. Harry's mind reeled. Transform? Like an animagus? More fluid, Gomez interjected, looking excited. My great-uncle Slytherin could turn just his arm into a cobra. Terribly useful for reaching into tight spaces. Or strangling dinner guests who overstayed their welcome. Ignoring this disturbing addition, Harry turned back to Wednesday. And the other bindings? She ran her finger down her list. The second appears to be necromantic in nature. Necromancy? Harry recoiled. That's dark magic. Grandmama cackled. Only if you use it for dark purposes, boy. Necromancy is simply communication with and manipulation of the energies of death. Your connection to your departed parents, for instance, a natural necromantic bond, suppressed to prevent you from communicating with them. The implication hit Harry like a stunning spell. You're saying I could have talked to my parents? All this time? A heavy silence fell across the kitchen. Even Pugsley, who had been attempting to drop something caustic into Harry's tea when he wasn't looking, paused and looked uncomfortable. Yes, Morticia said gently. Though not in the way the living speak to each other. More, impressions. Guidance. Comfort. The loss of this unknown ability staggered Harry. All the nights he'd spent staring at their photographs, desperate for some connection, any connection. The third binding, Wednesday continued after a moment, appears to be mental in nature. Natural legilimency, perhaps. The fourth shows elemental signatures, fire affinity, specifically. The fifth relates to blood magic. The sixth has the magical signature pattern consistent with metamorphmagus abilities. The seventh appears to be a form of magical absorption or redirection. And the eighth. Wednesday paused, frowning at her notes. The eighth is the most heavily bound. Something to do with magical innovation, the ability to create or modify spells intuitively. Harry sat in stunned silence as the list of his stolen birthright was recited. Powers he'd never known he possessed, abilities that might have changed everything. Why, he finally asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Why would Dumbledore do this? Control, Grandmama said simply. A wizard with your natural abilities would be difficult to guide, to shape. Too independent. Too powerful. But he was preparing me to face Voldemort. Harry protested. Wouldn't he want me to be as strong as possible? Perhaps, Morticia said thoughtfully, he wanted you strong enough to fulfill your purpose, but not strong enough to challenge his vision of how it should be accomplished. The word struck uncomfortably close to thoughts Harry had been suppressing since Dumbledore's death. The carefully measured information, the strategic withholding of crucial facts, the way he'd been positioned like a chess piece. The good news, Gomez announced cheerfully, breaking the tense silence, is that we can start breaking these bindings immediately. Nothing invigorates the spirit like recovering stolen birthright. Grandmama nodded. We'll start with the weakest, the Parseltongue binding. It's already damaged, which makes it the safest to break completely. How do we do that? Harry asked. Grandmama's smile would have made Voldemort himself take a step back. We need a snake, boy. A big one. It turned out the Addamses kept several exotic pets in a conservatory that resembled a tropical jungle gone feral. Among them was a python that Wednesday introduced as Socrates, 20 feet of muscled reptile that regarded Harry with unnerving intelligence. He's been with us since Wednesday was a baby, Morticia explained fondly. They learned to crawl together. Strangling was his first lesson, Wednesday added, her expression suggesting this was a cherished childhood memory. Harry approached the massive snake cautiously. Hello, he hissed in Parseltongue. The python's head lifted, tongue flicking. A speaker, it replied, voice deep and resonant in Harry's mind. But blocked. Muffled. Like speaking through water. He says your Parseltongue is impeded, Wednesday translated, surprising Harry. You understand Parseltongue? She shrugged. I understand Socrates. It's not quite the same thing. She turned to her grandmother. We should proceed. His connection is present but obstructed. Grandmama nodded and handed Harry a small vial containing a viscous golden liquid. Drink this. It will temporarily enhance your natural magical abilities, giving us the leverage needed to break the first binding. What's in it? Harry asked, eyeing the potion suspiciously. Concentrated magical catalysts, she replied. Runespore venom, phoenix tears, powdered bicorn horn. And a few family specialties. She grinned. Don't worry, boy. If we wanted you dead, we'd be far more creative about it. Strangely, Harry found this reassuring. He uncorked the vial and downed the contents in one swallow. It tasted of cinnamon and copper, burning pleasantly as it went down. Now, Grandmama instructed, speak to the snake again. But this time, don't just form the words. Feel them. Let your magic flow into the communication. Harry turned back to the python. Taking a deep breath, he focused on the sensation of the potion warming his veins, imagining his magic rising to meet it. Can you understand me better now? He hissed. Something shifted inside him as he spoke, a barrier flexing, straining. The python raised its head higher. The waters recede, speaker, it replied. But the dam remains. Push harder, Wednesday instructed. The binding is weakening, but you need to shatter it completely. Harry closed his eyes, concentrating on the feeling of the magic within him. He could sense it now, a wall where there shouldn't be one, a blockage in what should be a natural flow. I want to understand you fully, he hissed with greater intensity. I want to claim what was taken from me. The barrier strained, cracked. Harry gasped as he felt something shift within his magical core, like a muscle long atrophied suddenly remembering its strength. Break, he commanded, no longer sure if he was speaking to the snake or to the binding itself. The dam shattered. Magic flooded through Harry in a rush that left him breathless. His vision shifted, colors intensifying, heat signatures becoming visible. He could smell everything in the conservatory with newfound clarity, the rich earth, the sweetness of tropical flowers, the distinctive scent of each member of the Addams family. Most startlingly, he could feel Socrates, not just understand his words, but sense his emotions, his instincts, his very being. Young speaker, the python hissed, and the words were suddenly rich with nuance and meaning beyond the simple translation. Your inheritance begins to return. I see you now as you were meant to be seen. Harry looked down at his hands and nearly shouted in shock. His skin had developed a subtle pattern, barely visible unless the light caught it just right, the ghost of scales. Excellent! Gomez exclaimed. The physical manifestation indicates a complete breaking of the bind. Well done, my boy. Is this permanent? Harry asked, flexing his fingers as the scale pattern slowly faded. The ability is yours by birthright, Grandmama explained. Now that the binding is broken, it cannot be replaced without your consent. The physical transformation will be under your control with practice. There's more, Wednesday observed, studying Harry intently. His magical aura has expanded by approximately 17%. The removal of one binding has partially weakened the others. Harry felt it, a new awareness of his magic, like a limb that had been asleep suddenly tingling back to life. He turned back to Socrates, exploring this newfound connection. What else can I do with this ability? He asked the python. Command, came the reply. Protection. Transformation. The secrets of serpent magic are yours to explore, young heir. Heir? Harry repeated in English. Salazar Slytherin wasn't the only famous Parselmouth in history, Morticia remarked. The ability appears in many bloodlines with connections to primal magic. Including the Addams family? Harry guessed. On occasion, Gomez confirmed cheerfully. Though we tend more toward communing with the dead than with reptiles. Family preference, you understand. Harry's mind was racing with implications. 1 binding down, 7 to go. Already he felt different, more aware, more connected to his magic. What would happen when the others were broken? And what would he do about Dumbledore's betrayal? Why would he do this to me? Harry murmured, more to himself than the others. He said he cared for me. Perhaps he did, Morticia suggested, placing a cool hand on Harry's shoulder. The most insidious manipulations often come wrapped in genuine affection. The road to hell, Wednesday added dryly, is paved with good intentions. And the occasional actual good intention. A grandfather clock somewhere in the mansion struck 3 in the morning, each chime resonating with an ominous echo. We should rest, Grandmama decided. Breaking the next binding will require more preparation, and the boy needs to accommodate to his partially unbound magic. You'll stay with us, of course, Morticia stated as if there could be no question. We have several guest rooms. The one in the North Tower has the fewest ghosts, though they're all quite polite. Harry opened his mouth to decline, to say he should find a hotel in the magical district, but found himself reconsidering. These strange people had shown him more truth in one night than Dumbledore had in years. And there were 7 more bindings to break. Thank you, he said instead. I'd like that. As Harry followed Lurch up winding staircases to the promised guest room, his mind swirled with all he had learned. The Addamses were undeniably bizarre, potentially dangerous, and operated on a moral code entirely their own, but they had offered help without condition and truth without manipulation. The room Lurch showed him to was surprisingly comfortable, if somewhat gothic in its decor. The 4-poster bed was draped in black velvet, gargoyles perched at each corner. The wallpaper featured subtle patterns that seemed to move when viewed from the corner of one's eye. A raven was perched on the window sill, regarding Harry with intelligent curiosity. Thanks, Harry told Lurch, who responded with a resonant groan before departing. Alone at last, Harry sank onto the edge of the bed, the events of the night crashing over him. He had crossed an ocean to escape his problems, only to discover that his greatest mentor had been manipulating him in ways he'd never imagined. 8 powers, bound away. 8 pieces of himself, locked behind magical walls. And for what? To make him more manageable? To ensure he developed along the path Dumbledore had chosen? Harry's fists clenched as anger rose within him, not the hot, impulsive anger of his youth, but something colder and more focused. He thought of the prophecy, of how long Dumbledore had kept it from him. Of Sirius, who might still be alive if Harry had known the truth sooner. Of his parents, whom he might have connected with through the necromantic abilities Dumbledore had sealed away. And beneath the anger, a gnawing question, what else had Dumbledore hidden from him? The raven at the window gave a soft caw, drawing Harry from his dark thoughts. Friend? Harry asked in Parseltongue without thinking, then felt foolish. The bird wasn't a snake. To his surprise, the raven tilted its head as if considering the question, then gave another caw that somehow seemed affirmative. Perhaps this newfound aspect of his Parseltongue allowed him some level of communication with other animals as well? Harry walked to the window and extended his hand cautiously. The raven studied it, then hopped onto his wrist with surprising delicacy for its size. I suppose everyone in this house is a bit unusual, Harry murmured. The raven preened, apparently taking this as a compliment. Despite the tumult in his mind, exhaustion was rapidly overtaking Harry. He carefully transferred the raven to the bedpost and prepared for sleep. As he drifted off, his last thought was of the 7 bindings still to break, and the new path that had unexpectedly opened before him, a path of his own choosing, not Dumbledore's design. For the first time since his headmaster's death, Harry felt something like hope. Morning arrived with a shaft of sunlight piercing through heavy velvet curtains that hadn't been properly closed. Harry woke disoriented, memories of the previous night flooding back as he took in the unfamiliar surroundings. The raven was gone from the bedpost, but a single black feather lay on the pillow beside him. As Harry sat up, he immediately noticed the difference in his magic. It flowed more freely, responding to his awakening consciousness like an eager pet. When he reached for his glasses on the nightstand, they flew to his hand before he physically touched them. Interesting, he murmured, examining the subtle way his magic had anticipated his desire. A knock at the door preceded the entrance of Wednesday Addams, who regarded him with her usual clinical detachment. "You're awake," she observed unnecessarily. "Grandmother sent me to inform you that breakfast is being served, and she's prepared the components for breaking the second binding." Harry nodded, still adjusting to the Addamses' direct manner. "Thank you. I'll be down shortly." Wednesday remained in the doorway, studying him. "Your magical aura has stabilized. The removal of the first binding has created a cascading effect on the others. They've weakened by approximately 11%. You can see magical auras?" Harry asked, intrigued despite himself. "All Addamses can perceive the magical spectrum," she replied as if this were common knowledge. "Though I've developed a particular sensitivity to fluctuations and patterns." She turned to leave, then paused. "Mother suggested I lend you some clothing, as you arrived with only what you're wearing. Cousin Itt left some things behind during his last visit that might fit you. They're on the chair by the wardrobe." Harry glanced at the indicated chair and found a neatly folded pile of clothing, black trousers, a charcoal dress shirt, and what appeared to be a formal jacket with subtle silver embroidery. "These belong to your cousin?" "Third cousin, twice removed, once returned," Wednesday clarified. "He's somewhat shorter than you, but his proportions are otherwise similar." "I appreciate it," Harry said sincerely. "And please thank your mother for me." Wednesday nodded, her expression unchanging. "Breakfast is served in the dining room. I recommend avoiding the green sausages. They're still experimental." With that cryptic warning, she departed. Dressed in the borrowed clothes, which fit surprisingly well, Harry made his way downstairs, following the sounds of conversation and the smell of coffee. The mansion was even more imposing in daylight, with its towering ceilings, Gothic architecture, and decor that wouldn't have looked out of place in the darker corners of Knockturn Alley. The dining room featured a table long enough to seat 20, though only the Addams family occupied it now. Gomez sat at the head, reading a newspaper titled The Daily Macabre, while Morticia delicately fed some kind of meat to a carnivorous plant that grew beside her chair. Pugsley was conducting what appeared to be a dangerous chemical experiment with his breakfast cereal, while Wednesday methodically dissected what Harry hoped was a grapefruit. Grandmama stood over a bubbling cauldron in the corner, adding ingredients and cackling occasionally. "Ah, Harry!" Gomez exclaimed, folding his paper. "Sleep well? Any visits from the lady in white? She sometimes wanders the North Tower, trailing her decapitated head behind her." No," Harry replied, taking the empty seat indicated by Morticia. "No ghosts." "Pity," Gomez said, sounding genuinely disappointed. "She has the most fascinating stories about the Spanish Armada." Lurch appeared silently at Harry's elbow, serving him a plate of food that looked mostly normal, eggs, toast, and bacon that was mercifully free of any unusual colors. "We thought you might prefer traditional fare this morning," Morticia explained with a gentle smile. "The British have such sensitive palates." "Thank you," Harry said, realizing he was ravenous. As he ate, he found himself relaxing despite the bizarre surroundings. There was something oddly comforting about the Addamses, perhaps because they made no effort to hide their strangeness. "I've prepared for the second binding removal," Grandmama announced, leaving her cauldron to join them at the table. "The necromantic binding." Harry set down his fork, appetite suddenly diminished. "You really think I could communicate with my parents?" "Not in the way the living speak to each other," Grandmama cautioned, but yes. Those with natural necromantic abilities can perceive impressions, emotions, even fragmented thoughts from those who have passed beyond the veil. Especially those with whom they share blood. Many wizarding families have such abilities, Morticia added. It's how ancestral knowledge is preserved through generations. Harry thought of the mirror of Eriste, of the shadows that had emerged from Voldemort's wand in the graveyard, of the resurrection stone he had learned about from Dumbledore's memories. Had his natural ability to connect with his parents been suppressed to make him more dependent on Dumbledore's guidance? What do we need to do? He asked, determination replacing his uncertainty. The ritual requires a place of transition between life and death, Grandmama explained. Fortunately, our family crypt serves admirably. And a focus object, Wednesday added, containing the essence of those you wish to contact. Harry immediately thought of the photo album Hagrid had given him, containing pictures of his parents. Would photographs work? Blood would be better, Grandmama said thoughtfully. But in its absence, yes, items with strong emotional connections can serve. I have photographs in my bag, Harry said. And I have my mother's blood protection in my veins. Would that help? Grandmama's eyes lit up. Blood protection? A sacrifice-based ward? Boy, that's perfect. Your mother's essence already exists within your magical core, the binding has simply prevented you from accessing it consciously. When can we do the ritual? Harry asked, eager now that the possibility of connecting with his parents seemed real. Tonight, Grandmama decreed. At the witching hour. The barrier between worlds is thinnest then. The remainder of the day passed in a blur of preparation. Harry spent hours with Grandmama, learning the basics of necromantic theory, which, he was surprised to discover, had little in common with the dark rituals he had imagined. True necromancy, she explained, was about understanding and honoring the natural transition between states of being. Death is not an end, boy, merely a transformation, she told him as they ground herbs in mortars of human bone. Those with the gift can perceive the echoes of what remains. Wednesday assisted, her clinical detachment softening slightly as she demonstrated the proper pronunciation of ancient incantations. Even Pugsley contributed, proudly showing Harry the family crypt and pointing out especially interesting ancestors. Great-Aunt Grievous was buried alive 6 times, he informed Harry cheerfully. She got so good at escaping that the family started doing it just to time her. As night fell, a storm rolled in, perfect weather, according to Morticia, for communing with the dead. The family crypt was accessed through the cemetery, a stone structure half buried in the earth. Inside, generations of Addamses rested in elaborately carved sarcophagi and wall niches. In the center of the crypt, Grandmama had prepared a circle similar to the one used for the revealing ritual, but with different symbols and components. Candles burned with blue flames at cardinal points, and the air smelled of herbs Harry couldn't identify. The photographs, Grandmama requested, holding out a gnarled hand. Harry removed the photo album from his moleskin pouch and carefully extracted his favorite picture, James and Lily Potter holding him as a baby, all 3 laughing. He handed it to Grandmama with reluctance. It will not be harmed, she promised, sensing his concern. She placed the photograph in the center of the circle, then turned to Harry. Blood freely given, once more. This time Harry didn't hesitate. He pricked his finger with the silver dagger and allowed 7 drops to fall onto the photograph, 1 for each year of his life with his parents, Grandmama explained. Now, sit within the circle, she instructed. Cross-legged, facing north. Harry obeyed, positioning himself before the photograph. The rest of the Addams family stood outside the circle, observers rather than participants in this ritual. Close your eyes, Grandmama said, her voice dropping to a rhythmic chant. Feel your magic. Find the wall within you, the barrier separating you from what is rightfully yours. Harry concentrated, finding it easier than before to sense the architecture of his magical core. He could feel the place where the first binding had broken, like a doorway now standing open. Beyond it, he sensed other walls, one of which seemed to pulse in response to the ritual's energy. "That one," he murmured. "I can feel it." "It bars your connection to those who have passed beyond," Grandmama confirmed. "Focus your intent upon it. Will it to break." Harry directed his consciousness toward the barrier, pushing against it with his magic. Unlike the Parseltongue binding, this one felt heavier, more deliberately constructed. "It's resisting," he gritted out. "Of course it is," Wednesday commented from outside the circle. "Necromantic abilities are among the most heavily regulated by traditional magical authorities. They fear what they cannot control." "Your blood carries your mother's sacrifice," Grandmama reminded him. "Her love for you was strong enough to defeat death once before. Call upon that connection." Harry focused on the memory of his mother, her voice from his deepest memories, pleading for his life. The green light. The love that had protected him for 17 years. "Mom," he whispered. "Dad. Help me find you." The barrier shuddered. In the physical world, the candles flared higher, their blue flames turning silver. The photograph began to glow with an inner light. "Push harder," Grandmama urged. "Your parents exist beyond the veil, but their love remains anchored to you. Follow that tether." Harry reached deeper, past the constructed blockage, stretching towards something that felt like a half-remembered dream. For a moment, he thought he caught a whisper, his name, spoken in his mother's voice. There," he gasped. "I can almost," the barrier flexed but held. Frustration mounted within Harry, followed by determination. He would not be denied this connection, not again, not after everything. "Remember," Morticia's serene voice floated to him, "in the Addams family, we do not ask death for favors. We command it." Harry's eyes snapped open, green irises glowing in the candlelight. "Break," he commanded, pouring his will and magic against the binding. The barrier shattered with an almost audible crack. Magic surged through the opening, wild and primal. The candles exploded into pillars of flame that reached the ceiling. The photograph levitated, hovering at eye level. And from it stepped two figures, translucent but distinct. Lily and James Potter, looking exactly as they had in the photograph, but moving independently now, their eyes fixed on their son. "Harry," Lily whispered, her voice like wine through leaves. "Son," James added, pride evident even in his spectral form. They weren't ghosts, not in the Hogwarts sense. They were impressions, echoes of those who had moved beyond, briefly made perceptible through Harry's newly awakened ability. "Mom. Dad." Harry reached toward them, his fingers passing through their forms but feeling a warmth, a connection that transcended physical touch. "You've grown so strong," Lily said, her smile radiant even in this transitional state. "We've always been with you," James assured him. "Always watching over you." "But the blocks." "Dumbledore," Harry said, the name bitter on his tongue. "He bound my abilities. He kept me from reaching you." The spectral figures exchanged glances, their expressions complicated. "Albus feared your power," Lily acknowledged. "He saw what you could become and was afraid." "Not of you," James clarified quickly. "For you. The burden of too much power, too young." "But it was wrong," Lily continued. "To take your choices from you. To keep you from us when you needed guidance." "We couldn't reach you directly," James said, "but we found ways. The people we sent into your path." Sirius, Harry realized. Remus. Even Snape, in his way. His parents nodded, their forms beginning to fade as the magic of the ritual reached its limits. "We don't have much time," Lily said urgently. "Listen, Harry. Dumbledore's intentions were complex, but never doubt that he loved you. The bindings," Harry began, "were wrong," James finished firmly. "But done out of fear, not malice. Fear of what Voldemort might do if he realized your full potential. Fear of the Ministry's reaction to abilities they couldn't control. Break them all, Lily advised, her form now barely visible. Claim your birthright. But remember who you are, Harry. Your heart is what makes you strong, not just your magic. How do I defeat him? Harry asked desperately as they faded. Voldemort? Trust yourself, came James's voice, now seeming to come from everywhere and nowhere. Trust your friends. The answers lie in your blood. And they were gone, the photograph floating gently back to the floor. The candles returned to their normal size, though they continued to burn silver rather than blue. Harry remained kneeling in the circle, tears streaming down his face. The connection had been brief, but real, more real than anything he had experienced through the Resurrection Stone or the Mirror of Erist. He had spoken to his parents, heard their voices, felt their love. And they had confirmed his suspicions about Dumbledore. The second binding is broken, Grandmama announced softly. Your necromantic abilities are restored. Harry wiped his eyes and rose unsteadily to his feet. He felt different again, a new awareness hovering at the edges of his consciousness. The crypt around him seemed more alive somehow, resonating with the presence of generations of Addamses who had passed beyond. Will I be able to speak with them again? He asked. With practice and proper ritual, Grandmama confirmed. Though never for long. The dead cannot remain tethered to our world indefinitely, it would prevent them from moving forward in their journey. Harry nodded, understanding intuitively. What he had experienced wasn't about dragging his parents back from whatever peace they had found, but about establishing a connection that should have been his by birthright. 2 down, Wednesday observed. 6 to go. Harry looked at the strange family who had gathered around him, offering support and guidance without judgment. Gomez stood with his arm around Morticia, both watching Harry with unexpected gentleness. Pugsley seemed impressed by the magical display. Wednesday was taking notes again, but her usual clinical detachment had softened slightly. Grandmama looked pleased, while Lurch and Thing hovered respectfully in the background. Thank you, Harry said simply, knowing the words were inadequate. Gomez clapped him on the shoulder. My dear boy, this is the most entertainment we've had since Uncle Fester tried to redirect lightning through the municipal power grid. Breaking ancient magical bindings? Communing with the honored dead? It's an Addams Family holiday. Despite everything, Harry found himself smiling. The grief of seeing his parents fade away again was real, but it was tempered by the knowledge that he could reach them again. And by the growing sense of empowerment as his true abilities were restored one by one. Voldemort was still out there. The Horcruxes still needed to be found and destroyed. But for the first time, Harry felt he might have a chance to succeed on his own terms, not as Dumbledore's carefully crafted weapon, but as himself. As they left the crypt, the storm outside had calmed, though lightning still occasionally illuminated the cemetery. Harry glanced back at the ancient stone structure, silently promising his parents that he would finish what they had started, but in his own way, with his full power restored. In the days that followed, Harry's training with the Addams family intensified. Each day brought new discoveries as his unbound abilities developed and strengthened. His enhanced Parseltongue allowed him not only to speak with Socrates and other reptiles on the grounds, but also to sense and influence serpentine magic. Under Wednesday's clinical tutelage, he learned to partially transform his hands into scaled, clawed versions that could grip with incredible strength and resist minor curses. The necromantic abilities proved more subtle but equally powerful. Harry could now sense the presence of spirits, particularly those connected to him by blood or strong emotion. In the cemetery surrounding the Addams mansion, he practiced communicating with the family's ancestors, many of whom were delighted to share centuries of arcane knowledge with an attentive student. Morticia took a particular interest in this aspect of his training. Necromancy has been the cornerstone of Addams family magic for generations, she explained as they walked among the graves one evening. The dead have so much to teach us, if only we listen. In my world, necromancy is considered dark magic, Harry admitted. Morticia's laugh was like silk sliding over stone. All magic is neutral, Harry. It is intent that colors it light or dark. The desire to communicate with lost loved ones? To learn from those who have gone before? There is nothing dark in that. His third day with the family brought the breaking of another binding, his natural legilimency. This ritual was conducted in the mansion's library, a cavernous room filled with ancient tomes and arcane artifacts. Unlike the previous rituals, this one was subtle, requiring precise magical control rather than raw power. Mind magic requires finesse, Grandmama cautioned as she prepared a potion that smelled of cloves and ozone. Your natural ability has been suppressed for so long that it may emerge, enthusiastically. She wasn't wrong. When the binding broke, Harry was immediately overwhelmed by the thoughts and emotions of everyone in the room, Gomez's boundless enthusiasm, Morticia's serene curiosity, Wednesday's analytical calculations, Pugsley's chaotic imagination, Grandmama's ancient wisdom. He fell to his knees, hands pressed to his temples. Shields, Grandmama commanded sharply. Imagine walls around your mind, but with windows you can open and close at will. It took hours for Harry to gain basic control, but by dawn, he could selectively perceive the thoughts directed toward him without being overwhelmed by every stray mental process in the vicinity. This would have been useful against Snape's occlumency lessons, he muttered as he practiced with Wednesday, who possessed formidable mental shields of her own. Occlumency and legilimency are crude approximations of true mind magic, she informed him. Like using a sledgehammer where a scalpel is required. Harry's natural ability, once unbound, proved to be far more nuanced. Rather than the invasive force he had experienced from Snape and Voldemort, his legilimency worked almost like a conversation, receiving thoughts that were directed toward him, sending his own in return. With practice, he could even create a mental link with willing participants, allowing for silent communication. This will be particularly useful in combat situations, Wednesday observed during one training session. Your enemies will not expect you to coordinate attacks without verbal communication. The fourth binding, his elemental affinity for fire, proved the most dramatic to break. The ritual was conducted in the mansion's expansive backyard, where Gomez had cheerfully prepared a bonfire large enough to be seen from space, according to his proud declaration. Fire responds to emotion, Morticia explained as Harry stood before the flames. Passion, anger, determination, it feeds on these and returns their energy tenfold. When the binding shattered, the bonfire exploded upward in a column of flame that momentarily took the shape of a phoenix before dispersing into the night sky. Harry found himself wreathed in fire that didn't burn him, responding to his will like an extension of his body. Magnificent! Gomez crowed, apparently unbothered by the fact that his eyebrows had been singed off. I haven't seen such a display since Great-Aunt Incendria's self-immolation at her bicentennial celebration. Learning to control this ability proved challenging but exhilarating. Fire responded to Harry's emotions, sometimes igniting spontaneously when he felt particularly strongly about something. Twice he set the curtains ablaze during discussions about Dumbledore's manipulations. Passion is the key, Grandmama advised. Not just anger, boy. Love burns as fiercely as hate, sometimes more so. By the end of his first week with the Addamses, Harry had broken 4 of the 8 bindings. His magic had expanded dramatically, becoming more responsive, more intuitive. Simple spells that once required concentration now happened almost without thought. His wandless magic improved significantly, and he found himself relying less on his phoenix feather wand for everyday tasks. Most importantly, he was beginning to understand the pattern behind Dumbledore's bindings. Each suppressed ability represented a form of magic that was difficult to control, difficult to predict, the kind of magic that would have made Harry harder to guide along a predetermined path. He wanted a weapon he could direct, Harry observed bitterly during dinner on his 7th night at the mansion. Not someone who might make his own choices. Yet he clearly cared for you, Morticia pointed out gently. The bindings were carefully constructed to protect your core magic while suppressing specific abilities. A lesser wizard might have simply dampened your power entirely. That's supposed to make it better? Harry demanded, the candles flaring higher with his anger. Not better, Wednesday interjected. More complex. Understanding his motivations may be crucial to anticipating what other measures he might have put in place. This gave Harry pause. You think there might be more than just the bindings? A wizard paranoid enough to suppress 8 natural abilities would likely have contingencies, she reasoned. Particularly if he believed these abilities might be dangerous in the wrong hands. Or the right ones, Harry muttered. The conversation was interrupted by Lurch's entrance, carrying a silver tray upon which rested a single envelope. Mail, he groaned, extending the tray toward Harry. The letter bore the Ministry of Magic seal, the American version, featuring an eagle rather than a lion. Harry opened it cautiously, half expecting it to be from British authorities who had somehow tracked him down. Instead, it was a formal notice. Mr. Potter, unusual magical activity has been detected at your location. While we respect the sovereignty of established magical households, we must inform you that international magical cooperation agreements require us to notify British authorities of your presence on American soil if the magical signatures continue to escalate. No action is required at this time, but please be advised that further significant magical events may trigger diplomatic protocols. Respectfully, Theodora Graves, Director of Magical Security. Macusa. Harry passed the letter to Morticia, who read it with a raised eyebrow. It seems we've attracted attention, she observed. Though this is rather restrained for Macusa. They usually send a full squad of aurors when we conduct family rituals. They've learned to keep their distance, Gomez added cheerfully. Not after what happened to that poor fellow who interrupted Grandmama's winter solstice ceremony in '87. He recovered, Grandmama dismissed with a wave. Mostly. The point, Wednesday interjected, is that our activities have been noticed. The remaining bindings may draw even more attention when broken. Harry considered this. How much longer would it take to break them all? At least another week, Grandmama estimated. The blood magic binding is particularly complex, likely the first one placed, perhaps even by your mother herself as part of her protection spell, then modified by Dumbledore. And we should space them out, Wednesday added. Your core needs time to stabilize between each release. Harry nodded, thinking rapidly. The letter was a warning, but also a reminder, he couldn't hide forever. Sooner or later, he would need to return to Britain, to face Voldemort and complete his mission. The question was whether to go back now, partially empowered, or wait to break all the bindings and risk greater scrutiny. I need to make preparations, he decided. If British authorities discover I'm here, they'll try to bring me back immediately, either to protect me or to use me as a symbol in their propaganda war against Voldemort. You could simply refuse to go, Pugsley suggested. The dungeons make excellent hiding places. We've concealed fugitives from justice for generations. That's kind, but no, Harry declined with a small smile. This war won't end unless I face it directly. But I want to do it on my terms, not Dumbledore's, not the Ministry's. A strategic return, then, Wednesday concluded. Controlling the narrative rather than being controlled by it. Exactly. Harry looked around at the family that had taken him in, that had helped him discover his true potential. But first, I want to break at least one more binding. The blood magic one. It feels important. Grandmama nodded approvingly. Wise. Blood magic is among the most powerful and primal forms. If your mother used it to protect you once, it may be your greatest weapon against this Voldemort. That night, as Harry lay in bed contemplating all that had changed in just 1 week, a soft knock came at his door. He opened it to find Wednesday standing in the hallway, a thick, ancient-looking book tucked under one arm. I've been researching blood magic bindings, she announced without preamble. May I come in? Harry stepped aside, curious. Wednesday had been the most reserved of the Addamses, offering guidance during training but rarely seeking him out privately. She placed the book on the desk and opened it to a marked page. Blood magic works through connections, she explained. Family bonds, sacrificial bonds, bonds of intent. The ritual to unbind your blood magic ability will require a focus, something that embodies the most powerful blood connection in your life. My mother's sacrifice, Harry guessed. Wednesday nodded. It's the foundation of your protection against Voldemort. But it's also likely the template Dumbledore used for the binding itself, using your mother's blood magic against you, in a sense. Harry felt a surge of anger at the manipulation, quickly suppressed as the nearby candle flared dangerously. So what do we use as a focus? Something physical that connects you to your mother. Wednesday looked at him expectantly. Harry frowned. I don't have anything of hers except photographs. Nothing? No heirloom, no property? Harry started to shake his head, then stopped as realization struck. Wait. There is something. Not here, it's in Britain. My aunt, my mother's sister. She's my blood relative. Perfect, Wednesday said, a rare hint of approval in her voice. The ritual would be most effective if conducted in her presence. The shared blood would amplify the breaking of the bind. But she's in Surrey, thousands of miles away. Preparation is needed regardless, Wednesday pointed out. The blood magic binding will be the most difficult yet. Grandmama estimates at least 3 days to gather the necessary components. She studied him for a moment, her dark eyes unreadable. You're planning to return soon, aren't you? Even without breaking all the bindings. Harry nodded slowly. I have to. This letter from Makusa is just the beginning. If I stay much longer, they'll notify British authorities, and then I'll have both ministries and probably the Order of the Phoenix trying to rescue me. Logical, she approved. Though incomplete optimization of your abilities is suboptimal. Coming from Wednesday, this was practically an expression of concern. Harry smiled slightly. I'll have 4 unbound abilities I didn't have before. And maybe I can break the blood magic binding when I return to Britain, using my aunt as a focus. Wednesday considered this, then reached into her pocket and withdrew a small velvet pouch. For you, she said, holding it out. I prepared it after observing your progress with necromantic abilities. Harry accepted the pouch curiously and opened it to find a bracelet made of what appeared to be intricately woven hair in 3 different colors, black, red, and a lighter brown. A necromantic focus, Wednesday explained. Woven from hair collected from your parents' grave, combined with your own. It will strengthen your connection to them, allowing communication across greater distances without elaborate ritual. Harry stared at her, stunned by the thoughtfulness of the gift. You visited my parents' grave? Father has contacts in Britain. I made the request 3 days ago when it became clear your necromantic abilities were exceptionally strong. She shrugged as if it were nothing. The Addams family respects ancestral connections. Deeply moved, Harry slipped the bracelet onto his wrist. Immediately, he felt a warm resonance in his newly awakened necromantic sense, a distant but unmistakable connection to his parents. Thank you, he said simply, knowing Wednesday would prefer straightforwardness to emotional display. She nodded once. We should prepare for the blood magic ritual tomorrow. Even if you can't complete it here, understanding the theory will be crucial for when you attempt it in Britain. As she turned to leave, Harry called after her, Wednesday? Why are you all helping me? You hardly know me. She paused in the doorway, considering the question seriously. 3 reasons. First, magical bindings are an abomination against nature, breaking them is practically an Addams family obligation. Second, your magical signature is unusually compatible with our family's affinity for primordial magic. She hesitated, then added more quietly, and third, you have death's mark upon you, yet you continue to live fully. That is, worthy of respect. With that unexpectedly profound statement, she departed, leaving Harry to contemplate the strange twist of fate that had brought him to this bizarre family who had changed his life so dramatically in just 1 week. The next morning brought news that would accelerate Harry's plans significantly. As the family gathered for breakfast, Gomez burst into the dining room waving a newspaper. "British Magical News," he announced, slapping the paper down on the table. "My international subscription just arrived. Front page, Harry my boy." Harry picked up the newspaper, the Daily Prophet, with a sense of foreboding. Sure enough, his own face stared back at him from the front page under the headline, "Chosen One Missing, Ministry Fears Potter Abducted by Death Eaters." The article detailed how Harry had vanished from his relative's home, a complete fabrication, as he hadn't been there at all this summer, leading to fears that Voldemort had finally captured him. Minister Scrimgeour was quoted promising every resource would be dedicated to finding and rescuing the symbol of our resistance. "Charming," Harry muttered. "They've turned my absence into propaganda." "Quite clever," Wednesday observed, reading over his shoulder. "They're using concern for your safety to justify increased security measures." The article mentions expanded Auror authority and mandatory identity verification checkpoints in magical districts. "They're using me to further restrict people's freedoms," Harry realized with disgust. "And positioning themselves as my protectors so when I do reappear, you'll be expected to show gratitude," Morticia finished for him. Quite the political maneuver. Harry scanned the rest of the paper quickly. A smaller article caught his eye, an interview with Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger, expressing concern for their friend and urging anyone with information to come forward. Harry felt a pang of guilt, his friends must be genuinely worried. "I need to return sooner than planned," he decided. "Before the Ministry uses my disappearance to justify even more extreme measures." "What of the remaining bindings?" Grandmama asked. "I'll have to find a way to break them in Britain." Harry folded the newspaper decisively. "Can you prepare instructions for the remaining rituals? Especially the blood magic one, since we've already started planning for that." "Of course," she agreed. "But be cautious, boy. The remaining bindings are the most powerful. Breaking them will release significant magical energy that could be detected by your enemies as well as your ministry." Harry nodded, mind already racing with plans. "I'll need to find somewhere secure to perform the rituals. Somewhere magically shielded." "Might I make a suggestion?" Morticia interjected. "The Addams family has connections throughout Europe. Our ancestral property in Scotland, Raven's Crag, has stood empty for decades, but its magical protections remain intact. It's unplottable, with defensive enchantments dating back to the 14th century. Scotland would be perfect," Harry said, thinking rapidly. "Close enough to Hogwarts if I need to act quickly, but not so obvious a hiding place as Grimmauld Place or the Burrow." "It's settled then," Gomez declared enthusiastically. "I'll contact our solicitor in Edinburgh immediately to prepare the property. Splendid location, built on a convergence of ley lines, perfect for ritual magic. Had to abandon it after that unfortunate business with the local villagers and their pitchforks in 1897, but the anti-muggle enchantments have been strengthened since then. I'll need to send word to my friends," Harry said. "Ron and Hermione will be worried sick, and I'll need their help." "A coded message would be prudent," Wednesday advised. "Something only they would understand, to verify your safety without revealing your location." Harry nodded, already composing the message in his mind. "And I should contact Remus Lupin, he's the Order member I trust most now that Dumbledore's gone." Preparations moved quickly. Grandmama spent the day documenting the remaining ritual procedures in a small black leather book, filled with precise instructions and warnings. Morticia arranged for Raven's Crag to be prepared, while Gomez enthusiastically sorted through family heirlooms for items that might assist Harry in his quest. Great-Uncle Corvus's enchanted dagger, he offered, presenting Harry with a blade whose handle was carved from human bone. Cuts through magical barriers like butter. Also excellent for cheese platters. By evening, Harry was ready to depart. The Addams family gathered in the foyer to see him off, each offering final gifts and advice. The book contains everything you need for the remaining rituals, Grandmama told him, handing over the leather-bound volume. But be warned, the blood magic binding will be particularly challenging. Your mother's protection is woven into it. This should help with that, Pugsley announced proudly, presenting a vial of bubbling green liquid. Enhances blood connections temporarily. Tested it myself on Cousin What, he grew 3 extra limbs. How useful, Harry managed, carefully pocketing the vial. For emergencies only, Grandmama cautioned with a glare at her grandson. Untested potions and complex rituals are a volatile combination. Lurch presented Harry with a trunk containing clothes and supplies, while Thing gave him a thumbs up from atop the banister. The international port key is arranged, Morticia informed him. It will take you directly to Raven's Crag. The wards are keyed to recognize you now. Wednesday approached last, her expression as solemn as ever. I've added notes to Grandmama's ritual instructions, she said, handing him a separate slim notebook. Theoretical modifications that may improve efficiency and reduce magical discharge. Thank you, Harry said, genuinely moved by all they had done for him. All of you. I don't know how I can ever repay. Nonsense. Gomez interrupted, clapping him on the shoulder. The Addams family has always supported those with true magical potential. Besides, breaking ancient bindings and unleashing primordial power? That's entertainment. You're welcome to return anytime, Morticia added with a gentle smile. Our home is open to you, Harry Potter. What will you do first upon returning? Wednesday asked, clinical interest evident in her tone. Harry considered the question seriously. Contact my friends. Secure a base at Raven's Crag. Then attempt the blood magic ritual. My aunt may be unpleasant, but she's my best connection to my mother's blood. And after that? Gomez prompted. Harry's expression hardened, his eyes momentarily flashing with newly unleashed power. Find the remaining Horcruxes. End Voldemort. And then. He paused, a cold certainty settling over him, discover what else Dumbledore might have hidden from me. With final farewells exchanged, Harry took hold of the port key, an antique silver hand mirror that Morticia assured him had belonged to a distant Addams ancestor who had once advised Mary, Queen of Scots. As the familiar hook behind his navel signaled the activation of the port key, Harry's last view was of the Addams family standing in their foyer, Morticia and Gomez arm in arm, Grandmama looking proudly satisfied, Pugsley grinning, Wednesday solemn but attentive, Lurch stoically resigned, and Thing waving frantically from the banister. Then he was spinning across the Atlantic, returning to Britain with 4 unbound powers, instructions for releasing 4 more, and a determination to face his destiny on his own terms, not as Dumbledore's weapon, but as Harry Potter, finally beginning to claim his full magical birthright. Chapter 2, Embracing the Shadow. The Scottish Highlands materialized around Harry as the portkey's magic dissipated. Rain lashed against his face, driven by a fierce wind that howled between craggy peaks. Lightning split the sky, illuminating his destination for a brief, dramatic moment. Raven's Crag deserved its name. The Addams family's ancestral Scottish property perched atop a sheer cliff face, its stone towers and turrets silhouetted against the storm-racked sky like the talons of some great beast. Gargoyles leered from every corner, their stone features weathered by centuries of highland storms but no less menacing for the wearer. Harry clutched his trunk and the gifts from the Addamses as he approached the wrought iron gates that guarded the property. They were twice his height, decorated with intricate raven motifs whose eyes seemed to follow his movement. As he drew near, the gates recognized the magical signature Morticia had keyed into the wards and swung open with an ominous creak. The path to the main entrance wound between unkempt topiary sculptures that resembled writhing figures frozen in various states of agony. In the darkness and rain, they seemed almost alive, reaching toward him as he passed. Definitely an Addams property, Harry muttered, appreciating the gothic ambience despite his exhaustion. The massive front door opened at his touch, revealing a cavernous entrance hall lit by floating candelabras. Unlike the cheerful enchanted candles of Hogwarts, these cast long, dancing shadows across stone walls hung with ancient tapestries depicting scenes Harry preferred not to examine too closely. "Hello?" he called, his voice echoing through the empty hall. A soft pop answered him as a house elf appeared, bowing low. Unlike any elf Harry had encountered before, this one wore a formal butler's uniform complete with white gloves and a monocle. "Master Potter," the elf intoned in a surprisingly deep voice with a distinct Scottish brogue. "I am Grimsby. The Addams family instructed me to prepare the property for your arrival. Your chambers are ready, and a late supper awaits in the small dining room." "Thank you, Grimsby," Harry replied, somewhat taken aback by the elf's dignified demeanor. "I appreciate your help." "Indeed, sir. The family mentioned you might be conducting rituals during your stay." Grimsby's expression remained professionally neutral, but something like approval flickered in his eyes. "I've taken the liberty of preparing the East Tower ritual chamber. The ley line convergence is strongest there." Harry followed the elf up a grand staircase, past portraits whose occupants whispered excitedly as he passed. Unlike the moving portraits at Hogwarts, these seemed somehow more substantial, their eyes gleaming with an unnerving intelligence. "The Addams ancestors," Grimsby explained, noticing Harry's gaze. "They're quite excited to have a powerful practitioner in residence again. It's been decades." The suite prepared for Harry overlooked the churning sea below the cliffs. A massive four-poster bed dominated one wall, while a roaring fire cast warm light across comfortable furnishings. Despite the luxury, the room maintained the Gothic aesthetic of the Addams family. Gargoyles perched atop the bedposts, and the wallpaper featured subtle patterns that seemed to shift when viewed from the corner of one's eye. "Will Sir be requiring anything else tonight?" Grimsby asked. Harry considered the question. His mind raced with everything he needed to accomplish, but exhaustion pulled at his limbs. The Portkey journey across the Atlantic had drained him more than he'd anticipated. "Just one thing," he decided. "I need to send messages to my friends immediately. They think I've been abducted. The Olery is fully stocked, sir. Through the door on your left. The birds are unusual, but effective." Harry thanked the elf, who bowed again before disappearing with another soft pop. Alone at last, Harry took a moment to center himself, feeling the magic of Raven's Crag thrumming beneath his feet. His newly awakened senses could perceive the ley lines Gomez had mentioned, powerful currents of magical energy that converged beneath the property, creating a nexus of power that would indeed be perfect for ritual work. The Olery proved to be a circular stone room at the top of a short staircase. Unlike Hogwarts' airy, open tower, this was a more intimate space with perches built into stone alcoves. The unusual birds Grimsby had mentioned became immediately apparent. Rather than owls, the room housed a dozen ravens of impressive size. "Of course," Harry murmured with a small smile. Raven's Crag. The largest bird, its feathers so black they seemed to absorb the candlelight rather than reflect it, hopped down from its perch and fixed Harry with an intelligent stare. For a moment, Harry was reminded of the raven he'd encountered in his guest room at the Addams mansion. "I need to send 2 messages," he told the bird, unsure if it would understand him as an owl would. The raven cawed softly and extended a clawed foot, confirming it was indeed trained for message delivery. Harry retrieved parchment and quill from a small writing desk and composed his messages carefully. "For Ron and Hermione," he wrote, "R and H, I'm safe. Reports of my abduction are greatly exaggerated. Found answers about D's plans that change everything. Meet me where the 3 of us first encountered Padfoot's other form. Come alone, tell no one. 3 days from now, midnight. Trust no one in the order until we've spoken." The coded reference to the Shrieking Shack would be clear to his friends but meaningless to anyone who might intercept the message. For Remus Lupin, his message was even more circumspect. "Moony, the last marauder should know that Prong's son has discovered interesting truths about his inheritance. Meet me at the place where Padfoot was finally vindicated in my eyes. Tomorrow night, 10 o'clock. Come alone or don't come at all. He attached the messages to two different ravens, who launched themselves from the window and disappeared into the storm with surprising speed. With his most urgent task completed, Harry finally allowed exhaustion to claim him. Tomorrow would bring the beginning of his new plan, starting with the blood magic ritual that would require his aunt's unwilling participation. As he drifted to sleep in the imposing bedroom, the newly awakened parts of his magic settled into rhythms he was still learning to understand. His enhanced Parseltongue ability let him hear the whispers of small garden snakes that had taken refuge in the castle walls. His necromantic sense detected the peaceful presence of generations of previous inhabitants, observing him with curious interest. His natural legilimency, still raw and unrefined, occasionally caught fragments of Grimsby's thoughts from elsewhere in the castle, mostly concerned with proper dusting techniques for cursed objects. And beneath it all, the fire affinity pulsed in time with his heartbeat, drawn to the elemental power of the storm raging outside. For powers unbound, for yet to go. With each binding broken, Harry felt more himself, more whole, more aligned with a magical identity that had been denied to him since infancy. He fell asleep wondering what else would change as the remaining bindings were removed, and what kind of wizard he might ultimately become when his full potential was finally unleashed. Morning at Raven's Crag brought sunshine streaming through Gothic windows, transforming the imposing castle into something marginally less foreboding. Harry rose early, eager to begin planning the blood magic ritual that would require his aunt's participation. Grimsby provided breakfast in a small dining room whose windows overlooked the sea far below. As Harry ate, he reviewed Grandmama Addams's instructions for the ritual, supplemented by Wednesday's precise notations. Blood magic binding is foundational, Grandmama had written in spidery handwriting. Likely first established through your mother's sacrifice, then repurposed by Dumbledore to suppress your natural affinity for blood magic. Breaking it requires the presence of shared blood, your mother's sister is ideal. Willing participation strengthens the result but is not strictly necessary. Wednesday's margin notes were more technical. Subject's maternal aunt shares approximately 25% genetic material with subject's mother. Sufficient for ritual purposes if amplified by emotional resonance, positive or negative. Negative emotional charge may actually enhance effectiveness due to magical polarity principles. Harry snorted at this last observation. Negative emotional charge was certainly something he could count on with Aunt Petunia. The question was how to get her to participate in a magical ritual, willingly or otherwise. The Dursleys would sooner invite a Dementor to dinner than voluntarily assist Harry with anything magical. He would need leverage, something significant enough to overcome their lifelong aversion to all things wizarding. As he pondered this challenge, one of the ravens returned, tapping at the window with its beak. Harry opened it quickly, retrieving the response tied to the bird's leg. He recognized Hermione's neat handwriting immediately. Thank Merlin you're safe. We've been frantic. The prophet is claiming you've been kidnapped, and the ministry is using it as an excuse for all sorts of new security measures. We'll be at the meeting place as specified. So much to tell you. The order is in chaos, half of them think you've gone rogue, the others believe you're captured. Addams Family is under surveillance because they think you might contact us. Whatever you've discovered must be significant. Please be careful and stay hidden until we meet. Harry folded the letter with mixed emotions. Relief that his friends would meet him, concern about the order's divided response, and guilt about the worry he had caused. Still, there was no turning back now. Too much had been revealed, too many truths uncovered. He returned to the problem of Aunt Petunia. Direct confrontation seemed the only viable approach. He would need to go to Privet Drive, convince or compel her to participate in the ritual, and complete it before the order members monitoring the house could interfere. According to Grandmama's instructions, the ritual itself would take approximately 20 minutes once begun. The challenge would be securing those 20 uninterrupted minutes with a reluctant participant. "Grimsby," Harry called. The house elf appeared instantly. "Yes, Master Potter? I need to make a journey today. To Surrey, to visit my relatives. Can the wards here be adjusted to allow me to apparate directly back with a guest?" Grimsby's expression remained carefully neutral, though one eyebrow arched slightly. "Indeed, sir. As the current master of Raven's Crag, you may authorize temporary access for guests. Simply focus on that intention when you return, and the wards will recognize your will." "Perfect," Harry said. "And I'll need the ritual chamber prepared for this evening." "Already done, sir. The East Tower chamber has been aired, cleansed, and the necessary astronomical alignments have been verified." Grimsby hesitated, then added, "If I may suggest, sir, the Addams family traditionally keep certain, persuasive items in the study for dealing with reluctant ritual participants." Harry followed the elf to a wood-paneled study where a glass case contained various objects that would have looked right at home in Borgin and Burke's. Grimsby retrieved a small silver box from the collection. "Compelling dust, sir. Created by Grandmama Addams during the family's last visit in 1897. One pinch cast upon an unwilling subject creates temporary suggestibility. Not quite as crude as the Imperious Curse, but effective for short-term compliance." Harry accepted the box reluctantly. He had no desire to magically coerce his aunt, but the blood magic ritual was too important to risk failure. "Thank you, Grimsby. I'll use it only if absolutely necessary." After reviewing the ritual requirements once more and packing the necessary components into a moleskin pouch, Harry prepared for his journey to Privet Drive. He dressed in the clothes the Addamses had provided, appreciating how the finely tailored black attire gave him a more imposing appearance than his usual casual wear. The necromantic bracelet Wednesday had gifted him remained on his wrist, a constant connection to his parents' essence. As he touched it briefly, he felt a warm reassurance, a sense that they approved of his path toward claiming his full magical inheritance. "I'll need to apparate from outside the property," he told Grimsby. "The wards are too strong for internal apparition, correct?" "For most wizards, yes," the elf agreed. "However, you may find that your partially unbound magic interacts differently with the ward structure. The Addams family magic recognizes its own, sir." Harry considered this information, then closed his eyes and focused on his destination, the alley near Privet Drive where he had first encountered the night bus before his 3rd year. To his surprise, he felt the wards of Raven's Crag part around him like a curtain, accepting his intent rather than blocking it. The sensation of apparition took hold, compressing him through space before depositing him precisely where he had intended to go. Harry steadied himself against a wall, momentarily dizzy from the transatlantic port key the night before followed so soon by apparition. Privet Drive hadn't changed, the same manicured lawns, the same identical houses, the same oppressive normalcy that had stifled him for so many years. Number 4 stood halfway down the street, its windows reflecting the summer sunlight. Harry disillusioned himself before approaching, his newly enhanced magical senses immediately detecting the Order's protective enchantments around the property. They were subtle but extensive, alert charms that would notify watchers if anyone magical approached, defensive barriers against dark magic, monitoring spells keyed to detect Harry specifically. Fortunately, his time with the Addamses had taught him to perceive magical constructs with greater clarity. Where once he might have blundered through these protections, now he could see their patterns and weaknesses. Most importantly, the alert charms were calibrated to his magical signature as it had been before, not as it was now, partially unbound and significantly altered. Harry slipped through the defensive network with careful precision, adjusting his magical output to slide beneath the detection thresholds. When he reached the back door of number 4, he cast a subtle unlocking charm, wandless, to minimize magical discharge. The door opened silently, admitting him to the kitchen where so many unpleasant memories had been formed. It was empty at present, but he could hear the television running in the living room. Following the sound, he found exactly who he was looking for, Aunt Petunia, alone in the house, watching a gardening program with a cup of tea balanced on her knee. Harry cancelled his disillusionment charm and cleared his throat. Petunia Dursley shrieked, her teacup crashing to the floor. "You," she gasped, pressing herself against the back of the sofa. "How did you? What are you?" "Hello, Aunt Petunia," Harry said calmly. "We need to talk." Her initial shock gave way to the familiar pinched expression of disapproval. "Vernon and Dudley will be home any minute," she warned, though Harry's newly sensitive legitimacy detected the lie immediately. "They weren't expected for hours." "No, they won't," he replied. "But this won't take long." Petunia's eyes narrowed as she took in his appearance, the formal black attire, the confident posture, the subtle changes in his features as his unbound magic began to influence his physical form. "What's happened to you?" she demanded. "You look different." "I've discovered some interesting truths," Harry said, sitting in the armchair opposite her. "About myself. About my magic. About my mother." At the mention of Lily, Petunia's face tightened further. "I don't want to hear about your freakishness or my sister's mistakes." "That's unfortunate," Harry replied, his tone hardening, "because you're going to listen. And then you're going to help me." Petunia laughed, a harsh, brittle sound. "Help you? After all these years of feeding you, clothing you, putting a roof over your ungrateful head? I've helped you quite enough." Harry leaned forward, and something in his expression made Petunia shrink back. "You've never helped me, Aunt Petunia. You've tolerated me, barely, and only because Dumbledore manipulated you into it." He reached into his pocket and withdrew a small vial filled with a silvery substance. "Do you know what this is?" "A memory. Specifically, Dumbledore's memory of the night my parents died and I was left on your doorstep." This was a calculated lie. The vial actually contained a harmless potion from Grandmama Addams that produced swirling, memory-like effects, but Petunia didn't know that. Her eyes fixed on the vial with horrified fascination. "I know you received a letter with me," Harry continued. "I know Dumbledore explained about the blood protection, how your sister's sacrifice could extend to protect both me and your family, but only if you took me in." Petunia's lips pressed into a thin line, but she didn't deny it. "What you don't know," Harry pressed on, "is that Dumbledore did more than just set up protective wards. He bound my magic, Aunt Petunia. He suppressed abilities that were my birthright, including powers I inherited through my mother's bloodline." "Your bloodline?" This caught her attention. "What do you mean, my bloodline?" "Lily was the only freak in our family." Harry smiled coldly. "Are you certain about that? The binding rituals Dumbledore performed suggest otherwise. There was magic in your family before my mother, dormant perhaps, but present. And I need your help to reclaim what's mine." Fear and indignation warred on Petunia's face. "I will not participate in any magical nonsense." "You will," Harry stated firmly. "Because if you don't, the protection that has kept your family safe from Voldemort and his followers will collapse entirely." This was another calculated exaggeration. The blood protection had been weakened when Voldemort used Harry's blood in his resurrection ritual, but it still provided some measure of security for the Dursleys, security Harry was now threatening to remove. Petunia's face paled. "You wouldn't." "I would," Harry countered. "I've spent 16 years living in a cupboard, being treated like a servant, enduring your family's contempt. The only reason I've never retaliated is because Dumbledore convinced me it was necessary, for the protection, for the greater good. But I've recently learned that Dumbledore wasn't entirely truthful with me, which makes me question everything he told me, including the need to maintain your protection." He let the threat hang in the air, watching as Petunia processed the implications. Her thoughts were chaotic but transparent to his new legitimacy, fear for her family's safety warring with her lifelong aversion to magic. What would I have to do?" she finally asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Participate in a simple ritual, Harry explained, softening his tone slightly now that she was showing signs of compliance. It requires a blood relative of my mother. Just your presence and a few drops of freely given blood. Blood? Petunia recoiled. You want to use my blood for some dark magic ritual? Not dark magic, Harry corrected firmly. Blood magic. Family magic. The kind my mother used to protect me, to protect all of us. I'm not asking you to perform magic, just to be present while I break the bindings that were placed on abilities I should have had from birth. Petunia's resistance was weakening, but she wasn't yet convinced. And if I refuse? Harry reached into his pocket and withdrew the silver box Grimsby had provided. He had no intention of actually using the compelling dust, but Petunia didn't need to know that. Then I'll have to insist, he said simply, opening the box to reveal the shimmering powder within. But I'd prefer your willing participation. This isn't about revenge, Aunt Petunia. It's about claiming my birthright, something I think even you can understand. Petunia stared at the box, then at Harry's face. Whatever she saw there, determination, power, or perhaps a shadow of her sister, finally broke her resistance. Fine, she snapped. I'll do it. But afterward, I never want to see you again. No more summer visits, no more connection to our family. Complete separation. Harry considered this. After he defeated Voldemort, if he survived, he had no desire to maintain contact with the Dursleys anyway. Agreed, he said. One ritual, and then we part ways permanently. Relief and lingering fear flickered across Petunia's face. When? Now, Harry replied, standing. We need to go somewhere else for the ritual. I'll bring you back immediately after. Go somewhere, Petunia began to protest, but Harry had already stepped forward and grasped her bony wrist. Hold tight, he instructed. This will be unpleasant. Before she could object further, Harry apparat, pulling his aunt through space back to Raven's Crag. They materialized on the path leading to the main entrance, Petunia gasping and retching from the unfamiliar sensation of magical transportation. What was, she choked out between heaves. Apparition, Harry explained unsympathetically. Magical teleportation. Come along, we shouldn't linger outside. Petunia straightened, then froze as she caught sight of Raven's Crag looming before them. The imposing Gothic structure seemed to press down upon her, its gargoyles leering from above, its very stones exuding a magical presence she could clearly sense despite her non-magical nature. What is this place? She whispered, genuine terror in her voice. A safe house, Harry replied simply. Where we can perform the ritual without interruption. He led his trembling aunt through the gates and up to the main entrance, where Grimsby awaited them. Master Potter, the elf intoned, bowing low. The ritual chamber is prepared as requested. Petunia made a strangled noise at the sight of the dignified house elf, but Harry merely nodded his thanks and guided her inside. As they climbed the winding staircase toward the east tower, portraits whispered and pointed, causing Petunia to press herself against the wall in terror. Stop dawdling, Harry told her impatiently. They're just paintings. They're moving, she hissed. Talking. That's what magical portraits do, he replied. Surely you remember that much from my mother. The mention of Lily caused Petunia to fall silent, though her face remained pale with fear. When they finally reached the ritual chamber at the top of the east tower, she stopped in the doorway, refusing to enter. The circular room was illuminated by candles that burned with silver flames, casting dancing shadows across ancient stone walls carved with symbols that seemed to writhe and shift when viewed directly. In the center, a ritual circle had been prepared with what looked disturbingly like blood but was actually a mixture of ingredients Grandmama had provided. I can't, Petunia whispered, backing away. This is devil worship. Harry sighed, his patience wearing thin. It's nothing of the sort. It's a ritual to remove magical bindings that should never have been placed on me. Bindings that suppressed abilities I inherited from my mother's bloodline, your bloodline." He gestured to the circle. "The ritual is already prepared. You just need to sit there, in the north position, while I perform the necessary incantations. A few drops of your blood will be required at the climax of the ritual, freely given, from a small prick on your finger. Nothing more." Petunia remained frozen in the doorway, trembling visibly. "Consider the alternative," Harry reminded her coolly. "If I don't complete this ritual, the blood protection fails. Your family becomes a target for Death Eaters seeking revenge." This finally propelled her forward, though every line of her body conveyed reluctance. "Just, be quick about it," she muttered. Harry directed her to sit cross-legged at the northern point of the ritual circle, then took his own position in the center. From his moleskin pouch, he withdrew the small leather-bound book containing Grandmama's instructions and Wednesday's annotations. "Don't speak unless instructed to," he told Petunia. "And whatever happens, don't leave the circle until the ritual is complete." She nodded jerkily, her hands clasped tightly in her lap. Harry began the incantation, his voice falling naturally into the rhythmic cadence Grandmama had taught him. The ancient words felt familiar on his tongue, as though some part of him had always known them. The ritual circle began to glow, softly at first, then with increasing intensity. Harry could feel his magic responding, rising to meet the energy of the ritual. The blood binding was different from the others, more fundamental, more integrated into his core. Breaking it would require more than just will and power, it would require a reconnection with the original protective magic his mother had cast. As the incantation continued, the air in the ritual chamber grew thick and charged. Petunia's eyes widened as visible currents of magic began to swirl around them, red and gold and deepest crimson, like liquid fire flowing through invisible channels. "What is that?" she gasped, breaking her silence despite Harry's warning. "Blood magic," he replied without interrupting the rhythm of his chanting. "Your sister used it to protect me. Dumbledore used it to bind me. And now I'm using it to free myself." The currents intensified, coalescing into a vortex that centered on Harry while extending tendrils toward Petunia. She shrank back but remained within the circle as instructed. "Now," Harry said, extending a silver ritual knife toward her. 3 drops of blood, freely given." Petunia stared at the knife in horror. "For your sister," Harry pressed. "For the protection of your family." With a shaking hand, Petunia took the knife and pricked her finger. 3 drops of blood fell onto the glowing circle, immediately absorbed into the swirling energies. The effect was instant and dramatic. The magical currents turned a blinding gold, racing along the circle before converging on Harry in a rush that lifted him physically from the floor. He gasped as the magic poured into him, seeking the binding at his core. Unlike the previous bindings, this one didn't simply break, it unraveled, complex layers of magical restriction dissolving as Lily Potter's original protective magic recognized the blood of her sister and responded to her son's call. Harry felt the change deep in his magical core, a fundamental shift in how his power expressed itself. Blood magic was primal, instinctive, based on connections and sacrifices and intent. As the binding dissolved, his awareness expanded to encompass these connections. He could feel Petunia's reluctant participation, the distant echoes of his mother's sacrifice, and something else, something unexpected. A second binding, hidden beneath the first, interwoven so subtly that even Grandmama Addams hadn't detected it. "There's more," Harry gasped through the rush of power. "Another binding, hidden within this one." Petunia stared at him, uncomprehending, as Harry redirected the ritual's energy toward this newfound obstacle. It was slippery, evasive, shifting away from his magical probe like smoke. "What is it?" he demanded, speaking to the magic itself now. "Show yourself." In response, the golden currents shifted, forming momentary patterns in the air, runes and symbols that Harry recognized from his studies with Wednesday. Metamorphmagus abilities, he realized. The sixth binding, hidden within the fifth. The twin bindings were connected, using the blood protection as a foundation. As the blood magic binding dissolved, it weakened the metamorphmagus binding to the point of collapse. Harry felt both abilities awakening simultaneously, rushing through him in a torrent of raw magical potential. The ritual reached its climax in a flash of light so intense that Petunia screamed and covered her eyes. When it faded, Harry stood in the center of the circle, transformed. His appearance had subtly altered, his features sharper, more defined, his eyes a more vibrant green that seemed to glow with inner light. But the most dramatic change was in his magical aura, now visible even to Petunia's non-magical perception as a shimmering field of power that surrounded him like a second skin. "It's done," Harry said, his voice steady despite the monumental changes occurring within him. Two bindings broken at once. Petunia stared at him, her expression a mixture of fear and something else, a reluctant fascination. "You look like her," she whispered. "Like Lily. When she did magic." Harry studied his aunt with new eyes. His enhanced blood magic sensitivity could perceive the faint, dormant magical potential that ran in her veins, not enough to ever manifest as active magical ability, but present nonetheless. It was the same potential that had bloomed fully in his mother, and now, unbound, in him. "There was magic in your family before my mother," he confirmed. "Weak, recessive, but present. That's why the blood protection worked so well, it had something to anchor to, even in you." Petunia flinched as if struck. I'm not one of you." "No," Harry agreed. "But you're not entirely without magic either. Just enough to carry the protection, to maintain the connection." He stepped out of the ritual circle, offering his hand to help her up. Petunia hesitated, then accepted it, gasping slightly as she felt the warm pulse of his unbound magic. "I'll take you home now," Harry said, his promise fulfilled. "As agreed, this will be the end of our connection." Petunia nodded stiffly, unable to look directly at him. As they descended from the tower, Harry could sense her turbulent emotions, fear and revulsion, yes, but also a deep, buried envy that she had carried since childhood. "She loved you, you know," Harry said quietly as they reached the entrance hall. "My mother. Despite everything." Petunia's step faltered. "She chose that world over her family. Over me." "She didn't choose one over the other," Harry corrected. "She tried to keep both. It was you who forced the choice." Before Petunia could respond, Harry grasped her arm and apparat, returning them to the living room of number 4, Privet Drive. The television was still on, the spilled tea still soaking into the carpet. "It will look as though you never left," Harry told her. "The order members watching the house won't know you were gone." Petunia smoothed her dress with trembling hands, struggling to reclaim her composure. "So that's it, then?" "That's it," Harry confirmed. "Our deal is complete. I won't trouble you again." He turned to leave, then paused, feeling a compulsion from his newly awakened blood magic. There was one more thing, a gesture demanded by the ancient magic that now flowed freely through him. "For what it's worth," he said, facing his aunt once more, "I officially release you from the obligation of protection. Your debt to my mother is paid. Your family will remain under the blood wards until I come of age, but after that, you'll need to relocate somewhere unconnected to me." The words had power, resonating with the blood magic that linked them. Harry could see the change immediately, a subtle lifting of an invisible weight from Petunia's shoulders, a magical obligation fulfilled and released. "Goodbye, Aunt Petunia," he said finally. For a moment, something like regret flashed across her face. "Harry," she began, then stopped, her ingrained prejudices reasserting themselves. "Goodbye." Harry disillusioned himself and slipped out the back door, carefully navigating through the Order's monitoring spells once more. As he reached the apparition point, he felt a momentary tingle of alert magic. Someone had noticed something, perhaps a fluctuation in the wards as his newly unbound blood magic interacted with them. He operated back to Raven's Crag just as a crack of apparition sounded nearby, an Order member arriving to investigate. Back in the entrance hall of the Addams property, Harry took a moment to process what had occurred. 2 more bindings broken in a single ritual, the blood magic binding and the hidden metamorphmagus binding. 5 down, 3 to go. He could feel the new abilities settling into his magical core. The blood magic was subtle but pervasive, enhancing his connection to those related to him by blood or magical oath. The metamorphmagus ability felt different, more physical, a tingling awareness of his own form and its potential for change. Experimentally, Harry focused on his hand, willing the fingers to elongate slightly. To his satisfaction, they responded, stretching an extra inch before returning to normal at his command. "Well done, sir," Grimsby commented, appearing silently beside him. "The ritual was most impressive. The castle hasn't felt such power in decades." 2 bindings broken instead of 1, Harry explained. The metamorphmagus binding was hidden within the blood magic binding. "Most fortuitous," the elf observed. "And just in time, it seems. Your first visitor has arrived." Harry tensed. "Visitor? Who?" "A Mr. Lupin, sir. He's waiting in the small parlor, as per security protocols. I've verified his identity but maintained the defensive wards at half strength, as you instructed for all visitors." Harry checked his watch. It was barely 4 in the afternoon, hours before his scheduled meeting with Remus at the Shrieking Shack. The former professor must have tracked him somehow, despite the precautions he'd taken with his message. How did he find this location? Harry asked, concerned that if Remus could track him, others might as well. "He didn't, precisely," Grimsby explained. "He appeared at the outer boundaries, calling your name. The wards alerted me, and I evaluated his intentions before allowing him limited access. He cannot see the castle's true nature or location due to the Addams family enchantments." Relieved but still cautious, Harry made his way to the small parlor. He found Remus pacing anxiously, looking more worn than ever but alert, his wand held loosely at his side. "Harry," Remus breathed when he entered, relief evident in his voice. "Thank Merlin you're safe." "How did you find me?" Harry asked without preamble. Remus's expression grew serious. "Your letter." The parchment held traces of a very distinctive magical signature, old magic, family magic. "I recognized it from certain experiences during the First War." Harry nodded slowly, understanding. "The Addams family." "Yes," Remus confirmed, studying Harry intently. "A reclusive but incredibly powerful magical family, known for practicing forms of magic most modern wizards consider arcane or forbidden. James and Sirius encountered them once, during a mission for the Order. They never spoke much about it, but they returned, changed." He took a step closer, his amber eyes narrowing. "And now, it seems, so have you." Harry made no attempt to deny it. His newly awakened powers would be obvious to someone as perceptive as Remus, particularly with his lycanthropic enhanced senses. "I've changed because I've reclaimed what was taken from me," he said simply. "Dumbledore bound my magical abilities, Remus. 8 separate bindings, suppressing powers that were my birthright." Remus stared at him, shock evident on his face. That's not possible. Albus would never." "He did," Harry cut him off firmly. "The Addamses performed a revealing ritual. The bindings were there, clear as day. 5 have been broken so far, my true Parseltongue abilities, my necromantic connection to my parents, my natural legilimency, my fire elemental affinity, and most recently, my blood magic and metamorphmagus abilities." "Metamorphmagus?" Remus repeated weakly. "Like Tonks?" In response, Harry concentrated briefly, changing his hair color from black to a vibrant blue, then back again. "Not as practiced yet," he admitted. But yes. And there are 3 more bindings still to break. Remus sank into a nearby chair, looking stunned. Why would he do this? What purpose could possibly justify control? Harry said, the word bitter on his tongue. He needed me to develop in specific ways, to become the weapon he required against Voldemort. Powers like these would have made me too unpredictable, too difficult to guide. This is why you disappeared, Remus realized. Not captured by Death Eaters at all. I went to America by chance, Harry explained. The Addamses found me, sensed the bindings, and helped me break them. Remus ran a hand through his graying hair, still processing this revelation. Harry, these abilities, some of them are considered dangerous. Blood magic, necromancy, the Ministry classifies them as dark arts. I don't care how the Ministry classifies them, Harry replied flatly. They're part of who I am, who I was meant to be before Dumbledore decided to play God with my magic. And now you're hiding in an Addams property, breaking the remaining bindings, Remus summarized. Planning what, exactly? To finish what I started, Harry said. Find the Horcruxes. Defeat Voldemort. But on my terms, not Dumbledore's. Remus studied him for a long moment. The Order is looking for you. Moody's convinced you've been captured and are being tortured for information. Molly is beside herself with worry. Others suspect you might have gone dark. Let them think what they want, Harry replied, though a pang of guilt shot through him at the mention of Mrs. Weasley's concern. I'll reveal the truth when I'm ready. When all the bindings are broken and I can face them as myself, not as Dumbledore's carefully crafted puppet. And when will that be? Remus pressed. Soon, Harry promised. I'm meeting Ron and Hermione in 3 days. After that, I'll decide how to proceed with the Order. Remus nodded slowly, then asked the question Harry had been expecting, can I see them? The abilities that were bound? Harry hesitated only briefly before demonstrating. He transformed his features subtly, making his face more wolf-like in acknowledgement of Remus's lycanthropy. He conjured fire in his palm without a wand, letting it dance between his fingers. He extended his senses through the blood connection he shared with Remus through the magical bond of Harry's parents naming him godfather alongside Sirius. I can feel it, Remus whispered, awed. The pack bond. James and Lily included me in the family protection ritual when you were born. I've always felt it, but now you're actively connecting with it. Blood magic, Harry confirmed. It recognizes connections beyond mere genetics, magical bonds, chosen family. Something shifted in Remus's expression, doubt giving way to belief, concern tempered by growing understanding. These abilities, they're truly yours? Not external powers granted by dark rituals? They're mine, Harry confirmed. My inheritance, suppressed until now. The rituals merely remove the bindings, they don't add anything that wasn't already there. Remus stood, coming to a decision. What do you need from me? Discretion, Harry replied immediately. Tell the Order I've contacted you, that I'm safe but in hiding. Say I've discovered something important about defeating Voldemort and need time to investigate further. Nothing about the bindings or my changed abilities. They'll want more than that, Remus warned. It's all they get for now, Harry said firmly. After I meet with Ron and Hermione, we'll decide how much to reveal and to whom. Remus nodded reluctantly. And in the meantime? In the meantime, I need to break the remaining bindings and prepare for what comes next. Voldemort is still out there, growing stronger while the Ministry wastes time with security theater and propaganda. Be careful, Harry, Remus cautioned. These powers you're reclaiming, they're significant. The magical community fears them for a reason. Not because they're inherently dark, but because they're difficult to control, easy to abuse. I know, Harry acknowledged. But they're mine to use responsibly, not to be locked away because someone else decided they were too dangerous for me to handle. Remus smiled sadly. You sound like your father. He never did accept arbitrary restrictions either. Will you help me? Harry asked directly. Not the order, me. The former professor didn't hesitate. Yes. James and Lily would want me to support you, not Dumbledore's posthumous manipulations. What do you need? Information, Harry replied. About the remaining bindings. Magical absorption or redirection, and magical innovation, the ability to create spells intuitively. And about a specific location Dumbledore visited with me before he died, a cave where Voldemort hid something important. Remus's eyes widened slightly at the mention of Horcruxes, though Harry hadn't used the word. I'll see what I can find. Discreetly. As Remus prepared to leave, promising to meet Harry again after he had spoken with Ron and Hermione, a sudden commotion outside interrupted their conversation. The wards of Raven's Crag flared with warning as multiple presences approached the boundaries. Grimsby appeared immediately. Master Potter, there are 7 wizards attempting to penetrate the outer defenses. Their magical signatures suggest British Aurors and Order members. Harry exchanged a quick look with Remus. They must have followed you somehow. Impossible, Remus insisted. I took every precaution. Nevertheless, they're here, Harry said grimly. Can the wards hold them off? Indefinitely against standard magical approaches, Grimsby confirmed. However, they appear to have a curse-breaker among them. Possibly William Weasley, based on the magical signature. Bill Weasley. Of course the Order would bring their best curse-breaker if they suspected Harry was being held in a magically protected location. I need to confront them, Harry decided. If they break through by force, the mansion's defensive enchantments might react, lethally. Remus paled slightly. Addams Family defenses are notorious. Exactly, Harry agreed. Stay here. I'll meet them at the boundary. Despite Remus's protests, Harry made his way quickly to the edge of the property, where the wards formed an invisible barrier between Raven's Crag and the outside world. Through the magical boundary, he could see them, Mad-Eye Moody, Bill Weasley, Tonks, Kingsley Shacklebolt, and 3 Aurors he didn't recognize. Harry stepped close to the ward line but remained protected within it. That's far enough, he called, his voice carrying through the barrier. Potter. Moody barked, his magical eye spinning wildly as it tried and failed to penetrate the Addams Family enchantments. Stand aside from the wards. We're here to extract you. I don't need extraction, Harry replied calmly. As you can see, I'm here voluntarily and in perfect health. Harry, Tonks stepped forward, her hair a worried pink, we've been searching everywhere for you. The Ministry thinks Death Eaters have you. Your friends are frantic. I've already contacted those who need to know that I'm safe, Harry said. And I'll be in touch with the others when I'm ready. Bill Weasley studied the wards with professional interest. These are ancient protections, he observed. Family magic, layered over centuries. Whose property is this, Harry? Friends, Harry replied vaguely. Who've offered me sanctuary while I complete important work. What important work? Kingsley asked, his deep voice reasonable but firm. Dumbledore left the Order with very little information, Harry. If you know something that can help defeat Voldemort, I'm not discussing this through a ward barrier, Harry cut him off. And I'm not leaving until I'm ready. Remus can confirm I'm here voluntarily and of sound mind. Moody's magical eye fixed on the mansion behind Harry. Lupin's in there? Convenient. How do we know you're both not under Imperius or other compulsion? In response, Harry conjured his Patronus, a spell famously impossible to cast under the Imperius curse. The silver stag erupted from his hand without a wand, causing several of the Order members to step back in surprise. Tell them, please, Harry instructed the Patronus, which bounded through the ward barrier and stood before the assembled group. I am here by choice, the stag spoke in Harry's voice. I am pursuing information critical to defeating Voldemort. I will contact the Order when my work is complete. Any attempt to breach these wards will be met with defensive measures beyond your ability to counter. The wandless, voiced Patronus was a deliberate display of his enhanced abilities, enough to give them pause, but not enough to reveal the full extent of his unbound powers. That's not possible, one of the unknown Aurors muttered. Voiced Patronus messages require specific enchantments. As you can see, Harry called through the barrier, I'm not quite the same wizard the Order remembers. I've learned a few things since Dumbledore's death. Moody's expression darkened. Dark magic, Potter? Is that what this is about? Not dark, Harry corrected firmly. Just magic the Ministry prefers to restrict because they can't control it. Now, I suggest you all leave before the wards interpret your presence as a threat. As if on cue, the gargoyles decorating the gate posts behind Harry turned their stone heads toward the intruders, eyes glowing with malevolent red light. Kingsley raised his hands in a placating gesture. We're concerned for your safety, Harry. That's all. At least tell us when you'll contact the Order officially. After I meet with Ron and Hermione, Harry conceded. 3 days from now. If they confirm I'm of sound mind and acting of my own free will, I'll arrange a meeting with Order leadership. The senior Auror considered this, then nodded slowly. 3 days. But if you haven't made contact by then, we'll return with a larger force. That would be unwise, Harry said simply, letting a hint of his unbound fire affinity seep into his eyes, causing them to glow momentarily. Very unwise indeed. The display had the desired effect. Even Moody looked uncertain as Harry's eyes burned with inner fire. 3 days, Potter, the ex-Auror growled before turning away. Don't make us come looking again. The Order members retreated, though Harry noticed Bill Weasley casting one last, thoughtful look at the wards before disapparating. When Harry returned to the mansion, he found Remus waiting anxiously in the entrance hall. What happened? They've agreed to wait 3 days, Harry explained. Until after I meet with Ron and Hermione. Though I suspect they'll keep this place under surveillance in the meantime. They can try, Remus said with a slight smile. Addams properties are notoriously difficult to monitor. The family has centuries of experience avoiding unwanted attention. Harry nodded, then suddenly swayed on his feet, a wave of exhaustion washing over him. The blood magic ritual with Aunt Petunia followed by the confrontation with the Order had drained his still adjusting magical reserves. You need rest, Remus observed. Breaking magical bindings takes a significant toll on your core. I'll go now, tell the Order the minimum they need to know to keep them from storming this place. We can talk more after you've met with Ron and Hermione. After Remus departed, Harry retreated to his chambers, where Grimsby had prepared a light meal and a potion that the elf claimed would help stabilize his magical core as it adjusted to the newly unbound abilities. The Addams Family tradition suggests at least 24 hours between major binding breaks, Sir, Grimsby advised. Particularly after a double release such as you experienced today. Harry nodded, too exhausted to argue. As he sipped the potion, which tasted of cinnamon and something metallic, he considered the events of the day. 5 bindings broken, 2 remaining, and now the Order aware of his location if not his activities. The confrontation had accelerated his timeline, but perhaps that was for the best. He couldn't hide forever, couldn't delay the inevitable confrontation with Voldemort. Better to complete the process of unbinding his abilities quickly and move forward with the hunt for the Horcruxes. As sleep claimed him, Harry's thoughts turned to his friends. Would Ron and Hermione understand his choices? Accept the changes in him? Support his decision to break free from Dumbledore's carefully constructed path? He would find out in 3 days. Until then, he had 2 more bindings to break and a new sense of self to come to terms with. The next morning, Harry awoke feeling surprisingly refreshed. The combination of rest and Grimsby's potion had accelerated his magical recovery, allowing his core to stabilize around the newly unbound abilities. Experimentally, he tested his metamorphmagus powers, concentrating on subtle changes to his appearance, lengthening his hair, changing its color, altering the shape of his nose. The transformations came easier now, though nothing as comprehensive as Tonks could manage. That would require practice. His blood magic sense had also settled into a more controlled awareness. He could feel the lingering connection to Aunt Petunia, now formally released through the ritual, and stronger bonds to those he considered family, Ron and Hermione primarily, but also threads extending toward the Weasleys, Remus, and others who had shown him genuine care. Most interestingly, he discovered he could use this blood awareness to sense magical kinship, not just genetic relationships, but magical affinities. When he focused on the Addams Family grimoire Grandmama had provided, he could feel resonances between his own magic and certain spells and rituals described within. His mother's bloodline, it seemed, shared some distant connection with the primordial magic the Addamses favored. After breakfast, Harry retired to the library to study the remaining bindings and prepare for their removal. According to Grandmama's notes, the next binding, magical absorption, would be particularly challenging to break. Magical absorption requires opposing force, she had written. The binding must be overcome by deliberately absorbing significant magical energy directed against you. Defensive spellwork perverted to imprisonment. Wednesday's marginalia was more specific. Subject must place himself in position to receive substantial magical attack, then consciously redirect/absorb the energy rather than shield against it. Recommend controlled environment with calibrated offensive magic of increasing intensity. In other words, Harry needed someone to attack him magically so he could practice absorbing rather than blocking the spells. Not exactly something he could do alone. As if sensing his dilemma, Grimsby appeared with a silver tray bearing a letter. A message has arrived for you, Master Potter. Delivered by a rather distinctive owl that refused to surrender it to anyone but you personally. Harry recognized Hedwig's description and accepted the letter eagerly. The familiar handwriting belonged to Hermione. Change of plans necessary. Ministry watchers identified at our intended meeting location. Suspect order involvement. Our suggests alternative location, where you first truly saw yourself. Midnight tonight, not 3 days hence. Imperative we meet sooner. Developments regarding what you seek. Are overheard parents discussing a raiding party organized for 3 days from now. Target, where you are currently staying. Come alone. Trust no one until we speak. Harry cursed under his breath. The order hadn't been as acquiescent as they'd appeared. They were planning to storm Raven's Crag in force, regardless of Harry's requested timeframe. The new meeting location was clearly the room that had housed the Mirror of Erist during Harry's first year, a clever choice that only someone who knew his history would suggest. But the accelerated timeline was concerning. Had the Order tracked his communications with Ron and Hermione? Grimsby, Harry called, did Hedwig remain after delivering this message? Indeed, sir. She's currently in the Ollery, though the Ravens are quite suspicious of her presence. Harry made his way to the Tower Ollery, where he found Hedwig perched regally apart from the Ravens, who were regarding her with collective wariness. "Hello, girl," he greeted, stroking her feathers gently. "I've missed you." Hedwig hooted softly, nipping his finger affectionately before giving him a reproachful look that clearly communicated her displeasure at being left behind during his American adventure. "I know, I'm sorry," he apologized. "It wasn't planned. But I need your help now." He quickly penned a response to Hermione, confirming the new meeting arrangements, then tied it to Hedwig's leg. "Be careful," he warned her. "The Order might be watching Ron and Hermione. Deliver this only when they're alone." With Hedwig dispatched, Harry returned to the problem of the magical absorption binding. The accelerated timeline meant he needed to break it today, before meeting his friends tonight. But how to create the controlled magical attack environment Grandmama had recommended? The answer came as he passed the portrait of Darius Addams, a severe-looking wizard from the early 19th century. You need a dueling automaton, the portrait observed unexpectedly. Third floor, East Wing, behind the tapestry of the Goblin Rebellion. The family used them for training during the unpleasantness with the Spanish Inquisition. Harry thanked the portrait and followed its directions to discover a hidden room containing what appeared to be suits of armor, but which Grimsby explained were enchanted dueling partners capable of casting progressively more powerful spells. A favorite training tool of the Addams children, the elf explained. Self-repairing and incapable of causing permanent damage to family members or recognized guests. Perfect for Harry's needs. With Grimsby's assistance, he activated one of the automatons and set it to a moderate difficulty level. According to Grandmama's instructions, breaking the magical absorption binding would require a specific approach. He needed to allow magical energy to strike him directly, then consciously draw it into his core instead of allowing it to cause damage. The first attempts were painful failures. Harry's instincts, honed by years of defensive training, made it difficult to suppress the urge to shield or dodge. Each time the automaton's stunning spell struck him, he felt the shock of it before he could attempt absorption. Perhaps Sir might benefit from a different perspective, Grimsby suggested after Harry's 12th failed attempt. The Addams family technique for absorption begins not with receiving the magic, but with recognizing it as a gift rather than a threat. A gift? Harry repeated incredulously, nursing a numb arm from the latest stunning spell. Indeed. All magic, even that directed with harmful intent, contains pure magical energy that can be welcomed and incorporated rather than repelled. This shift in mindset proved crucial. Rather than bracing against the automaton's next attack, Harry focused on the fundamental nature of the magic itself, energy, neither good nor evil, that could be received and redirected rather than blocked. When the spell struck his chest, instead of resisting, he mentally reached out to embrace it, drawing the energy into his magical core. For a breathtaking moment, he felt the foreign magic mingle with his own, its purpose dissolving as he absorbed its power. "Excellent, sir!" Grimsby exclaimed. "A partial absorption. Shall we increase the intensity?" Over the next several hours, Harry refined the technique, progressing from stunning spells to more complex and powerful attacks. With each successful absorption, he felt the binding weakening, stretching like a muscle long held rigid. By late afternoon, he was absorbing multiple spells simultaneously, drawing their energy into his core and using it to fuel his own magic. The binding hadn't broken completely, but it was significantly weakened, enough that he could feel the natural ability beginning to assert itself. The binding may not require a formal ritual to break entirely, Harry realized. Just continued practice until the restriction gives way completely. "Indeed, sir," Grimsby agreed. Some bindings, particularly those on reactive abilities, dissolve through consistent opposition rather than ritual release. Tired but satisfied with his progress, Harry turned his attention to preparations for meeting Ron and Hermione. The change in plans meant he had little time to rest before the midnight rendezvous at Hogwarts. "Will Sir be requiring accompaniment to this meeting?" Grimsby inquired. Harry shook his head. "I need to go alone. But I'll need secure transport to Hogsmeade, and a way into Hogwarts that avoids detection. The Addams family has maintained certain arrangements with Hogwarts since its founding," Grimsby informed him. "There is a direct passage from Raven's Crag to the castle, established during the Goblin Rebellions as an evacuation route for family members attending the school." This was unexpected but welcome news. "Can it bypass the castle's current security measures?" "It predates them," Grimsby confirmed. "And is keyed to Addams family magic, which the castle recognizes as authorized access. As the current master of Raven's Crag, you should be able to utilize it without difficulty." As night fell, Harry made final preparations. He dressed in the clothes provided by the Addamses, black trousers, a charcoal shirt, and a formal jacket that seemed to blend with shadows. The outfit was not only stylish but practical, enhanced with subtle protective enchantments. He tucked Grandmama's grimoire into an inner pocket, along with a selection of potions she had provided for emergencies. The necromantic bracelet Wednesday had gifted him remained on his wrist, providing a comforting connection to his parents' essence. His phoenix feather wand, though used less frequently now that his wandless abilities had improved, was secured in a holster on his forearm. At 11:30, Grimsby led him to the passage entrance, concealed behind a bookcase in the library, opened by pressing specific points on a carved raven's wings. The passage emerges on the 7th floor of Hogwarts Castle, the elf explained. Near what is currently known as the Room of Requirement, though the Addams family documents refer to it as the Transmutable Chamber. Harry's eyebrows rose at this. The passage led out near the Room of Requirement? That could be extremely useful for his plans regarding the Horcruxes, as he suspected one might be hidden there. The journey takes approximately 20 minutes on foot, Grimsby continued. The path will illuminate as you proceed, responding to your magical signature as Master of Raven's Crag. Thank you, Grimsby, Harry said sincerely. For all your assistance. The elf bowed low. It is my honor to serve the Master of Raven's Crag, especially one undertaking the noble work of reclaiming suppressed magical birthright. The Addams family would expect no less. With that encouraging send-off, Harry entered the passage. As promised, soft blue lights awakened along the stone walls as he walked, illuminating a path that sloped gently downward before leveling out. The tunnel appeared ancient but well-maintained, its walls carved with occasional symbols that Harry recognized from Grandmama's grimoire, Addams Family protection runes. As he walked, Harry reflected on all that had changed in the short time since he'd fled Britain. 5 of his 8 bound abilities now freed, with a 6th partially unbound. His understanding of magic fundamentally altered. His perception of Dumbledore transformed from reverence to complicated resentment. Most significantly, his sense of purpose had shifted. No longer was he simply following Dumbledore's breadcrumb trail, reacting to events and revelations parceled out by his mentor. Now he was charting his own course, making decisions based on his own judgment and newly expanded capabilities. The question remained whether Ron and Hermione would understand these changes. They had been with him through everything, but this transformation might test even their loyalty. After 20 minutes of steady walking, the passage began to slope upward. The blue lights grew brighter, indicating he was nearing the exit. Finally, Harry reached what appeared to be a solid stone wall. When he placed his hand against it, the stone recognized his magical signature as Master of Raven's Crag and dissolved into mist, allowing him to step through. He emerged exactly where Grimsby had indicated, a 7th-floor corridor not far from the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy teaching trolls to dance. The entrance to the Room of Requirement would be just around the corner. Harry checked his watch, 5 minutes to midnight. Perfect timing. He disillusioned himself before moving cautiously toward their meeting place, senses alert for any sign of a trap or unwanted observers. The corridor where the Mirror of Erist had once been housed was empty and dark. Harry slipped inside, maintaining his disillusionment charm as he scanned the room for his friends. "Harry?" Hermione's voice came softly from the shadows. "Are you here?" "Reveal yourselves first," he requested, staying hidden. "Security questions, Ron, what form does your Patronus take?" "A Jack Russell Terrier," came Ron's immediate reply from near Hermione. "Hermione, what did I see the first time I looked into the Mirror of Erist?" "Your family," she answered. "Your parents and extended family you'd never met." Satisfied, Harry cancelled his disillusionment charm, becoming visible in the moonlight streaming through the high windows. Both his friends gasped. "Harry?" Hermione whispered, stepping forward uncertainly. "You look different." He did. The combination of unbound abilities had altered his appearance subtly but significantly. His posture was more confident, his movements more fluid. His eyes seemed to glow faintly in the darkness, and his features had sharpened, becoming more defined and distinctive. "I am different," he acknowledged. "A lot has changed." Ron moved to stand beside Hermione, his expression a mixture of concern and curiosity. "Mate, What happened to you? Where have you been? The Ministry's been telling everyone you were abducted by Death Eaters. It's a long story, Harry replied. But the short version is that I discovered Dumbledore bound my natural magical abilities when I was a baby. 8 different powers, suppressed to make me easier to control and direct. Hermione's hand flew to her mouth. That's impossible. Binding a child's natural magic is illegal under international magical law. It could cause permanent damage to their core development. Which is why he did it in secret, Harry explained. And gradually, so the changes wouldn't be noticeable. He went on to describe his chance encounter with the Addams family, the revealing ritual, and the subsequent unbinding of 5 of his natural abilities, with a 6th partially released. Ron and Hermione listened with increasing astonishment as Harry demonstrated each power, his enhanced Parseltongue by summoning and conversing with a small garden snake from outside the window, his necromantic abilities by briefly manifesting a faint impression of his parents through the bracelet Wednesday had given him, his natural legilimency by accurately describing recent thoughts they had deliberately focused on, his fire elemental affinity by conjuring dancing flames in his palm, and his blood magic by identifying the magical bonds connecting the 3 of them. The metamorphmagus ability is still developing, he explained, changing his hair color briefly. And the magical absorption is partially unbound but not complete. This is... Hermione seemed at a loss for words, a rare occurrence. Harry, this changes everything we thought we knew about your magic. About Dumbledore too, Ron added, his expression troubled. Why would he do this to you? Control, Harry said simply. He needed me to develop in specific ways to fulfill the prophecy as he interpreted it. These abilities would have made me too unpredictable, too powerful to guide along his chosen path. But he cared about you, Hermione protested weakly. We all saw it. I believe he did, Harry acknowledged. But he cared about defeating Voldemort more. I was a weapon to be carefully crafted, not a person with the right to my full magical potential. He paused, studying his friend's reactions. Ron looked angry on his behalf, while Hermione seemed torn between intellectual fascination with the magical theory involved and moral outrage at the violation. There's more, Harry continued. The night Dumbledore died, we were hunting a Horcrux, an object containing a piece of Voldemort's soul. He's made multiple Horcruxes, which is why he didn't truly die when the killing curse rebounded. This revelation clearly shocked them both. Bloody hell, Ron whispered. Multiple pieces of his soul? How many? Hermione asked sharply, her practical mind immediately focusing on the tactical implications. Dumbledore believed 6, plus the piece still in his body, Harry explained. I've destroyed one, the diary that possessed Ginny. Dumbledore destroyed another, a ring that belonged to Voldemort's grandfather. We thought we found a third the night he died, but it was a fake. He withdrew the locket from his pocket, showing them the note inside signed R.A.B. This is why I need your help, he said, tucking the locket away again. We need to identify R.A.B., find the real Horcrux, and locate the others. But I need to do it while continuing to break the remaining bindings on my magic. Of course we'll help, Hermione said immediately. But Harry, these abilities you're unlocking, are you sure you can control them? Some of them sound incredibly powerful and potentially dangerous. That's what the Ministry wants everyone to believe, Harry replied, a hint of bitterness in his tone. That certain forms of magic are inherently dark or dangerous. But it's not the magic itself that's dark or light, it's the intent behind it. You sound like an Addams, Ron observed with a slight smile. Harry returned the smile. Maybe I do. They've taught me a lot in a very short time, not just about breaking the bindings, but about approaching magic without the artificial restrictions the Ministry imposes. Speaking of the Ministry, Hermione interjected, and the Order, they're planning to raid wherever you're staying. Mr. Weasley mentioned it to Bill, and Ron overheard. 3 days from now, Ron confirmed. They're getting a special authorization from the ministry, something about extraction of a potentially compromised high-value asset. Harry wasn't surprised. The order visited yesterday. I spoke to them through the wards, told them I'd contact them after meeting with you. I should have known they wouldn't wait. They're worried about you, Harry, Hermione said gently. And to be fair, you do seem different. I am different, he acknowledged. I'm becoming who I was meant to be before Dumbledore decided to remake me according to his vision. What do you need us to do? Ron asked practically. First, help me identify RAB, Harry replied. Second, I need a secure location to continue breaking the bindings. Raven's Crag is compromised if the Order is planning a raid. RAB, Hermione repeated thoughtfully. A wizard with access to Voldemort's Horcruxes, familiar enough with them to recognize what they were and attempt to destroy one. Has to be someone from you-know-who's inner circle, Ron reasoned. Someone who turned against him. Harry nodded, having followed similar logic himself. Someone who died, most likely, given the tone of the note. Hermione's eyes suddenly widened. Regulus Black. What? Harry and Ron said simultaneously. Sirius's brother, she elaborated excitedly. Regulus Arcturus Black. He was a Death Eater who disappeared mysteriously. Sirius told us about him at Grimmauld Place, remember? He joined the Death Eaters, then got cold feet and was killed on Voldemort's orders. RAB, Harry breathed. It fits. And he would have had access to Grimmauld Place to hide the Horcrux after stealing it. Which means the real locket might still be there, Ron concluded. We need to go to Grimmauld Place, Hermione decided. It's perfect for your needs, Harry. Unplottable, protected by the Fidelius charm, and now that Dumbledore is gone. I'm the owner, Harry finished for her. Sirius left it to me. The Order is still using it as headquarters, though. Not as much anymore, Ron informed him. Dad says they've been rotating meeting locations since since Dumbledore died and they can't be sure about the security. So we could use it without the Order knowing? Harry asked. Probably, Hermione agreed. Especially if you're able to modify the wards as the rightful owner. The plan was quickly formed. They would go to Grimmauld Place immediately to search for the locket and establish it as Harry's new base of operations for breaking the remaining bindings and planning the hunt for the other Horcruxes. What about the Order raid on Raven's Crag? Harry asked. Should we warn them it's unnecessary? Let them raid an empty house, Ron suggested with a grin. Serves them right for going behind your back. Ron. Hermione admonished. That's dangerous. What if the house has defenses? It does, Harry confirmed. But Grimsby, the house elf, can handle it. I'll send him a message to expect them but not harm them. With their plan decided, the three friends left the classroom and made their way cautiously through the castle. Harry led them to the secret passage connected to Raven's Crag. This is brilliant, Ron whispered as the stone wall dissolved to admit them. A direct connection to Hogwarts from your hideout? Dumbledore would have had kittens. The Addams family has maintained certain arrangements with magical institutions for centuries, Harry explained, echoing Grimsby's phrasing. They believe in maintaining escape routes. Once back at Raven's Crag, Harry quickly gathered his belongings and informed Grimsby of the plan. The dignified house elf accepted the news with characteristic equanimity. I shall inform any visitors that Master Potter has relocated but may return at his convenience, he promised. The wards will admit them to the entrance hall only, where I shall serve tea and apologize for your absence. Perfect, Harry said with a smile, imagining Moody's frustration at being served tea after organizing a full tactical raid. Thank you for everything, Grimsby. It has been an honor, Master Potter. The Addams family will be most pleased to hear of your progress in reclaiming your magical birthright. After collecting his trunk and the various materials provided by the Addamses, Harry joined his friends in the entrance hall. Together, they disapparated to the steps of number 12, Grimmauld Place. The ancient black family home looked as forbidding as ever, its facade grim and unwelcoming. As Harry stepped forward, he felt the wards recognize him as the rightful owner, the front door unlocking at his touch. "It recognizes you," Hermione observed. "That's a good sign." Inside, the house was silent and apparently deserted. The portrait of Walburga Black remained behind its curtains, and no sign of order activity was visible. "Creature," Harry called experimentally. With a crack, the ancient house elf appeared, his bloodshot eyes narrowing at the sight of Harry and his friends. "Master has returned," he croaked, bowing low but with obvious reluctance. "With his mud-blood and blood-traitor friends." "None of that," Harry said sharply. "I won't tolerate those terms, creature." To everyone's surprise, Harry's command carried unusual weight. Creature straightened, his eyes widening slightly as he sensed the change in his master. "Master's magic has changed," the elf observed. "Stronger. Older. More like the ancient and most noble house of Black's magic used to be." Harry's blood magic ability allowed him to sense the connection between himself and Creature more clearly now, a magical bond established through his inheritance of the house and reinforced by Sirius's will. "Yes, Creature, my magic has changed," Harry confirmed. "I've reclaimed abilities that were bound without my knowledge." The elf's demeanor shifted subtly, a new respect entering his gaze. "Master has broken bindings on his family magic? Ancient magic?" "That's right," Harry said. "And now I need your help with something important. Something related to your former master, Regulus Black." At the mention of Regulus, Creature's entire attitude transformed. His back straightened, and something like hope flickered across his wrinkled face. "Master Regulus? What does Master Harry know of brave Master Regulus?" Harry withdrew the fake Horcrux locket, holding it out for Creature to see. "Did Regulus leave another locket here? Similar to this one?" Creature's reaction was immediate and dramatic. He began to tremble, his huge eyes filling with tears. "Master knows," he whispered. "Master knows about Master Regulus's sacrifice." "Tell me what happened, Creature," Harry requested gently. "Tell me about Regulus and the locket." And so, in the entrance hall of Grimmauld Place, Creature told them the tragic tale of Regulus Black's defiance and death, how Voldemort had borrowed the elf to test the defenses around the Horcrux, leaving him to die, how Regulus had learned of this and determined to destroy the Dark Lord's soul container, how he had sacrificed himself in the cave, ordering Creature to take the locket and destroy it. But Creature failed, the elf wailed, pulling at his ears in distress. Creature tried everything, but nothing would break the locket. Master Regulus died for nothing. "Where is the locket now, Creature?" Hermione asked gently. The elf's expression darkened. "Gone. Stolen by Mundungus Fletcher when he raided the house after Master Sirius died." Harry felt a surge of anger, quickly controlled as nearby candlesticks flared with his fire affinity. "Mundungus stole it? Do you know where he might have taken it?" "Selling stolen goods in Nocturne Alley," Creature suggested. "Thieving, filthy, Creature," Harry interrupted firmly. "I promise you, we will find the locket and destroy it, completing Master Regulus's mission. But I need your help. Will you assist me? Not just as your master, but as someone who shares your goal of destroying the Dark Lord's locket?" Something shifted in the old elf's demeanor, a straightening of his hunched back, a new purpose entering his rheumy eyes. "Creature will help Master Harry find the locket," he declared. "For Master Regulus." "Thank you," Harry said sincerely. "First, I need to know if anyone from the Order has been here recently or is expected soon." "No one has visited in 3 days," Creature reported. "The blood traitor Weasley sometimes come to check the house, but they give warning first." "Good. We'll be staying here for a while, conducting important work. I need the house secured against all visitors except those I specifically authorize. Creature can adjust the wards, the elf confirmed. As master is rightful owner, the house will respond to his wishes. Excellent. And creature? Please prepare rooms for my friends. We'll be working together to complete Master Regulus's mission. As creature hurried off, seemingly energized by this new purpose, Ron whistled softly. That was impressive, mate. I've never seen creature so cooperative. Blood magic, Harry explained. It enhances magical bonds, including those between wizard and house elf. Plus, offering to complete Regulus's mission gives him something he's wanted for years. So what now? Hermione asked, practical as ever. We need to find Mundungus and recover the locket, but we also need to continue breaking your remaining bindings. We do both, Harry decided. I'll work on the magical absorption binding tonight. I've already made significant progress. Tomorrow we start tracking down Mundungus. And the order? Ron prompted. They're still planning to raid Raven's Crag, still think you might be under some kind of influence. Harry considered this. After I break the next binding, I'll meet with select order members, your parents, Ron, plus Remus and maybe McGonagall. People I trust enough to explain the situation. Not Moody? Hermione asked. Not yet, Harry said firmly. He's too suspicious, too aligned with Ministry thinking about what constitutes acceptable magic. He'd see these abilities as dark arts rather than my natural inheritance. As they settled into Grimmauld Place, Harry felt a sense of rightness that had been missing since Dumbledore's death. With his friends by his side and his true magical nature gradually emerging, he finally felt equipped to face the challenges ahead, not as Dumbledore's carefully crafted weapon, but as Harry Potter, claiming his full magical birthright and forging his own path toward defeating Voldemort. That night, while Ron and Hermione slept, Harry continued working on breaking the magical absorption binding. In the basement kitchen, he practiced with carefully controlled spells, deliberately subjecting himself to magical energy and learning to absorb rather than deflect it. With each successful absorption, the binding weakened further. By dawn, Harry felt it give way completely, a sensation like a dam breaking inside his magical core. Suddenly, he could perceive magical energy around him in a new way, sensing its potential for absorption and redirection. To test the newly unbound ability, he cast a powerful stunning spell at a cushion, then reached out with his magic to recapture the energy before it struck, pulling it back into himself in a continuous loop. The sensation was exhilarating, magic flowing out from his core, expressing his intent, then returning to him without dissipation. 6 down, 2 to go, he murmured to himself, feeling the changes settle into his magical core. Only the final binding remained, magical innovation, the ability to create and modify spells intuitively. According to Grandmama's notes, this would be the most difficult to break, requiring a catalyst of extreme magical need and creativity combined. As the sun rose over London, Harry made his way to the roof of Grimmauld Place, feeling his expanded magic respond to the growing light. The 6 unbound abilities were beginning to integrate, working together in ways he was still discovering. His Parseltongue enhanced his connection to certain aspects of blood magic. His necromantic sensitivity complemented his legilimency. His fire affinity worked naturally with his magical absorption. Standing on the rooftop, Harry extended his senses outward, feeling the pulse of magical London around him. Somewhere out there was Mundungus Fletcher with the Horcrux locket. Somewhere beyond, Voldemort and his Death Eaters plotted their next moves. But for the first time since learning of the prophecy, Harry didn't feel overwhelmed by the task before him. 6 of his natural abilities had been restored, with only 1 binding left to break. His friends stood with him, loyal as always despite the changes in him. And he was finally free of Dumbledore's carefully constructed path, able to face his destiny on his own terms. As the morning light illuminated his face, Harry Potter smiled. The weapon Dumbledore had tried to forge was becoming something else entirely, something neither the old headmaster nor Voldemort had anticipated. Something neither of them could control. The true heir of James and Lily Potter was finally emerging, with power and potential beyond anything Dumbledore had dared to allow. And when he finally faced Voldemort, it would be with his full magical birthright restored, all 8 powers unbound, his true self finally free. Chapter 3. The reckoning. Dawn broke over Grimmauld Place as Harry descended from the rooftop, his newly unbound magical absorption ability still settling into his core. The sensation was unlike anything he'd experienced before. Magic flowed through him differently now, responding to external forces with newfound receptivity. Spells directed at him could be captured, their energy harvested rather than merely deflected. 6 bindings broken. 2 to go. In the kitchen, he found Hermione already awake, surrounded by books and parchment, her hair tied back in a messy bun. She looked up as he entered, dark circles under her eyes suggesting she'd been up for hours. "You've broken another one," she observed immediately. Harry nodded, unsurprised by her perception. "Magical absorption. Finished it about an hour ago." "How does it feel?" He considered the question as he poured himself tea from the pot Creature had left warming. "Like I've been wearing a blindfold while walking through a room, and someone's just removed it. I can see, or rather feel, magical currents that were invisible before." Hermione pushed aside her notes and leaned forward, her academic curiosity piqued. "What kind of currents?" "Magical residue. Spells that have been cast recently, lingering effects of enchantments." He gestured around the kitchen. "This house is saturated with centuries of spell work. It's like seeing ghosts of magic performed decades or even centuries ago." "Fascinating," Hermione breathed. "And practically speaking? How might this help against Voldemort?" Harry sipped his tea before answering. "His spells, anyone's spells, can potentially fuel my own magic rather than harm me. I'd need more practice to handle something like the Killing Curse, but lesser attacks could become advantages." Ron shuffled in, yawning widely, his hair sticking up at impossible angles. "Morning," he mumbled, dropping heavily into a chair. "What did I miss?" "Harry broke the 6th binding overnight," Hermione reported. "Magical absorption." "Brilliant," Ron said through another yawn. "So just one left, then?" "Magical innovation," Harry confirmed. "The ability to create and modify spells intuitively. According to Grandmama Addams's notes, it's the most heavily bound. Dumbledore was particularly concerned about this one." "No wonder," Hermione said thoughtfully. "The ability to create new magic rather than just learning existing spells, that's exceptionally rare. The Ministry classifies spell creation as master-level work requiring licenses and oversight." "Control again," Harry said, a hint of bitterness creeping into his voice. "Can't have wizards creating magic the Ministry doesn't approve of." "To be fair," Hermione cautioned, "untested spells can be dangerous. Look at what happened with Snape's Sectum Sempra." Harry winced at the memory. "Fair point. But that's about responsible use, not whether I should have the ability at all." "So how do we break this last binding?" Ron asked, helping himself to toast from the plate Creature had prepared. "That's the challenge," Harry admitted. "Grandmama's notes suggest it requires a catalyst, a moment of extreme magical need combined with creative intuition. Not something we can easily manufacture." "Well, we've got other priorities anyway," Hermione said practically. "We need to find Mundungus and recover the locket." Harry nodded. "I've been thinking about that. Creature might be able to track him down." As if summoned by his name, the aged house elf appeared with a crack. His appearance had changed subtly overnight, his tea towel was clean, his posture straighter, his eyes clearer. Having a purpose again seemed to have revitalized him. "Master called for Creature?" "Not directly," Harry said. But we were discussing Mundungus Fletcher and the locket he stole. Creature's gnarled hands clenched. The thief. Creature has been considering where he might be found. Do you think you could locate him? Harry asked. House elves have tracking abilities beyond what wizards can do, especially regarding theft from their households. Creature's eyes widened slightly at Harry's knowledge of elf magic, knowledge that came from his unbound abilities allowing him to perceive magical signatures more clearly. Creature could find the thief, he confirmed. The Black family magic permits tracking of stolen heirlooms, even if Creature cannot directly retrieve them without permission. Then I give you permission, Harry said firmly. Find Mundungus, but don't confront him. Return and tell us where he is, and we'll handle the recovery. The elf bowed low. Creature will obey. For Master Regulus. After Creature disappeared, Ron whistled softly. Never thought I'd see the day when Creature was eager to help us. It's Master Regulus, Hermione observed. He's finally got a chance to fulfill his last order. It's more than that, Harry said. My unbound blood magic lets me sense the connections between members of magical households. The Black family magic recognized me as the rightful heir through Sirius, but now with my blood magic activated, the connection is stronger, more primal. While they waited for Creature's return, Harry brought his friends up to speed on his plans to meet with selected order members. I'm thinking your parents, Ron, plus Remus and Professor McGonagall, he explained. People I trust enough to explain about the bindings. McGonagall will want evidence, Hermione cautioned. She respected Dumbledore enormously. I know, Harry said. That's why I want to gather everyone here, where I can demonstrate the unbound abilities safely. And I have Grandmama's documentation of the ritual that revealed the bindings. Ron looked uneasy. My mum's going to go mental when she sees you, you know. Been worried sick, she has. I'll face her wrath, Harry said with a faint smile. She deserves an explanation. What about the Addamses? Hermione asked. Will they be involved in what comes next? Harry had been pondering this very question. I've been considering writing to them. Their expertise with ritual magic might help with the Horcruxes. And Wednesday specifically mentioned wanting to examine a soul container if we found one. They're an unusual family, Hermione observed diplomatically. That's putting it mildly, Ron snorted. From what you've told us, they make the Lovegoods look positively ordinary. They see magic differently, Harry explained. Without the artificial boundaries the Ministry has established. Blood magic, necromancy, these aren't dark arts to them, just different aspects of magical expression. Speaking of which, Hermione said hesitantly, Harry, have you communicated with your parents again? Through the necromantic ability? Harry touched the bracelet Wednesday had given him, feeling the connection it provided. Briefly. It's not like having full conversations, more like impressions, feelings, occasional words. They're proud. His voice caught slightly on the word. And concerned. Before the conversation could continue, Creature reappeared with a loud crack, looking triumphant. Creature has found the thief, he announced. Mundungus Fletcher is hiding in a basement room at the White Wyvern in Nocturne Alley, selling stolen goods to avoid Ministry arrest. The White Wyvern? Ron repeated. That's a rough pub, even by Nocturne Alley standards. Is he alone? Harry asked. He has customers coming and going, Creature reported. Dark wizards and creatures. He keeps Master Regulus's locket in an enchanted pouch inside his coat, along with other valuable items stolen from the noble house of Black. Harry exchanged glances with Ron and Hermione. We need a plan. Nocturne Alley is too dangerous for a direct confrontation, especially with Death Eaters potentially watching. Polyjuice? Hermione suggested. Too slow to prepare, Harry shook his head. But I might have another option. He concentrated on his Metamorphmagus ability, which had been strengthening with practice since being unbound. His features shifted, hair darkening and lengthening, nose broadening, jawline becoming heavier. Within moments, he resembled a nondescript middle-aged wizard who might plausibly be shopping for illegal goods. Ron and Hermione stared, impressed by the transformation. "Blimey," Ron breathed. "That's handy." "Not as complete as Tonks can manage," Harry admitted, his voice unchanged. "I still need to work on vocal alterations and more extensive transformations. But it should be enough for Nocturne Alley." "What about us?" Hermione asked. "I should go alone," Harry decided. "Less conspicuous, and if things go wrong, I have multiple abilities to defend myself now." Ron started to protest, but Hermione laid a restraining hand on his arm. "He's right. Harry's much better equipped for this kind of mission now." "I don't like it," Ron grumbled. "But fine. If you're not back in 2 hours, we're coming after you, metamorphmagus abilities or not." Harry agreed to the time limit, then prepared for the mission. He dressed in plain black robes from Sirius's old wardrobe, suitable for Nocturne Alley's clientele. His wand was secured in a forearm holster, though he increasingly found himself relying on wandless magic as his unbound abilities strengthened. Before departing, he took a moment to center himself, feeling the 6 unbound abilities settling into new configurations within his magical core. They were becoming more integrated, responding to his will with increasing fluidity. The necromantic sensitivity let him feel the impressions of those who had passed through Grimmauld Place over centuries. The blood magic connected him to the house itself through his inheritance from Sirius. His enhanced Parseltongue allowed him to hear the whispers of small garden snakes that had made homes in the overgrown backyard. Most importantly, the magical absorption ability had fundamentally altered his approach to magical defense. Where once he had relied on shields and deflection, now he could potentially turn an enemy's attacks into sources of power. "I'll be back soon," he promised his friends. With the locket, Harry operated directly into Nocturne Alley, choosing a shadowy alcove as his arrival point. The narrow street was as unwelcoming as ever, dark shops with grimy windows, hooded figures hurrying along the cobblestones, the occasional hiss of something not entirely human watching from shadowed doorways. The White Wyvern was easy to find, marked by a faded sign depicting a snarling dragon-like creature. Inside, the pub was dim and smoky, smelling of stale beer and darker substances Harry preferred not to identify. His enhanced senses, a side effect of the unbound abilities integrating, picked up conversations in multiple languages, deals being struck in whispers, threats exchanged in the darker corners. He made his way to the bar, ordered a fire whiskey with a gruff nod, and casually surveyed the room. His magical senses, particularly the blood magic sensitivity, allowed him to perceive the connections between different patrons, who was related, who was magically bonded, who was under magical compulsion or influence. In the far corner, partially hidden by a support beam, sat Mundungus Fletcher. He was engaged in quiet negotiation with a hooded figure, several small objects spread on the table between them. Harry could sense the magical signatures of the items even from across the room, one in particular pulsed with dark energy that made his skin crawl. The Horcrux. Harry sipped his fire whiskey, considering his approach. Direct confrontation would draw unwanted attention. Magical compulsion might leave traces that could be detected later. Then he remembered something Grandmama Addams had taught him about blood magic, how it could be used to create temporary connections, subtle influences that didn't qualify as compulsion but could redirect attention and intention. Focusing on the blood magic flowing through his veins, Harry extended a tendril of influence toward Mundungus, establishing a gossamer-thin connection. Not enough to control the man's actions, but enough to plant a suggestion, a sudden compelling urge to visit the restroom, perhaps. To Harry's satisfaction, Mundungus abruptly stood, muttered something to his customer, and headed toward the back of the pub. Harry waited a moment, then followed. The narrow hallway leading to the restrooms was deserted. As Mundungus emerged from the men's room, Harry stepped forward, dropping his metamorphmagus disguise. "Hello, Dung," he said quietly. Mundungus froze, his bloodshot eyes widening in shock. "Potter? What the bloody?" Harry silenced him with a subtle gesture, his wandless magic responding instantly to his intent. "I'm not here to turn you in. I'm here for something specific that you stole from Grimmauld Place." He released the silencing charm, allowing Mundungus to speak. "Don't know what you're talking about," the thief muttered unconvincingly. "A locket," Harry said. "Heavy gold, with an S made of emeralds. It was in a cabinet in the drawing room." Mundungus's hand moved unconsciously toward his coat, confirming Creature's information about where the locket was hidden. "That old thing," he attempted nonchalance. "Probably fake anyway. Costume jewelry, like." "It's not," Harry said flatly. "And I need it. Now." Something in Harry's tone, or perhaps the subtle glow that had entered his eyes as his fire affinity responded to his emotions, made Mundungus take a step back. All right, he muttered, reaching into his coat. "No need to get tetchy. Just doing business, wasn't I? Not like anyone was using the stuff." He extracted a small drawstring pouch from an inner pocket. After rummaging briefly, he produced the locket, heavy gold with the serpentine S inlaid with green stones. The moment it emerged, Harry's enhanced senses screamed in warning. The locket pulsed with malevolent energy, a sickening aura of wrongness that made his stomach turn. His necromantic sensitivity perceived a trapped fragment of something that should have passed beyond but remained tethered to the physical plane. The blood magic in his veins recoiled from the perversion of life force contained within the innocent-looking jewelry. This was it. Slytherin's locket. Voldemort's Horcrux. "I'll take that," Harry said, extending his hand. Mundungus hesitated. "Worth a fair bit, this is. Gold alone, never mind the emeralds." Harry's patience, already thin, evaporated. His unbound abilities responded to his irritation, the air around them grew noticeably warmer as his fire affinity flared, and his eyes took on a serpentine quality as his Parseltongue ability manifested physically. "The locket," he repeated, voice dropping to a sibilant whisper that wasn't quite human. "Now." Mundungus practically threw the locket at him, backing away until he hit the wall. "Take it." "Just, what happened to you, Potter? You don't look right." Harry caught the locket, careful not to let it touch his skin directly. Even through his clothing, he could feel the malevolence emanating from it. "I've changed," he said simply. "Now, a memory charm, I think." Before Mundungus could protest, Harry used his natural legilimency to identify the specific memories that needed modification, then cast a precise obliviate, not erasing Mundungus's entire memory of the encounter, but replacing Harry's appearance with that of a nondescript buyer. The thief would remember selling the locket willingly, but wouldn't recall to whom or under what circumstances. With the Horcrux secured and Mundungus properly memory charmed, Harry restored his metamorphic disguise and made his way out of the White Wyvern. As he stepped into Nocturne Alley, a prickle of awareness at the base of his skull alerted him to being watched. His enhanced senses scanned the street, identifying a hooded figure observing the pub entrance from across the way. A Death Eater? A Ministry Watcher? Impossible to tell without a closer look. Deciding not to risk direct apparition that might be traced, Harry slipped into the crowd, using his metamorphmagus ability to subtly alter his appearance every few minutes, a slightly different nose here, a changed hair color there. His blood magic sensitivity told him the Watcher was following, but at a distance. When he reached the intersection with a slightly more reputable side street, Harry ducked into an apothecary, quickly moved through to the back room on a pretense of examining rare ingredients, then slipped out the service entrance into a narrow alley. Once sure he was temporarily unobserved, he apparat back to Grimmauld Place. He materialized in the entrance hall, immediately restoring his normal appearance as the wards recognized him. "Harry!" Hermione called, rushing from the drawing room with Ron close behind. "Did you get it? We were getting worried." In answer, Harry held up the locket, being careful not to let it touch his skin. "Blimey," Ron breathed. "That's it, then? A real Horcrux?" "Definitely," Harry confirmed grimly. "I can feel the wrongness in it. Like a perversion of natural magic." Hermione studied it with academic fascination mingled with revulsion. "We need to destroy it. The diary was pierced by a basilisk fang, and Dumbledore used the sword of Gryffindor on the ring. Both imbued with basilisk venom," Harry nodded. "But we don't have access to either at the moment." "What about fiendfire?" Ron suggested. "Dad says it's one of the few things that can destroy almost anything magical. Also notoriously difficult to control," Hermione cautioned. "We could burn down half of London trying." Harry considered the options. "I might be able to manage fiendfire with my fire affinity unbound. But I'd rather not risk it unless we have no alternative." He turned the locket over in his hands, careful to maintain the barrier of cloth between his skin and the metal. "There's something else we should consider. Opening it before destroying it." "Opening it?" Hermione repeated, alarmed. "Harry, that could be extremely dangerous. If it has defenses like the ring that cursed Dumbledore's hand." "I know," Harry acknowledged. "But my unbound abilities give me advantages Dumbledore didn't have. The necromantic sensitivity lets me perceive the nature of the soul fragment. The Parseltongue might be key to opening it safely. It's Slytherin's locket, after all." "And if it fights back?" Ron asked. "That's where the magical absorption comes in," Harry explained. "Any curse or magical attack might be something I can redirect or absorb." Hermione still looked unconvinced. "It's risky." "Everything about Horcruxes is risky," Harry pointed out. "But I think," he was interrupted by the sound of the front doorbell, followed immediately by the shrieking of Walburga Black's portrait as the curtains covering it flew open. "Filth! Scum! Defiling the house of my fathers! Who could that be?" Hermione hissed over the portrait's screams. "No one should be able to find this place except Order members." Harry quickly wrapped the locket in a handkerchief and tucked it into his pocket. "Order members, yes. I think our timeline just got accelerated." Ron peered cautiously out the window. "It's my parents. And Remus. And, blimey, it's the whole family. Bill, Charlie, even Percy." Harry took a deep breath. "So much for a carefully controlled meeting with selected Order members. Looks like we're doing this now." He moved to the front door, silencing Walburga's portrait with a gesture of his hand, another demonstration of his wandless magic becoming more intuitive with the bindings removed. When he opened the door, he found the entire Weasley family plus Remus Lupin standing on the doorstep, expressions ranging from concern to outright shock as they took in his altered appearance. "Harry!" Mrs. Weasley gasped, rushing forward to envelop him in a bone-crushing hug. "Thank Merlin you're safe. We've been so worried." "Hello, Mrs. Weasley," Harry managed, returning the hug somewhat awkwardly. Over her shoulder, he met Remus's eyes, receiving a small nod of acknowledgement. The werewolf had clearly decided to bring the Weasleys into the loop rather than wait for Harry's planned meeting. "You look different," Mr. Weasley observed cautiously as his wife finally released Harry. "I am different," Harry confirmed, stepping back to allow them entry. "There's a lot to explain. Please, come in." As the Weasleys filed into the entrance hall, Harry noted the varying reactions to his changed appearance. Bill, with his Cursebreaker's training, studied him with professional interest, clearly sensing the altered magical signature. Charlie looked merely curious. Percy appeared deeply uncomfortable, while the twins regarded him with identical expressions of fascination. Ginny, entering last, stopped dead in her tracks, her eyes widening as she truly saw him. "Harry," she whispered, as if uncertain it was really him. "It's me, Ginny," he assured her. "Just, more me than before." He led everyone to the enlarged kitchen, where Creature had somehow anticipated the need for refreshments. Tea and sandwiches awaited the group, the ancient elf hovering nearby with an expression that mingled his habitual disdain for blood traitors with new respect for Harry's wishes. Once everyone was seated, an expectant silence fell. Harry remained standing, feeling it was appropriate for what he needed to share. "I know you've all been worried," he began. "The papers saying I was abducted by Death Eaters, the Ministry using my disappearance for propaganda. I'm sorry for the concern that caused, especially to you, Mrs. Weasley." "Where have you been, Harry?" Arthur asked directly. "The Order has been searching everywhere." "Initially, America," Harry replied, seeing no reason to hide this fact. "I went there seeking space to think after Dumbledore's death. What I found instead was the truth about my magic." He took a deep breath. "Dumbledore bound my natural magical abilities when I was an infant. 8 separate bindings, suppressing powers that were my birthright." Percy made a scoffing noise. "That's absurd. Binding a child's magic is illegal under international wizarding law." "Dumbledore would never." "He did," Harry cut him off firmly. "A family in America, the Addamses, performed a revealing ritual that exposed the bindings beyond any doubt." "The Addamses?" Bill sat forward, suddenly alert. "Old family. Very old magic. Not exactly Ministry-approved practitioners." "No," Harry agreed. "They approach magic differently than what's taught at Hogwarts or sanctioned by the Ministry. They helped me break 5 of the bindings while I was with them. I've since broken a 6th, with 2 remaining." "What kind of abilities are we talking about, Harry?" Remus asked, though Harry suspected he already knew and was simply giving him an opening. In response, Harry demonstrated each unbound ability, conjuring wandless fire in his palm, changing his hair color and facial features through metamorphmagus transformation, speaking briefly to a garden snake that Creature summoned at his request, using his natural legilimency to identify thoughts Remus deliberately projected toward him, sensing the blood connections between the various Weasley family members, and absorbing then redirecting a minor jinx Fred sent at him at his request. The demonstration left the kitchen in stunned silence. "Sweet Merlin," Charlie finally breathed. That's not normal magic." "It's not what the Ministry defines as normal," Harry corrected. "But it's my natural magic. My inheritance, suppressed by Dumbledore because it didn't fit his plans for how I should develop." "Why would Albus do such a thing?" Arthur asked, looking troubled. "Control," Harry said simply. "These abilities would have made me too unpredictable, too difficult to guide along the path he believed necessary for defeating Voldemort." Mrs. Weasley flinched at the name but seemed more disturbed by the implications of Harry's words. "Surely he meant well," she suggested weakly. "Albus always had everyone's best interests at heart." "I believe he thought he was doing the right thing," Harry acknowledged. "But he made the decision to bind my natural magic without consent, mine or my parents'. He decided what parts of myself I should be allowed to access." Remus cleared his throat. Harry's parents would never have approved this. James and Lily believed strongly in allowing magical children to develop their natural gifts, whatever those might be. "But some of these abilities," Percy protested, "they're regulated for a reason. Blood magic, necromancy, these are classified as dark arts by the Ministry." "The Ministry classifies anything it can't easily control as dark," Harry replied, a hint of bitterness in his tone. "These abilities aren't inherently dark or light, they're neutral, like any magic. It's the intent behind them that matters." "That sounds like something Dumbledore would say," Bill observed with a slight smile. "The irony isn't lost on me," Harry admitted. "So what happens now?" Ginny asked, speaking for the first time since they'd gathered. "You're breaking the remaining bindings and then what?" "Then I do what I've always intended to do," Harry said firmly. "Defeat Voldemort. But on my terms, not according to Dumbledore's carefully orchestrated plan." He briefly explained about the Horcruxes, leaving out specific details about the locket currently in his pocket but making it clear that Dumbledore had left him with the task of finding and destroying Voldemort's soul containers. That's why he was training you, Remus realized. The private lessons last year. Yes, Harry confirmed. Though he parceled out information in tiny pieces, revealing only what he thought I needed to know when he decided I should know it. Just like the bindings, George observed shrewdly. Controlling what magic you could access, when you could access it. Exactly, Harry nodded, appreciating the twins' quick understanding. I still can't believe Dumbledore would do something so fundamentally wrong, Arthur said, shaking his head. Binding a child's natural magic goes against everything the wizarding world stands for. He believed the prophecy gave him the right, Harry explained. He interpreted it to mean I needed to develop in specific ways to fulfill my role as Voldemort's vanquisher. And now? Bill asked. These unbound abilities, do they give you a better chance against you-know-who? I believe so, Harry said. Especially once all 8 are unbound. The final binding, magical innovation, the ability to create and modify spells intuitively, may be particularly useful against him. That's master-level magic, Percy protested. Requiring years of study and ministry certification. For those who don't have the natural ability, Harry countered. But it was part of my magical inheritance before Dumbledore decided I shouldn't have access to it. The discussion continued for hours, with each family member processing the revelations differently. Mrs. Weasley moved from disbelief to maternal concern about the dangers of such powerful magic. Mr. Weasley asked thoughtful questions about the ethical implications of Dumbledore's actions. Bill and Charlie seemed most accepting, perhaps because their work with goblins and dragons had exposed them to magic outside ministry regulations. Percy remained skeptical and uncomfortable, while the twins were practically vibrating with excitement at the possibilities Harry's unbound abilities represented. Ginny said little but watched Harry intently, seemingly cataloguing every change in his appearance and demeanor. Finally, as evening approached, Remus brought the conversation back to practical matters. The Order is still planning to raid Raven's Crag tomorrow, he informed Harry. They believe you're being held there under some form of compulsion. Let them raid it, Harry shrugged. They'll find nothing but an empty house and a very polite house elf offering tea and apologies for my absence. And what will you do in the meantime? Arthur asked. Continue my work, Harry said simply. Breaking the final bindings, hunting the Horcruxes, preparing to face Voldemort. You shouldn't do this alone, Mrs. Weasley protested. I'm not alone, Harry assured her, glancing at Ron and Hermione. I have help. And I may be contacting the Addamses again for their expertise with certain aspects of the Horcruxes. This announcement caused another ripple of concern, particularly from Percy. The Addamses aren't ministry-approved consultants, he objected. Their approach to magic is considered dangerous and unpredictable in Britain. Which is precisely why they might be helpful with Horcruxes, Harry pointed out. This isn't a situation where ministry-approved methods are likely to be sufficient. As the discussion wound down, Harry made one thing clear: he would not be returning to Order headquarters or submitting to any examination by ministry specialists concerned about his changed magic. I'm not asking for permission to be who I truly am, he stated firmly. I'm informing you out of respect and care for your family. What you choose to tell the rest of the Order is up to you, but I won't allow anyone to attempt to rebind my abilities or interfere with my work against Voldemort. No one's suggesting that, Harry, Arthur assured him, though Percy looked like he might disagree. We're just concerned for your safety. And I appreciate that, Harry said sincerely. But I need to follow this path. It's who I am, who I was always meant to be before Dumbledore interfered. As the Weasleys and Remus prepared to leave, extracting promises from Harry to keep them informed and call for help if needed, Ginny finally approached him directly. Can I talk to you for a minute? She asked quietly. Alone? Harry nodded, leading her to the drawing room while the others gathered their cloaks in the entrance hall. Once alone, Ginny studied him with an intensity that made him slightly uncomfortable. "You're really different," she finally said. "Not just how you look, but everything about you. The way you move, the way you speak. Even your magic feels different." "I know," Harry acknowledged. "It's a lot to take in." "Is it still you, though?" she asked directly. "The Harry I knew?" The question caught him off guard with its perception. "Yes and no," he answered honestly. "I'm more myself than I've ever been. These abilities were always part of me, just locked away. But I understand things differently now. See magic differently. See Dumbledore differently." Ginny nodded slowly. "I can tell. There's a weight to you now. A certainty that wasn't there before. Does it bother you?" Harry found himself asking, realizing he cared about her answer more than he'd expected. She considered the question seriously before responding. "It's not about bothering me. It's about whether you're still." She paused, searching for the right words. "Whether we still fit together the way we did before." The maturity of her perspective surprised him. "I don't know," he admitted. "Everything's happened so fast. Breaking the bindings, discovering what Dumbledore did, planning how to defeat Voldemort. I haven't had time to think about us." "I understand," she said, and he could tell she genuinely did. "Defeat him first. Figure out who you are with all these unbound abilities. Then, well, then we'll see." She reached up on tiptoe and kissed his cheek softly before turning to join her family, leaving Harry touched by her wisdom and understanding. After the Weasleys and Remus departed, Harry rejoined Ron and Hermione in the kitchen. "That went better than expected," Ron observed. "Though Percy looked like he wanted to call in an Auror squad to examine you." "Your parents took it remarkably well," Harry noted. "Dad's always been fascinated by different approaches to magic," Ron shrugged. "And Mum?" "Well, she's more concerned about you being safe than whether your abilities are ministry approved." "We should focus on the Horcrux now," Hermione redirected the conversation. "What's our plan for the locket?" Harry withdrew it from his pocket, placing the wrapped bundle on the kitchen table. "I still think we should try to open it before destroying it. It might contain information about the other Horcruxes." "And how do you propose to open it safely?" Hermione asked. "Parseltongue," Harry said confidently. "It's Slytherin's locket. And my enhanced Parseltongue ability should be strong enough to command it now." "What if it fights back?" Ron asked again. The diary possessed Ginny. "Who knows what this thing might do?" "That's where you two come in," Harry explained. "I need you to be ready with containment spells if something goes wrong. And..." He hesitated. "I think I should contact the Addamses. Wednesday specifically mentioned wanting to examine a Horcrux if we found one. Is that wise?" Hermione asked. "Bringing more people into this?" "They already know about the Horcruxes," Harry pointed out. "Grandmama figured it out from my description of what Dumbledore and I were hunting. And they have experience with soul magic that might be valuable." After some discussion, they agreed Harry would send a message to the Addamses requesting consultation, while they prepared to examine the locket more carefully the following day. That night, as Ron and Hermione slept, Harry sat alone in the Black family library, the wrapped locket on the table before him. His enhanced senses could perceive the malevolent energy pulsing from it even through the layers of cloth, a wrongness that offended his necromantic sensitivity in particular. On impulse, he touched the bracelet Wednesday had given him, focusing on his connection to his parents. Almost immediately, he felt their presence, not visual or audible, but an impression of their essence. Caution, came his mother's impression. Dark container. Deceptive. Strength in blood, added his father's essence. Family magic against corrupted soul. The impressions faded, but they left Harry with an idea. The Horcrux was a corruption of natural soul magic. His blood magic, family magic inherited through generations, might provide protection against its influence. He would need to be careful, methodical. The locket had waited this long, it could wait until morning when Ron and Hermione could assist with containment measures. Wrapping the locket securely, Harry returned it to his pocket and headed to bed, his mind filled with possibilities for approaching the Horcrux safely. Morning brought a response to the message he'd sent to Raven's Crag for forwarding to the Addamses. Grimsby had apparently used some form of elf magic to ensure rapid delivery, as the reply arrived by one of the distinctive ravens Harry recognized from the Scottish property. The letter was written in Wednesday's precise handwriting. "Harry, your discovery of a soul container is fortuitous. The family will arrive within 24 hours of your receipt of this message. Grandmama has been researching Horcrux destruction methods beyond conventional approaches like basilisk venom or fiendfire. She believes a combination of necromantic release and blood magic banishment may provide a more controlled method that preserves any information contained within before destroying the soul fragment. Do not attempt to open the locket alone. Soul containers often incorporate the maker's personality aspects, which may attempt psychological manipulation based on the opener's vulnerabilities. The family looks forward to examining this abomination against natural death. Wednesday. Addams' P.S. Father is particularly excited to see British execution methods. Please disabuse him of the notion that the Tower of London still conducts public beheadings if the subject arises." "They're coming here?" Ron asked incredulously when Harry shared the letter. "The entire Addams family?" "Apparently," Harry confirmed. "Within 24 hours. We should prepare," Hermione said practically. "If they're going to help with the Horcrux, we'll need a secure space for the ritual Wednesday mentioned." "The basement would work," Harry suggested. "It's already shielded against magical detection, and there's enough space for ritual work." As they made preparations, Harry found himself looking forward to seeing the Addamses again. Despite their eccentricities, or perhaps because of them, they had shown him more honest help and guidance than he'd received from much of the wizarding world. The day passed in busy preparation. Harry used his enhanced abilities to strengthen Grimmauld Place's already formidable protections, weaving in elements of blood magic that would recognize the Addamses as invited guests when they arrived. Creature, energized by the prospect of important ritual work that might help fulfill Master Regulus's final order, cleaned the basement with uncharacteristic enthusiasm. By evening, everything was ready. The basement had been cleared of debris and dust, leaving a large open space suitable for ritual work. The locket remained securely wrapped, stored in a warded box as an extra precaution. Rooms had been prepared for the Addams family, though Harry wasn't entirely sure how many would be coming or how long they would stay. As midnight approached, Harry sensed a shift in the magical atmosphere around Grimmauld Place. The wards he had modified rippled in recognition of approaching visitors who matched the magical signatures he had authorized. "They're here," he told Ron and Hermione, who had been dozing in the library while waiting. The three made their way to the entrance hall just as a series of distinctive knocks sounded on the front door, what sounded like the opening notes of a funeral dirge tapped out in perfect rhythm. Harry opened the door to find the entire Addams family standing on the doorstep, looking exactly as he remembered them. Gomez in his pinstriped suit, beaming with manic enthusiasm. Morticia radiant in flowing black, her pale skin luminous in the moonlight. Wednesday solemn and analytical, a black notebook already in hand. Pugsley grinning eagerly, a suspicious bulge in his pocket that appeared to be wriggling. Grandmama carrying a large carpet bag that emitted occasional hisses and puffs of purple smoke. Even Lurch stood behind them, imposing and silent, laden with elegant but coffin-shaped luggage. "Harry, my boy!" Gomez exclaimed, rushing forward to pump his hand vigorously. "Marvelous to see you. Breaking bindings, hunting soul fragments, you've been busy." "Capital." "Welcome to London," Harry said, genuinely pleased to see them. "Please, come in." Such a delightfully gloomy dwelling, Morticia observed as she glided into the entrance hall. Centuries of melancholy embedded in the very walls. One can practically taste the generations of despair. Thank you. Ron muttered uncertainly from behind Harry. You must be the friends. Morticia turned her serene gaze to Ron and Hermione. Harry spoke of you often during his stay with us. Your loyalty is commendable. Thank you, Mrs. Addams, Hermione replied politely. Harry's told us how much you helped him discover his true abilities. A matter of family honor, Gomez declared, inspecting the mounted house elf heads on the wall with appreciative interest. The suppression of natural magic is an abomination the Addams family cannot abide. Isn't that right, Wednesday? Magical binding violates the fundamental principle of power expression, Wednesday confirmed, her dark eyes assessing Ron and Hermione with clinical interest. You've both been exposed to Harry's unbound magic. Any notable effects? Effects? Ron repeated, confused. Proximity to newly unbound primal magic can trigger latent abilities in magically sensitive individuals, she explained. Particularly those with compatible magical signatures. I don't think we've experienced anything like that, Hermione said carefully. Pity, Wednesday replied. The data would have been valuable. Grandmama pushed forward, her sharp eyes fixed on Harry. 6 bindings broken, 2 to go. Good progress, boy. Your magic has settled well, the integration is proceeding faster than I anticipated. The house helps, Harry explained. The Black family magic resonates with my unbound abilities, especially the blood magic. Of course it does, Grandmama cackled. Old families, old magic, it recognizes its own kind. As introductions continued, Harry felt a profound sense of worlds colliding, his Hogwarts friends meeting the family that had helped him discover his true magical nature. The contrast between them couldn't have been more stark, yet there was something right about bringing these different parts of his life together. Once everyone was settled in the kitchen with refreshments, Creature had prepared a special blood-red tea that the Addamses pronounced delightfully astringent. Harry brought them up to date on recent developments. So you've recovered the Horcrux, Wednesday summarized. But haven't attempted to open or destroy it. I wanted to wait for your expertise, Harry confirmed. Your warning about psychological manipulation was well-timed. I was considering trying Parseltongue to open it alone. A dangerous proposition, Grandmama agreed. Horcruxes contain more than mere soul fragments. They house aspects of the creator's personality at the time of creation, often the worst aspects, magnified and distilled. We've prepared the basement for whatever ritual you think appropriate, Hermione offered. Excellent! Gomez exclaimed. Nothing like a good basement ritual. Reminds me of Great-Uncle Evanora's exorcism. 3 days, 17 casualties, and the most remarkable case of spontaneous combustion I've ever witnessed. That was a séance, dear, not an exorcism, Morticia corrected gently. The exorcism was Great-Aunt Drusilla's affair with the Vatican representative. Of course. How could I forget? The poor fellow's head never did reattach properly. Harry caught Ron and Hermione's alarmed expressions and hastened to redirect the conversation. Perhaps we should discuss the approach for the Horcrux. Indeed, Grandmama agreed, opening her carpet bag to extract various mysterious components. Wednesday and I have developed a modified ritual that combines necromantic separation with blood magic containment. Wednesday opened her notebook. The procedure has 3 phases. First, containment, creating a ritual circle that prevents the soul fragment from escaping or possessing any participants. Second, extraction, separating the soul fragment from the physical container without destroying either, allowing examination. Third, destruction, eliminating the soul fragment once examination is complete. That sounds considerably more controlled than stabbing it with a basilisk fang, Harry observed. Precisely, Wednesday agreed. Crude physical destruction risks losing valuable intelligence the container might hold. We'll need to examine it first, Grandmama stated. Determine its specific protections before attempting the ritual. Harry retrieved the warded box containing the wrapped locket, placing it carefully in the center of the kitchen table. Everyone gathered around as he opened the box and removed the handkerchief-wrapped bundle. "Don't touch it directly," he warned as he carefully unwrapped the heavy gold locket. The moment it was fully exposed, the atmosphere in the kitchen changed. A cold heaviness settled over the room, like a dense fog of malevolence. The locket seemed to pulse with dark energy, the serpentine almost appearing to writhe in the candlelight. "Exquisite craftsmanship," Morticia observed, apparently unbothered by the malevolent aura. "Salazar Slytherin's personal mark. A historical treasure, quite apart from its current corrupted state." "The soul fragment is aggressive," Grandmama noted, her gnarled fingers hovering inches above the locket without touching it. "Active, not dormant like many Horcruxes become. It senses threat." Wednesday leaned closer, her expression showing the first hint of genuine interest Harry had ever seen from her. "Fascinating. The containment magic is multifaceted, Parseltongue activation mechanism overlaid with emotional triggers designed to prevent destruction. Quite sophisticated for a mere teenager's work." "Teenager?" Hermione repeated, startled. Based on the magical signature's development pattern, this Horcrux was created when the maker was approximately 16 to 18 years of age, Wednesday explained. "One of his earliest, I would estimate." "That matches what Dumbledore believed," Harry confirmed. "He thought the locket was one of the first Horcruxes Voldemort created, possibly while still at Hogwarts or shortly after." "It's watching us," Pugsley observed with unsettling glee. "Can't you feel it? Like when the bog eyes follow you at night." Harry could indeed feel it, a malevolent awareness emanating from the locket. His necromantic sensitivity perceived the trapped soul fragment as a twisted, stunted thing, perpetually in agony yet fueled by hatred and rage. "We should proceed with the ritual tonight," Grandmama decided. "The soul fragment is alert now. Delay will only allow it to prepare defenses." "I need to make one adjustment to our original plan," Wednesday added, studying Harry intently. "With 6 bindings broken and only 2 remaining, this presents an opportunity. The final binding, magical innovation, requires a catalyst of extreme magical need combined with creative intuition. The ritual might provide that catalyst," Harry realized. "Precisely," she confirmed. "Extracting a soul fragment demands magical innovation, approaching the problem in ways that haven't been attempted before. Your partially unbound abilities working in concert may naturally break through the final binding as you confront this challenge." "Is that safe?" Hermione asked with concern. "Breaking a binding while simultaneously dealing with a Horcrux? Safe? No," Wednesday replied bluntly. "Effective? Potentially. Dramatic? Certainly. I'll do it," Harry decided. "If there's a chance to break the final binding while extracting information from the Horcrux, it's worth the risk." Preparations for the ritual began immediately. The family moved to the basement, where Grandmama and Wednesday directed the arrangement of various components in a complex pattern. Morticia prepared specialized candles that burned with black flames, while Gomez enthusiastically mapped out protective circles using what appeared to be powdered bone mixed with some shimmering substance. "Unicorn bone?" Hermione whispered to Harry in horror as she observed Gomez's work. "Volcanic ash and meteorite dust," Harry corrected, his enhanced senses identifying the components. "The Addamses may be unusual, but they don't harm unicorns. Though Great-Uncle Forsyth did once challenge one to a duel," Pugsley added cheerfully, overhearing their exchange. "The unicorn won. We still have his skull in the conservatory, Great-Uncle's, not the unicorn's." As the preparations continued, Harry found himself impressed once again by the Addamses' approach to magic. They worked with confidence and precision, their methods unfamiliar to conventional wizarding practice but clearly effective. Where ministry-approved magic relied on standardized spells and regulated procedures, the Addamses approached magic as an art form, intuitive, creative, and deeply personal. Finally, everything was ready. A complex ritual circle dominated the center of the basement floor, surrounded by 7 black candles. The locket had been placed in the middle of the circle, still radiating malevolence but now contained by the preliminary wards. The ritual requires specific participants, Wednesday explained. Harry as the primary actor, with his blood magic and necromantic sensitivity. Grandmama as the ritual master. Mother for stabilization. Father for containment energy. What about us? Ron asked, indicating himself and Hermione. Observers only, Grandmama instructed firmly. This ritual involves primal magic beyond standard wizarding practice. Untrained participation could be fatal. Harry took his position in the circle as directed, directly across from the locket. Grandmama stood to his right, Morticia to his left, and Gomez completed the cardinal points opposite Harry. The remaining Addamses, Wednesday, Pugsley, and Lurch, formed an outer circle of protection and observation. The ritual begins with blood freely given, Grandmama instructed, passing a silver ritual knife to Harry. 3 drops on the focus object, 7 on the circle's edge. Harry pricked his finger without hesitation, allowing exactly 3 drops to fall onto the locket and 7 more onto the circle's perimeter. The moment his blood touched the ritual components, the basement air grew thick with magical potential, like the heaviness before a thunderstorm. Now call upon your necromantic sensitivity, Grandmama continued. Perceive the fragmented soul, understand its nature. Harry closed his eyes, focusing on his unbound necromantic ability. Unlike his previous uses of this power, which had connected him to fully departed souls, this required perceiving a soul unnaturally tethered to the physical plane. The sensation was jarring, like touching something slimy and wrong in a dark pond. I can feel it, he said, his voice sounding distant to his own ears. Trapped. Rage. Hunger. So much hatred. Good, Grandmama approved. Now, use your Parseltongue to command the locket to open, but do not look directly at what emerges. Channel it through your blood magic connection to the circle. Harry focused on the locket, allowing his enhanced Parseltongue ability to manifest. Open, he commanded, the word emerging as a sibilant hiss. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the locket clicked and swung open with an audible snap. Immediately, dark smoke poured from the locket's interior, forming a swirling column within the ritual circle. Harry kept his eyes averted as instructed, feeling rather than seeing the malevolent energy attempting to take shape. It resists, Morticia observed, her serene voice untroubled by the darkness coalescing before them. The soul fragment seeks a form through which to manipulate. Harry, Grandmama called sharply. Blood magic containment. Now. Focusing on his unbound blood magic, Harry extended his awareness to the circle he had activated with his blood. He could feel the connection, the way the ritual components recognized his magical signature and responded to his will. Directing that power toward the swirling darkness, he imagined walls of containment, boundaries the soul fragment could not cross. The smoke writhed and twisted, fighting against the containment. A voice emerged from within it, high, cold, and hateful, yet with the cadences of youth rather than the Voldemort Harry had faced. Harry Potter, it hissed. I see your heart. I see your fears. Don't engage it directly, Wednesday warned from the outer circle. Maintain containment while I begin extraction. She began a complicated incantation in what sounded like Latin mixed with something far older. The black candles flared higher in response, their flames turning from black to deep purple. The smoke within Harry's blood magic containment began to compress, forced into a more defined shape by Wednesday's spell. As it consolidated, it made one last desperate attempt to break free, sending tendrils of darkness probing for weaknesses in the participants. Harry felt it touch his mind, seeking entry through his unbound natural legitimacy. Fragments of images flashed before his inner eye, his parents dying, Sirius falling through the veil, Dumbledore's body broken at the foot of the astronomy tower. Reject its intrusion, Grandmama instructed. Turn your absorption ability against it. Harry focused on his magical absorption, the sixth binding he had broken. Instead of blocking the Horcrux's mental attack, he opened himself to it, not in surrender, but with the intent to absorb and redirect its energy. The effect was immediate and powerful. The dark tendrils that had been attempting to penetrate his mental defenses were suddenly drawn inward, their malevolent energy converted to pure magical power that Harry could control. The Horcrux's attack faltered, its smoke form destabilizing as Harry drained its offensive energy. Now! Wednesday called. Father, the containment vessel. Gomez produced a crystal vial etched with runes, removing its stopper with a flourish. Ready when you are, Wednesday my dear. Wednesday's incantation reached a crescendo, and the compressed smoke was suddenly pulled from the locket toward the vial, drawn by the extraction spell. As it moved, Harry maintained his blood magic containment, ensuring not a wisp escaped the controlled path. The moment the smoke touched the vial's opening, Harry felt something shift within his magical core, a tension that had been present for so long he'd stopped noticing it suddenly strained toward breaking point. The final binding, Grandmama observed, her eyes widening. It responds to the ritual energy. Push it, boy. Create rather than follow. Harry understood instantly. The magical innovation binding, his ability to create and modify spells intuitively, was reacting to the unprecedented magic being performed. The combination of blood magic containment, necromantic perception, and magical absorption working in concert was creating exactly the conditions Wednesday had predicted, the catalyst needed to break the seventh binding. Instinctively, Harry reached for the straining binding within his core, not fighting against it but working with it, allowing the ritual's energy to flow through the developing crack. As he did so, he felt his perception of the ritual magic itself transform. Where before he had been following Grandmama and Wednesday's instructions, now he could see the underlying structure of the magic, the way the components interacted, the possibilities for modification and improvement. Without conscious thought, he made a slight adjustment to the blood magic containment, weaving in elements of his fire affinity and Parseltongue. The containment field shimmered, becoming more stable yet more flexible simultaneously. He's doing it, Wednesday observed, a rare note of excitement in her usually monotone voice. Magical innovation manifesting spontaneously. The crystal vial filled with the compressed soul fragment, Gomez quickly stoppered it, completing the extraction phase of the ritual. But Harry barely noticed, consumed by the sensation of the seventh binding giving way completely. It didn't break with a sudden snap like some of the others. Instead, it unspooled like a tightly wound thread suddenly released, magical knowledge and intuition flooding into his consciousness. Spells he had learned by rote suddenly revealed their foundational structures. Magical theory that had seemed abstract became vivid and clear. Most importantly, he could see how to modify existing spells, how to create new ones from basic magical principles. The seventh binding is broken, Harry announced, his voice resonating with newfound power. Magical innovation unbound. Excellent. Gomez crowed. 7 down, 1 to go. What a performance. The ritual isn't complete, Wednesday reminded them. We've extracted the soul fragment for examination, but we still need to destroy it and cleanse the locket. Harry looked at the crystal vial Gomez held carefully. Inside, the compressed smoke writhed and pulsed, occasionally forming half-seen faces that pressed against the glass before dissolving back into darkness. Can we interrogate it? He asked. Learn about the other Horcruxes? Limited information might be extracted, Grandmama confirmed. But soul fragments are notoriously unreliable sources, they lie, mislead, and attempt manipulation even when contained. It's worth trying, Harry decided. Even partial information could help locate the remaining Horcruxes. Wednesday nodded. I've prepared for this possibility. The containment vial allows controlled communication while preventing the fragment from establishing a foothold in any participant's mind. The outer circle was adjusted, creating a protected space where the vial could be placed for interrogation. Ron and Hermione were instructed to remain outside this new boundary, while Harry, Wednesday, and Grandmama positioned themselves around the contained soul fragment. Remember, Grandmama cautioned, it will attempt to manipulate through your deepest fears and desires. Whatever it shows you, whatever it says, recognize it as the desperate ploy of a fragmented being. Harry nodded, focusing on his newly unbound magical innovation ability to perceive the structure of the containment spell. He could see how it worked now, how the runes on the vial created a one-way barrier that allowed communication out but prevented influence from penetrating inward. Begin, Wednesday instructed, activating the communication aspect of the containment with a precise gesture. The smoke within the vial coalesced into a more defined shape, the handsome face of a teenage Tom Riddle, recognizable from the diary but slightly older, perhaps 17 or 18. Harry Potter, the fragment spoke, its voice clearer now though still overlaid with an unnatural echo. The boy who survived. Tom Riddle, Harry replied evenly. Or what's left of him. The face twisted in a sneer. I am Lord Voldemort. A piece, yes, but still more powerful than you can imagine. Powerful enough to be trapped in a locket for decades? Harry countered. Tell me about the other Horcruxes, Tom. The fragment's expression shifted to calculating amusement. Why should I reveal my master's secrets? Because you're not going to exist much longer, Harry said matter-of-factly. But how you end depends on what you tell us. This was a bluff, the ritual would destroy the fragment regardless, but the soul piece couldn't know that with certainty. You think you can bargain with me? The fragment laughed. I, who have gone further than anyone along the path to immortality. You've gone nowhere, Harry observed. You're trapped, a memory preserved like a fly in amber, while the main piece of Voldemort continues without you. You're not even missed. This struck a nerve. The face in the smoke contorted with rage. He will recover me. All pieces will be reunited when he achieves true immortality. Interesting, Wednesday murmured. The fragment believes in eventual reintegration. That suggests the main soul piece retains awareness of the separated fragments. Harry seized on this opening. How would he recover you? Where are the others hidden? The fragment seemed to realize its mistake, the smoke swirling chaotically before reforming. Places of significance, it finally said, apparently deciding partial information might prolong its existence. Places worthy of Lord Voldemort's greatness. We know about the diary and the ring, Harry pressed. Both destroyed. The locket, now captured. What are the others? Where are they hidden? The smoke face smiled cruelly. Why not ask Dumbledore? Oh, that's right, he's dead. Failed to pass on everything you needed to know, didn't he? Left you fumbling in the dark. I know more than you think, Harry replied calmly. The cup of Hufflepuff. Something of Ravenclaws. The snake, Nagini. Am I missing any? The fragment's momentary flicker of surprise confirmed Harry's list before it could mask its reaction. Clever boy. Dumbledore taught you well. But knowing what isn't the same as finding them. The cup lies in the depths of Gringotts, beyond your reach. Ravenclaw's diadem rests where no living wizard has found it in centuries. And the snake stays with Voldemort himself, Harry concluded. Thank you for confirming our suspicions. The fragment realized too late it had been manipulated into revealing crucial information. In rage, it hurled itself against the vial's containment, the smoke becoming a whirlwind of fury. You cannot defeat him, it shrieked. Even if you destroy every Horcrux, he has power you cannot imagine. Secrets even Dumbledore never discovered. I think we've learned what we can, Grandmama decided. The fragment becomes less reliable as its rage increases. Harry agreed, though he filed away the fragment's final claim for later consideration. Was it merely a desperate attempt to sow doubt, or did Voldemort truly have powers or protections beyond the Horcruxes? Proceed with the destruction phase, Wednesday instructed, adjusting the ritual circle once more. The final phase of the ritual combined elements of all the previous steps. Harry's blood magic maintained containment while his necromantic sensitivity guided the soul fragment toward dissolution rather than continued earthly tethering. His newly unbound magical innovation ability allowed him to perceive the optimal approach for destroying this specific fragment. The vial in the center, Grandmama directed. Harry, combine your fire affinity with blood banishment. The rest of us will maintain the outer containment. Harry placed the crystal vial in the center of the reconfigured circle, then stepped back to his position. Drawing on his fire affinity, he summoned flames to his hands, not ordinary fire, but the purifying flame his unbound ability could now produce, white-hot with blue edges. Simultaneously, he activated the blood magic he had placed within the ritual circle, commanding it to reject and expel the foreign soul fragment as an invader against the natural order. Begone, he hissed in Parseltongue, adding a third layer of magical intent to the working. The vial shattered as the combined magical forces struck it. The soul fragment shrieked, a sound of pure anguish that set everyone's teeth on edge. The smoke tried to escape but found itself trapped between Harry's purifying fire and the blood magic banishment. For a moment, the basement was filled with blinding light as the fragment fought desperately against destruction. Then, with a final wail that faded to silence, the smoke disintegrated into nothingness. The empty locket lay in the center of the circle, cleansed of all dark magic, once again simply a historical artifact of immense value rather than a container of corrupted soul. "It is done," Morticia announced, her serene voice breaking the silence that had fallen. "The soul fragment is destroyed, the container purified." Harry felt the completion of the ritual resonate through his magical core, the seventh binding now fully broken and integrated with the others. Only one binding remained, the eighth and final suppression Dumbledore had placed on his magic. 7 down, he murmured, feeling the new power settling into place. 1 to go. The magical innovation binding is completely broken, Wednesday confirmed, studying him with clinical interest. How does it manifest? Harry considered the question, exploring the newly unbound ability. It's like seeing the structure behind spells. Understanding how they're constructed, how they can be modified or combined. Principles rather than just finished forms. Exactly as it should be, Grandmama approved. A natural spellcrafter. Dumbledore feared this ability most of all, it makes you truly unpredictable, truly beyond control. As they cleared away the ritual components, Ron and Hermione approached cautiously. "Are you all right, Harry?" Hermione asked, concern evident in her voice. That was intense. "I'm fine," he assured her. "Better than fine, actually. The seventh binding is completely broken, and we've destroyed another Horcrux. Plus we know where to look for the others," Ron added excitedly. "Gringotts and Hogwarts. Not exactly easy targets," Hermione pointed out pragmatically. "No," Harry agreed. "But knowing is the first step. And with 7 bindings broken, I have capabilities Voldemort won't expect." Gomez clapped him on the shoulder enthusiastically. "Capital progress, my boy. 7 bindings broken, 1 to go. 3 Horcruxes down, 3 to go. Perfectly balanced, like a well-designed gallows." Despite the macabre analogy, Harry found himself smiling at Gomez's irrepressible enthusiasm. The Addams' perspective on magic, their acceptance of all its forms without artificial categorization into light and dark, had fundamentally altered his own understanding. As they made their way back upstairs, Harry felt a new confidence growing within him. The seventh binding, magical innovation, might prove the most valuable of all against Voldemort. The ability to create and modify spells intuitively, to adapt in the moment rather than relying solely on memorized incantations, could provide the unpredictability needed to overcome an opponent with decades more experience. Only one binding remained, but what it contained, Harry still didn't know. Grandmama's notes had been vague about the 8th binding, suggesting it might be a composite suppression rather than a single ability. Whatever it was, he was determined to break it before facing Voldemort for the final confrontation. With 7 powers unbound and the knowledge of where to find the remaining Horcruxes, the path forward was becoming clearer. The next morning found the expanded group gathered in the kitchen, planning their next moves. The Horcrux hunt would need to proceed on 2 fronts simultaneously, Gringotts and Hogwarts. Gringotts is the more secure location, Bill Weasley observed. He had arrived early that morning at Harry's request, his curse-breaking expertise invaluable for planning a potential bank infiltration. If the cup is in a high-security vault, we're talking about multiple layers of magical protection, goblin guards, and possibly dragons. Whose vault would it be in? Harry asked. Voldemort wouldn't have his own. A follower's, Hermione suggested. Someone he trusted with his precious soul fragment. Bellatrix Lestrange, Wednesday stated with certainty, looking up from her analysis of the magical residue from the destroyed locket fragment. The magical signature contains trace elements suggesting proximity to a specific Black family magical pattern. Given known Death Eater affiliations among the Black descendants, Bellatrix is the logical candidate. Everyone stared at her. How could you possibly determine that from magical residue? Hermione asked, both skeptical and impressed. Family magic recognition, Wednesday explained as if it were obvious. The fragment was stored near objects carrying the Black family magical signature, specifically the Lestrange variation after marriage bonds modified the original pattern. She's right, Bill said slowly. The Lestrange vault is one of the oldest and most secure in Gringotts. If Voldemort wanted to hide something in the bank, that would be an ideal location. So we need to break into the Lestrange vault in Gringotts, Ron summarized. No pressure there. What about the diadem at Hogwarts? Harry redirected, feeling they needed all the information before making specific plans. The fragment said it's where no living wizard has found it in centuries. The room of requirement, Hermione realized suddenly. Specifically, the room of hidden things. Remember all those objects accumulated over centuries? Things students wanted to conceal? Harry nodded slowly, the piece fitting into place. That would explain why Voldemort believed it was secure. He probably thought he was the only one who discovered that particular manifestation of the room. 2 targets identified, Gomez summarized enthusiastically. A heavily guarded bank vault and a magically concealed room at Britain's premier magical school. Splendid challenges. We should divide our forces, Morticia suggested. 1 team for each Horcrux, with appropriate specialists for the unique challenges each presents. I'll take Hogwarts, Harry decided. I know the castle, and my connection to the Addams family gives us access through the Raven's Crag passage. Plus, the room of requirement might respond differently to my unbound magic. I should go to Gringotts, Bill offered. My curse-breaking experience will be essential, and goblins still recognize me as a former employee. After further discussion, they formed 2 teams. Harry would lead the Hogwarts mission, accompanied by Ron, Hermione, Wednesday, and Pugsley. Bill would head the Gringotts team with Gomez, whose enthusiasm for breaking into a goblin bank could not be dampened, Morticia, and Remus, who had arrived midway through the planning session. And the 8th binding? Grandmama asked Harry quietly while the others discussed specific tactical approaches. When will you attempt to break it? Before we go after the Horcruxes, Harry decided. I want to face these challenges with all my abilities unbound. Wise, she approved. But be warned, the 8th binding is different from the others. Based on the magical signature revealed in our initial ritual, I believe it's a composite suppression, not a single ability but a fundamental aspect of your magical nature. What do you mean? Consider what Dumbledore has already bound, your connection to serpents, to the dead, to minds, to elemental forces, to blood, to physical transformation, to magical absorption and creation. What remains that would frighten him more than all of these? Harry thought for a moment. The ability to unite them? To use them together in ways he couldn't predict? Precisely, Grandmama nodded, her ancient eyes gleaming with approval. The eighth binding suppresses your magical synthesis, the ability to combine your other powers seamlessly, to transcend the sum of parts and become something greater. How do we break such a binding? Harry asked, both excited and unsettled by the possibility. It requires all 7 unbound abilities working in perfect concert toward a single purpose, she explained. A moment of perfect magical harmony that overloads the suppression through sheer magical resonance. That sounds challenging to manufacture. Indeed. Which is why I believe it will happen naturally during your confrontation with one of the Horcruxes, likely at a moment of extreme need or determination. The planning continued throughout the day, with both teams developing detailed approaches for their respective missions. Harry took time to write to Ginny, explaining the plan and asking her to coordinate with Neville and Luna inside Hogwarts to provide additional support when they arrived. As evening approached, Harry found himself on the roof of Grimmauld Place again, seeking a moment of quiet to process everything. His newly unbound magical innovation ability was still settling in, occasionally providing flashes of insight about spell structures and magical theories that left him momentarily disoriented. He sensed rather than heard Wednesday join him on the roof, her silent approach a testament to her family's unusual skills. "Your integration is progressing well," she observed, standing beside him to gaze out over London. 7 distinct abilities finding harmony within a single magical core. Fascinating to observe. They don't feel distinct anymore, Harry admitted. They're starting to blend together, to complement each other. The prelude to synthesis, she noted. The eighth binding weakens as the others strengthen. They stood in companionable silence for a moment before Wednesday spoke again, her tone slightly less clinical than usual. "The Addams family rarely intervenes in wizarding politics or conflicts," she said. "We observe, we study, we preserve ancient magic the Ministry would prefer forgotten. But your situation is different. Because of Dumbledore's bindings?" Harry guessed. "Partially," she acknowledged. "The suppression of natural magical abilities offends our family's core principles. But also because of what you represent." "And what's that?" Wednesday turned to face him directly, her dark eyes intent. "A bridge between worlds. Between the rigid, categorized magic of modern wizarding society and the primal, fluid magic our family preserves. You stand at a crossroads of magical philosophy, Harry Potter." The observation struck him as profoundly true. Through the Addamses, he had glimpsed a different approach to magic, one that didn't divide abilities into light and dark, acceptable and forbidden, but recognized the entire spectrum as natural expression of magical potential. "What happens after Voldemort?" he asked quietly, voicing a question that had been forming in his mind. "If I survive, if I have all 8 abilities unbound, where do I fit in a wizarding world that fears and restricts such magic?" "That," Wednesday replied, "is entirely your choice. You could conceal your true nature, use only those abilities the Ministry deems acceptable in public while keeping the rest private. You could challenge the established order, using your celebrity and power to advocate for magical freedom. Or you could walk between worlds, maintaining connections to conventional wizarding society while exploring the deeper currents of magic with those who understand its true nature." "Like the Addamses," Harry suggested with a small smile. "Our family would welcome your continued association," she confirmed, the closest to sentiment he had ever heard from her. "Your particular combination of abilities has not been observed in centuries. The data alone would be invaluable." Harry laughed softly at her characteristically analytical perspective. "I'll consider it a standing invitation." "See that you do," she replied, her expression returning to its usual solemn neutrality. "Now, we should return to the others. Tomorrow's missions require adequate preparation." As they descended from the roof, Harry reflected on Wednesday's words. A bridge between worlds. The idea resonated within him, offering a potential path forward after Voldemort that he hadn't previously considered. But first, they had Horcruxes to find. and one final binding to break. The next morning dawned clear and cool, ideal weather for their dual missions. The Gringotts team departed first, using a combination of disguise and misdirection to enter the bank without raising immediate alarms. Bill's plan relied on creating a legitimate reason to access the deep vaults, then exploiting specific weaknesses in the security system he had identified during his time as a cursebreaker. The Hogwarts team prepared to leave an hour later, planning to use the passage from Raven's Crag that would deposit them directly into the 7th floor corridor near the Room of Requirement. Grimsby had confirmed the passage remained secure and undetected by Hogwarts' current security measures. Before departing, Harry took a moment to center himself, focusing on the 7 unbound abilities that now flowed freely through his magical core. They had continued integrating overnight, responding more fluidly to his will and occasionally working in concert without conscious direction. "Ready?" Ron asked, checking his wand one final time. "As ready as we'll ever be," Harry confirmed. The team, Harry, Ron, Hermione, Wednesday, and Pugsley, made their way to Raven's Crag via apparition, then proceeded immediately to the hidden passage. As they walked through the ancient tunnel, Harry briefed them on what to expect upon arrival. "Hogwarts will be heavily patrolled," he explained. "Death Eaters serving as professors under Snape's headmastership, plus regular security sweeps. We need to reach the Room of Requirement without being detected, find the diadem, and destroy it before anyone realizes we're there. Cousin ITT provided us with this," Pugsley announced, extracting what appeared to be a severed hand from his pocket. "Blind spot generator. Creates a perceptual dead zone around users. Not invisibility, but people's eyes slide right past without registering what they're seeing." "Is that actually a hand?" Hermione asked, looking disturbed. "Artificial," Wednesday clarified. "Grown from modified mandrake root and imbued with misdirection enchantments. Standard Addams Family security measure." The passage eventually opened onto the 7th floor corridor, exactly as Grimsby had described. Harry went first, checking carefully for patrols or monitoring spells before signaling the others to follow. The corridor was deserted, though signs of the Death Eaters' occupation were evident in the castle's atmosphere, a heaviness in the air, a tension that hadn't been present in Harry's previous years at Hogwarts. His enhanced senses detected trace magical signatures of recent dark spells, likely punishments inflicted on students. "The Room of Requirement is just around the corner," Harry whispered. "Pugsley, activate the blind spot generator now." Pugsley twisted the artificial hand's wrist, causing its fingers to curl into a specific configuration. Immediately, Harry felt a subtle distortion in the air around them, not invisibility, but a magical misdirection that would cause observers to overlook their presence. They reached the blank wall opposite the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy without incident. Harry paced before it 3 times, concentrating fiercely on the specific manifestation they needed. "I need the place where everything is hidden. I need the place where everything is hidden. I need the place where everything is hidden." A door materialized in the previously blank wall, ornate and ancient-looking, with intricate ironwork forming protective symbols across its surface. "It worked," Hermione breathed. "But we should hurry. We don't know how long we'll have before someone notices us." Harry opened the door, revealing the cathedral-like space beyond, the Room of Hidden Things. Towering piles of discarded objects stretched in every direction, accumulated over centuries by generations of Hogwarts residents seeking to conceal their possessions. "Extraordinary," Wednesday observed, her dark eyes scanning the massive collection with academic interest. "A perfect materialization of concealment magic responding to aggregate intent across centuries. How do we find one specific object in all this?" Ron asked, gesturing at the overwhelming chaos surrounding them. "My necromantic sensitivity should help," Harry replied. "The diadem contains a soul fragment. I should be able to detect its presence if we get close enough. I've prepared a tracking spell based on the magical signature from the locket fragment," Wednesday added, removing a small crystal from her pocket. "Similar soul fragments from the same source should resonate with each other." They began their search methodically, moving deeper into the room with Harry extending his necromantic sensitivity to detect the wrongness of a trapped soul fragment and Wednesday periodically checking her tracking crystal. After 20 minutes of careful searching, they reached a section containing what appeared to be centuries of confiscated items. Wands, fanged frisbees, screaming yo-yos, and more dangerous contraband items were piled haphazardly on sagging shelves and inside cabinets with broken doors. "It's close," Harry murmured, feeling the familiar crawling sensation on his skin that indicated a Horcrux's presence. "Very close." Wednesday's crystal had begun to pulse with a sickly green light, confirming his assessment. "Within 5 meters, she estimated. Likely elevated based on the signal pattern." Harry looked up, scanning the teetering pile surrounding them. There, atop a particularly unstable stack of furniture, a tarnished tiara rested on the bust of an old warlock. Even from below, he could make out a delicate design with a prominent sapphire at its center. "There," he pointed. "That has to be it." As if triggered by his identification, a wave of malevolence emanated from the diadem. Unlike the locket, which had been contained by ritual magic and protective wrappings, the diadem seemed to sense their purpose immediately, its dark magic flaring in response to the threat. "It knows we're here for it," Hermione whispered. "I can feel it." "As can others," Wednesday observed coolly, pointing toward the door they had entered through. "The Horcrux has triggered a warning spell woven into its protections." Harry extended his magical senses and detected it immediately, a subtle alarm spell connecting the diadem to somewhere else in the castle. Snape's office, perhaps, or wherever Voldemort's most trusted Death Eaters were stationed. "We need to move quickly," he urged. "Ron, help me stabilize this pile so I can climb up." As Ron and Harry carefully shifted broken furniture to create a makeshift ladder, Hermione kept watch on the entrance while Wednesday and Pugsley prepared containment measures for once they retrieved the diadem. Harry had almost reached the Horcrux when the Room of Requirements door burst open. Draco Malfoy stood in the entrance, flanked by Crabbe and Goyle, all three with wands drawn. "Potter." Malfoy spat, his face pale but determined. "The Dark Lord said you might come for it." Crabbe and Goyle wore expressions of malicious pleasure, clearly eager for the opportunity to capture Harry Potter themselves. "Get the diadem," Hermione called to Harry. "We'll handle them." Spells immediately began flying across the room. Hermione dueled Malfoy with impressive skill, while Ron tackled Goyle with a series of rapid hexes. Pugsley, showing unexpected combat prowess, engaged Crabbe with what appeared to be modified curses that left smoking craters in the piles of hidden objects. Wednesday remained focused on the containment preparations, seemingly unconcerned by the battle raging around her. Harry continued climbing, using his wandless magic to steady the increasingly unstable pile as spells impacted nearby. His fingers had just closed around the diadem when he heard Crabbe shout something that made his blood run cold. "Fiend fire." "No, you fool!" Malfoy screamed, but it was too late. Cursed fire erupted from Crabbe's wand, not the controlled flame of a trained wizard, but the wild, hungry inferno of dark magic unleashed by an incompetent practitioner. Immediately, the fire formed into chimeric beasts, serpents, dragons, and other monstrosities that began devouring everything in their path with unnatural speed and hunger. "We need to get out," Ron shouted, dragging Hermione toward the door as a flaming chimera lunged for them. Harry clutched the diadem and leapt from the collapsing pile, using wandless magic to slow his descent. The Room of Hidden Things was rapidly becoming an inferno, the fiend fire consuming centuries of hidden objects with insatiable hunger. Malfoy and Goyle were already fleeing toward the exit. Crabbe, having lost control of his spell immediately, stood frozen in terror as his creation turned toward its caster. "Containment unnecessary," Wednesday announced calmly, pocketing her prepared materials. "Fiend fire will destroy the Horcrux adequately. But we'll all be destroyed with it if we don't move," Pugsley added with inappropriate glee. The group raced toward the exit, but Harry paused, seeing Crabbe still paralyzed with fear as a massive fiery serpent reared above him. Despite everything, he couldn't leave the boy to die. "Accio Crabbe," he shouted, using his enhanced wandless magic to literally summon the heavy Slytherin toward them. Crabbe flew through the air just as the fire serpent struck, singeing his robes but leaving him otherwise intact as he crashed into Harry. "Move!" Harry ordered, shoving the bewildered Slytherin toward the door where the others were waiting. As they reached the exit, Harry felt the diadem in his hand growing unbearably hot. The fiend fire was affecting the Horcrux, but it hadn't yet destroyed it completely. They needed to ensure the soul fragment was eliminated before escaping. "Wait," he called to the others. "The diadem needs to be destroyed fully. Throw it back in," Ron suggested urgently. "No time," Wednesday disagreed. "The fire will reach us in approximately 12 seconds. In that moment of extreme need, Harry felt something shift within his magical core, the 8 binding straining to breaking point as all 7 of his unbound abilities activated simultaneously. His necromantic sensitivity perceived the trapped soul fragment, his parseltongue connected to the serpentine aspects of the fiend fire approaching, his natural legilimency extended awareness of everyone around him, his fire affinity responded to the cursed flames, his blood magic created protective barriers around his friends, his metamorphmagus ability partially hardened his skin against the intense heat, and his magical absorption began drawing in the power of the approaching inferno. Most crucially, his newly unbound magical innovation ability saw the pattern, how these 7 powers could work together in ways never before attempted, creating a synthesis greater than the sum of its parts. The 8th binding shattered. Magic flooded through Harry with such intensity that everyone present felt it, a shockwave of pure magical potential that momentarily halted even the fiendfire's advance. His eyes blazed with emerald fire as the final suppression Dumbledore had placed on his magic dissolved completely. With perfect clarity, Harry understood what to do. Holding the diadem before him, he combined his abilities in a seamless whole, necromantic sensitivity to isolate the soul fragment, fire affinity to contain the necessary heat, parseltongue to command the specific flame shape, blood magic to power the working, magical absorption to control the energy flow, metamorphmagus ability to protect his hand, and magical innovation to bind it all together in a spell that had never before existed. Anima exuro, he intoned, the spell created in that moment through perfect magical synthesis. A controlled jet of magical fire, not fiend fire, but something more focused, more intentional, engulfed the diadem. The soul fragment within shrieked as it was destroyed, not by wild dark magic but by perfectly balanced magical intent. When the flames dissipated, the diadem remained, physically intact but cleansed of all dark magic, the Horcrux completely destroyed. "Fascinating," Wednesday observed, studying Harry with unprecedented interest. "The 8th binding is broken. Complete magical synthesis achieved. What just happened?" Hermione demanded, staring at Harry in awe and slight fear. Later, Harry replied, pocketing the purified diadem. "We need to move. Now." They barely escaped the room of requirement before the fiendfire breached the magical boundaries. The door vanished behind them as the room's magic struggled to contain the cursed flames, hopefully preventing them from spreading to the rest of the castle. Malfoy and Goyle had fled, dragging the still-stunned Crabbe with them. Harry and his team raced back toward the secret passage, Pugsley's blind spot generator working overtime to prevent detection as they moved through increasingly crowded corridors. Apparently, the commotion from the room of requirement had drawn attention, with professors and prefects converging to investigate. They reached the passage entrance without being intercepted, slipping through just as Snape himself rounded the far corner with several Death Eaters in tow. "That was close," Ron gasped as they hurried down the tunnel toward Raven's Crag. "But successful," Harry pointed out, his voice steady despite the monumental magical event he had just experienced. "The diadem is destroyed, and the 8th binding is broken. All 8 unbound," Wednesday confirmed, continuing to observe him with uncharacteristic fascination. "Complete magical integration. You are now as you were meant to be before Dumbledore's interference." The full implications of this hadn't yet registered with Harry. The magical rush of the eighth binding breaking was still coursing through him, his powers settling into new configurations that felt simultaneously foreign and deeply familiar, as if he'd finally put on clothes that actually fit after a lifetime of wearing hand-me-downs. When they reached Raven's Crag, they found Grimsby waiting with news from the Gringotts team. "They have succeeded, Master Potter," the elf reported with dignified satisfaction. "The cup has been retrieved from the Lestrange vault. They await your return at Grimmauld Place for the destruction ritual." "4 down, 2 to go," Harry murmured. Only the snake and Voldemort himself remain. As they prepared to apparate back to London, Harry took a moment to truly feel his completely unbound magic. All 8 abilities were now active, but more importantly, they worked together seamlessly, no longer separate powers but aspects of a unified magical identity. This was who he had always been meant to be, before Dumbledore decided otherwise. This was his true magical inheritance, now fully reclaimed. And with it came a clarity of purpose he had never before experienced. The path forward was suddenly obvious, not Dumbledore's carefully orchestrated plan, but a strategy born of his own unique capabilities and understanding. "We end this tonight," he announced to the others. "With all 8 bindings broken and 4 Horcruxes destroyed, we're ready to confront Voldemort directly." "Tonight?" Hermione repeated, alarmed. "Harry, we need time to plan, to prepare." "We've never been more prepared," Harry countered. "And every day we wait gives Voldemort more time to realize what we're doing. The Horcruxes are his vulnerability. Once he knows we've discovered them, he'll move Nagini somewhere inaccessible and we'll lose our chance." "He's right," Wednesday agreed unexpectedly. "Strategic analysis suggests immediate action provides optimal probability of success. The 8th binding breaking creates a window of magical advantage that will diminish as the Dark Lord potentially adapts his protections." The team operated back to Grimmauld Place, where they found the Gringotts mission participants celebrating their success. Hufflepuff's cup sat on the kitchen table, already cleansed of its Horcrux. "Magnificent heist," Gomez declared, still vibrating with excitement. "Dragons, goblins, cursed vaults, haven't had such entertainment since the Transylvanian bank collapse of 37. The cup has been purified," Grandmama reported, studying Harry intently. "But you've undergone a more significant transformation. The 8th binding is broken." "Completely," Harry confirmed. "During our mission. All 8 abilities are now unbound and working in concert." Grandmama smiled with genuine pleasure. "As it should be. You are now fully yourself, Harry Potter. No longer the weapon Dumbledore crafted, but the wizard you were born to be." The combined teams shared their experiences, marveling at the success of both missions. The Gringotts heist had apparently involved an ingenious combination of Bill's curse-breaking expertise, Gomez's unexpected talent for goblin etiquette, developed during a small disagreement with the Zurich branch in the 1920s, and Morticia's ability to communicate with guardian dragons through what she described as a shared appreciation for treasuring beautiful things indefinitely. With 4 Horcruxes destroyed and Harry's magic fully unbound, they turned to the final stage, confronting Voldemort himself and destroying Nagini. "He's at Malfoy Manor," Remus reported, having received intelligence from Order sources. "Using it as his headquarters since returning to physical form." "Then that's where we go," Harry decided. "Tonight." Despite concerns about rushing into danger, the group recognized the strategic advantage of striking while Voldemort remained unaware of how many Horcruxes had been destroyed. A plan quickly formed. The Addams family would create a diversion drawing away most of the Death Eaters, while a smaller strike team led by Harry would infiltrate the manor to confront Voldemort directly and destroy Nagini. "We'll need the Order's help for this to work," Harry acknowledged. "Call everyone you trust completely," he instructed Remus. "But tell them only what they need to know, that we have a chance to end Voldemort tonight, not about my unbound abilities or the Horcruxes." As preparations accelerated, Harry took a moment alone in the library to center himself. His fully unbound magic felt both powerful and strangely familiar, as if he'd finally reconnected with a part of himself that had always been there, just out of reach. A soft knock interrupted his meditation. Grandmama Addams entered, her ancient eyes studying him with approval. "The synthesis is settling well," she observed. "Your magic finds its natural balance." "It feels right," Harry agreed. "Like I've finally become who I was always supposed to be." Grandmama nodded. "Precisely. Dumbledore's bindings prevented this integration, kept your abilities fragmented and controllable. Now you must decide what to do with your complete self." "Defeat Voldemort first," Harry said firmly. "Then. I'm not sure. The wizarding world doesn't exactly welcome the kind of magic I can now perform." "A bridge between worlds," Grandmama suggested, echoing Wednesday's earlier observation. "Someone who understands both conventional wizardry and the deeper, older magics the Ministry fears." "Perhaps," Harry acknowledged. "But first we have to survive tonight." Grandmama's smile turned knowing. "With 8 unbound abilities working in concert? Voldemort faces a very different Harry Potter than the one Dumbledore designed." By nightfall, everything was ready. The Order had rallied, the Weasleys, Kingsley, Moody, McGonagall, and others Harry trusted, all prepared to follow his lead despite lingering questions about his changed appearance and abilities. The Addamses had prepared their diversion, something Gomez described with disturbing glee as a family specialty dating back to the Spanish Inquisition that would draw Death Eaters to the periphery of Malfoy Manor's grounds. Harry's strike team consisted of himself, Ron, Hermione, Remus, Grandmama, and Wednesday, a combination of magical approaches that would complement his own unbound abilities while maintaining a small enough group to infiltrate successfully. As they gathered for final preparations, Harry addressed everyone briefly. "Tonight we end this," he said simply. "Not according to Dumbledore's plan or the Ministry's expectations, but in our own way, with our full strength and capabilities. Voldemort expects the weapon Dumbledore crafted, a courageous but limited young wizard following his mentor's breadcrumb trail. Instead, he'll face who I truly am with all bindings removed." "And what exactly is that?" Moody asked gruffly, his magical eye fixed on Harry's transformed magical signature. Harry smiled slightly. "Something Dumbledore feared almost as much as he feared Voldemort, a wizard who doesn't fit into the categories the Ministry has established. Someone who can use all forms of magic without labeling them light or dark." "A bridge between worlds," Morticia added serenely. "How delightfully revolutionary." With final hugs and handshakes exchanged, the teams departed for their designated positions around Malfoy Manor. The Addamses would trigger their diversion on the eastern perimeter, while Harry's strike team would enter from the west, using a combination of his unbound abilities to bypass the manor's formidable protections. As they approached under disillusionment charms, Harry extended his magical senses to their fullest extent, feeling the layered wards surrounding the property, detecting the movements of Death Eaters patrolling the grounds, and, most importantly, locating the distinctive magical signature of Voldemort himself in the manor's main drawing room. "Nagini is with him," Harry whispered to the others. "I can sense her through my Parseltongue connection. They're alone except for a few Inner Circle members, Bellatrix definitely, probably Lucius Malfoy, and Snape." "The wards are extensive," Wednesday observed, studying the magical barriers with clinical interest. "Layered anti-apparition, detection, and defensive enchantments spanning at least 3 centuries of dark magic." "Can we breach them?" Remus asked quietly. "Yes," Harry said with certainty. "With my blood magic and magical absorption working together, I can create a temporary passageway." As he prepared to work, a massive explosion rocked the eastern side of the property, followed by what appeared to be an advancing wall of sentient darkness punctuated by eerie lights and sounds, the Addams Family diversion in full effect. "That's our cue," Harry murmured as Death Eaters began racing toward the disturbance. "Everyone stay close to me." Focusing his unbound abilities in perfect synthesis, Harry approached the ward boundary. His blood magic identified the fundamental structure of the protections, his magical absorption began drawing power from the wards themselves, his metamorphmagus ability subtly altered his magical signature to appear compatible with the manor's defenses, and his magical innovation created a new spell specifically designed to open a temporary pathway through these particular protections. Iter aprio, he whispered, the newly created spell flowing from his wand in ripples of silver-blue light. The wards parted like a curtain, creating an opening just large enough for them to pass through single file. The group moved swiftly and silently across the manicured grounds, Harry's necromantic sensitivity warning them when they neared hidden sentinels, both living and undead, that guarded the approach to the manor. They reached a side entrance undetected, where Harry's enhanced legilimency determined no one was immediately inside. Another newly created spell unlocked the door while simultaneously disabling the specific alert charms woven into the mechanism. Once inside, Harry led them through darkened corridors toward the drawing room where Voldemort waited. The manor was eerily quiet, most of its occupants having rushed to investigate the Addamses' diversion. As they approached their destination, Harry halted the group with a raised hand. "Change of plan," he whispered. "I sense Nagini and Voldemort, but also unexpected magical protections around them both. I need to go in alone first." "Harry, no." Hermione hissed. "That's exactly what he wants." "It's the only way," Harry insisted quietly. "My abilities give me the best chance of dealing with whatever protections he's established. Wait for my signal, then enter, but focus on Nagini first. She's the priority." Before they could argue further, Harry disillusioned himself and moved forward alone, his unbound abilities working in concert to mask his approach. His necromantic sensitivity detected the death magic surrounding Voldemort, his Parseltongue established a subtle connection with Nagini that didn't alert her to his presence, and his natural legilimency allowed him to skim the surface thoughts of those inside the room without being detected. Voldemort sat in an ornate chair before the fireplace, Nagini draped across his shoulders. Bellatrix stood at his right hand, while Snape and Lucius Malfoy remained at a respectful distance. They were discussing the disturbance on the grounds, with Voldemort appearing unconcerned but slightly irritated by the interruption. Harry studied the magical protection surrounding both Voldemort and Nagini. The snake was encased in what appeared to be a magical shield, similar to the one that had protected her during the attack at Godric's Hollow. Voldemort himself was wrapped in layers of dark protective enchantments, some of which Harry recognized from his magical innovation's understanding of spell structures, others that seemed unique to the Dark Lord. Taking a deep breath, Harry released his disillusionment and stepped into the doorway of the drawing room. The reaction was immediate. Bellatrix shrieked in shock, Lucius stumbled backward, and Snape went rigid, his face betraying no emotion beyond a slight widening of the eyes. Voldemort himself merely turned his head, ruby eyes narrowing as they took in Harry's transformed appearance. "Harry Potter," he said softly, dangerously. "How unexpected. And how different you look." "Tom," Harry replied evenly. "I think it's time we finished this." Voldemort's lipless mouth curved in a cold smile. "Such confidence. Such foolishness. You truly believe you can challenge Lord Voldemort alone?" "Not alone," Harry corrected. "And not the weapon Dumbledore crafted. Something else entirely." Before Voldemort could respond, Harry unleashed his unbound magic in a display of power that made the air itself seem to vibrate. Fire erupted from his hands, but not ordinary flames, purifying fire that specifically targeted dark magic, burning away the outer layers of Voldemort's protections like paper. Simultaneously, Harry extended his magical absorption to draw power from the manor's own dark enchantments, redirecting that energy into a shield that deflected Bellatrix's immediate curse. "What is this?" Voldemort hissed, rising from his chair as he felt his protections damaged. "What magic is this?" "My magic," Harry replied simply. "All bindings removed, all abilities restored. Not the limited wizard you expected to face, Tom." With a gesture of pure rage, Voldemort unleashed a torrent of killing curses. Harry didn't attempt to dodge or block them directly. Instead, his magical synthesis created a pathway around himself, bending space slightly so the deadly green jets passed harmlessly by. "Now!" Harry shouted, signaling his team to enter. They burst into the room with precision, each targeting their assigned opponents. Ron and Hermione engaged Bellatrix, whose maniacal confidence faltered at their coordinated assault. Remus and Wednesday confronted Lucius, the Addams girl's unfamiliar magic clearly disturbing the elder Malfoy. Grandmama moved with surprising speed for her age, positioning herself to begin a containment ritual around Nagini. Snape remained frozen in place, his wand drawn but not firing, his eyes fixed on Harry with an expression of shock and, was that recognition? Voldemort, realizing the danger to Nagini, immediately strengthened the protective enchantment around her while launching increasingly desperate attacks at Harry. But with all 8 abilities working in perfect harmony, Harry was able to anticipate, absorb, redirect, or simply avoid everything the Dark Lord threw at him. "Your Horcruxes are gone, Tom," Harry announced, continuing his steady advance. "The diary, the ring, the locket, the cup, the diadem. All destroyed." For the first time, genuine fear flashed across Voldemort's serpentine features. "Impossible," he whispered. "The only ones left are Nagini," Harry continued, gesturing to where Grandmama was systematically dismantling the snake's protections through a combination of ancient counter-curses, and the accidental one you never meant to create. This last statement caused Voldemort's eyes to widen in shock. "What are you talking about?" Instead of answering directly, Harry activated his necromantic sensitivity to its fullest extent, perceiving the fragment of Voldemort's soul that had attached to his scar that night in Godric's Hollow. With his blood magic, he isolated it from his own essence. With his magical innovation, he created a new spell specifically designed to extract this particular soul fragment without harming himself. "Fragmentum revelar," he intoned, the spell illuminating his scar with a sickly green light. "Fragmentum separare." Before everyone's astonished eyes, a small wisp of darkness emerged from Harry's scar, a tiny fragment of Voldemort's soul, revealed and extracted. "No," Voldemort breathed, true horror in his voice. "It's not possible." "The Horcrux you never intended to make," Harry confirmed. "The night you tried to kill me, when the curse rebounded, a piece of your already fractured soul broke away and latched onto the only living thing in the room. Me." Dumbledore knew, Voldemort realized, his red eyes fixed on the hovering soul fragment. "He knew you had to die for me to be truly vulnerable." "He did," Harry acknowledged. "It was the foundation of his plan, my sacrifice to weaken you, followed by others finishing what I started. But he underestimated what I might become if my true abilities were unbound." With perfect control, Harry directed purifying fire at the extracted soul fragment, destroying it completely while causing himself no harm. Simultaneously, across the room, Grandmama finally broke through Nagini's protection, allowing Wednesday to cast a modified killing curse that destroyed the snake instantly. Voldemort screamed in genuine agony as the last of his external soul anchors was destroyed. His body seemed to flicker, becoming momentarily less substantial before solidifying again. "It's over, Tom," Harry said quietly. "All your Horcruxes gone. Just you now, mortal, as you always feared to be." In desperation, Voldemort lashed out with every dark curse in his formidable arsenal. The barrage of lethal magic would have overwhelmed any normal wizard, even one of Dumbledore's caliber. But Harry, with all 8 abilities unbound and working in perfect synthesis, was far from normal. His magical absorption drew in the energy of the attacks. His metamorphmagus ability hardened his skin against those spells that managed to graze him. His natural legilimency anticipated Voldemort's next moves before the Dark Lord himself had fully formed the intentions. His fire affinity countered the ice-based curses, while his blood magic created shields specifically keyed to repel Voldemort's magical signature. Most importantly, his magical innovation allowed him to create counterspells on the fly, responding to each new attack with a precisely tailored defense or counterattack. The duel reached its climax as Voldemort, recognizing the futility of magical combat against Harry's unbound abilities, attempted a desperate final gambit. Avada Kedavra, he shrieked, pouring every ounce of his considerable power into the killing curse. Simultaneously, Harry cast a spell born of perfect magical synthesis, not a traditional shield charm or counter curse, but something entirely new, created in that moment through the integration of all 8 unbound abilities. Vitae Reflectum, he called, the spell manifesting as a shimmering golden light that enveloped him completely. When Voldemort's killing curse struck this protection, something extraordinary happened. Instead of rebounding or being absorbed, the deadly green light seemed to pass through the golden shield, but emerged transformed, its energy completely transmuted from death to life magic. The reversed spell struck Voldemort squarely in the chest. For a moment, the Dark Lord stood frozen, his red eyes wide with disbelief. Then, with a wail that contained equal parts rage and fear, his body began to disintegrate, not exploding or collapsing, but simply coming apart, molecule by molecule, as the life magic forcibly separated the artificial construct of his resurrected form. Within seconds, nothing remained of Lord Voldemort but a fine dark ash that settled gently on the drawing-room floor. In the silence that followed, Harry surveyed the room. Bellatrix lay unconscious, bound by Hermione's expertly cast restraints. Lucius Malfoy had apparently surrendered, kneeling with his hands raised as Remus kept him covered. Snape stood exactly where he had been throughout the confrontation, his expression unreadable. "It's done," Harry said simply. "Voldemort is gone, permanently this time." As the reality of their victory began to sink in, Order members who had been fighting Death Eaters outside began to enter the manor, led by the triumphant Addams family. Gomez was recounting their diversion tactics with characteristic enthusiasm, apparently having thoroughly enjoyed unleashing chaos on Voldemort's followers. In the midst of the growing celebration, Harry approached Snape, who had yet to move or speak. "You knew," Harry said quietly. "About the Horcrux in my scar. About Dumbledore's plan for me to die." Snape's black eyes studied him intently. "I knew part of it," he finally admitted, his voice barely above a whisper. "Not about the bindings on your magic. That." He hesitated. "That explains much about Dumbledore's behavior over the years." "You protected me," Harry observed. "In your own way. For my mother." A flicker of emotion crossed Snape's normally impassive face. "Your eyes," he said. "They're more like hers now. Not just the color, but the power behind them." It was as close to an admission as Harry would likely ever get from the complex man who had both tormented and protected him. With a small nod of acknowledgement, Harry turned away, allowing Snape to slip quietly from the room as the celebration continued around them. The aftermath of Voldemort's defeat unfolded over the following weeks with surprising speed. The Ministry, eager to associate itself with the victory, immediately proclaimed Harry a hero once again, conveniently overlooking the unorthodox magic he had employed. Kingsley Shacklebolt was appointed interim minister, promising reforms and rebuilding after years of corruption and infiltration. The wizarding public celebrated wildly, though rumors about Harry's transformed appearance and abilities spread rapidly. The prophet alternated between lauding him as the chosen one fulfilled and hinting darkly at, concerning magical transformations, that some unnamed ministry officials found worrying. Harry himself retreated from the public eye, taking residence at Grimmauld Place while he considered his next steps. The Addams family remained in Britain for several weeks, assisting with the aftermath and helping Harry fully integrate his unbound abilities. On a crisp autumn evening, 3 months after Voldemort's defeat, Harry stood on the roof of Grimmauld Place with the entire Addams family, watching the sunset over London. "So, my boy," Gomez asked cheerfully, "what will you do now that the dark wizard business is concluded? Return to school? Join the ministry? Perhaps a career in professional Quidditch?" Harry smiled. "None of those, I think. The ministry's already making noises about regulatory oversight for wizards with unusual magical manifestations. McGonagall offered to let me complete my education at Hogwarts, but I'd have to agree to certain reasonable restrictions on my abilities. Typical bureaucratic response to power they don't understand, Wednesday observed. Fear disguised as regulatory concern. Precisely, Harry agreed. Which is why I'm considering your family's suggestion. A bridge between worlds. Morticia smiled serenely. Our offer remains open. The Addams family has properties throughout the world, including several near magical communities that take a more expansive view of magical expression. I thought I might start with Raven's Crag, Harry suggested. Establish it as a place for studying forms of magic the Ministry prefers forgotten. A sanctuary for those with abilities that don't fit neatly into approved categories. A school of alternative magic? Grandmama cackled with delight. Marvelous idea. I'd be happy to guest lecture on proper potion ingredients that the Ministry has ridiculously classified as hazardous. I was hoping you might, Harry smiled. All of you, actually. Each of the Addamses has knowledge and skills that deserve to be preserved, not suppressed. And your friends? Morticia inquired gently. Will they join you in this endeavor? Harry glanced down at the kitchen window, where Ron, Hermione, Neville, Luna, and Ginny were visible, gathered around the table in animated discussion. Some will, at least part of the time. Hermione's already planning a research program on comparative magical traditions. Ron's more hesitant, but he's warming to the idea. Luna was enthusiastic from the moment I mentioned it. And the young red-headed girl? Morticia asked perceptively. The one who watches you when you aren't looking? Ginny, Harry said, a warm note entering his voice. She's finishing school first. After that, we'll see. We're taking time to understand who we are to each other now, with everything that's changed. As the conversation continued, Harry reflected on the journey that had brought him here. From the cupboard under the stairs to the defeated of Voldemort, from Dumbledore's carefully crafted weapon to a wizard fully in command of his unbound magical heritage. The path forward wouldn't be simple. The Ministry would continue to view his abilities with suspicion. Many in the wizarding world would be uncomfortable with magic that defied their neat categories of light and dark. Even some of his friends struggled to fully accept the transformation he had undergone. But for the first time in his life, Harry Potter was truly, completely himself, all bindings broken, all abilities integrated, all aspects of his magical nature working in harmony. Not the chosen one of prophecy, not the boy who lived, not Dumbledore's carefully shaped tool, but simply Harry, a bridge between worlds, walking a path of his own choosing. And as the sun set over London, casting long shadows across the city where both magical and muggle worlds coexisted in uneasy separation, Harry Potter smiled. The grand adventure wasn't ending with Voldemort's defeat, it was just beginning. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.